Okay, well, here it is at the end of, I guess, day 4. This is about 3 hours worth of work, and I have pretty much half of the front end roughed out. There's still a lot of stuff to do. All this foam's going to be covered with other materials to bring out, you know, the various details of everything. But you kind of get the idea of what is going on here. So now you kind of see with the forms in place, and then now you can see what it looks like with the foam in place, and pink foam. You know, so it's taking the shape pretty good. You know, you look at it from all the various angles, and it's really starting to look like the design. You see the front end's pretty round, it's pretty low, small front end. Kind of get the idea on the picture. Oh, I need to eat. My hands are all shaky. So there's the front picture, there's the back, and there's the front of the car. So now, next day, which will probably be tomorrow or the next day, I will finish off the front end, you know, get all the detailing cleaned up, and then we'll start adding foam to the hood area and start filling in everything with 4-inch foam. And that will go a lot faster. It's not quite as much you know, detailing that you have to do with this. It's pretty much just cut and shape real quick. using the forms as your guide. When you get to the side vents, of course we'll have to cut the side vents out. And then the wheel wells are always tricky to center the wheel inside of the well area and make sure that it lines up and you can turn the wheel nicely and all those good things. So, and this right here is going to be a challenge. I don't know if you can see, but that's where the kind of the snorkel holes are going to be. They're like recessed holes in the hood to escape extra air from that's coming through the front end. So there you go. I'll see if I can get this on the web as soon as possible, and we'll see how fast I can do the rest of it. Alright, bye. But as you can see, it's taken on the shape of the front end pretty nicely. There's still a lot of areas to fix and go in and add more detail to. Like I was saying, this is the rough cut, and everything Okay, here we are at the end of day 9. We worked on the rear end a lot. As you can see, we started the main shape, got the 2 humps carved and the main rear end carved out. Only have a little bit of tape left, so I'm going to talk fast. Anyway, there's still a lot to do. Just left a lot of things rough for the moment. Down here is where you can kind of see where the back end curves up a little, and that's where the rear diffusers are going to come out, and then the center sections where the exhaust is going to come. So there you go. Had my friend Eric helping out again today. Was supposed to have a kid named Amit come by, and unfortunately had an accident on the way here, so I hope he's okay and hope his car is okay. So anyway, there you go. Still got a lot to do. I guess the next visit we're going to finish refining and reshaping the back end more. Then we're going to begin doing the fender wells, along with just mating it to the doors, and then we'll have to start, skinning the doors and doing the bottom rocker panel area. And then we start the dash and interior. And about that time, I'll probably be doing the interior while my friend Eric will be doing some fiberglass work and starting to lay some of the first layers of fiberglass on top of this. We still have a lot to do. I do have the back tail lights for this, so I'll be putting those in just as a trial fit. Once I get the back end carved out a little bit more. These end pieces are just glued in at the moment because there's nothing to hold them, so I have to wait till the glue dries before I can shape it anymore on the ends. So if it looks kind of weird, that's why. There's still a lot of material to take off too, so that's why it's a little choppy. Anyway, there you go. Another exciting day. We got here early, about 9 or so, or I'm not even sure, about 9:30 I guess, and it's pretty late now. I've pretty much missed breakfast, lunch, and dinner, so I'm a little shaky. But anyway, there you go, and I'll see y'all next week. All right. Okay, folks. Here's another quick video. I'm gonna keep doing these as quickly as I can and try to knock a bunch out just to catch up on things that people have missed over the past few months, and plus it helps me get better at it. So here we go. I've had a lot of people since I posted the last video ask about the silver tape that we're using on a car. This tape, it's really I don't know, it's basically real duct tape. It's not the normal duct tape that everybody has in their house, but it's the kind that people use for AC systems and ducting work inside of big buildings and even your own house and all that. But as you can see, we have some on the back, and this is just here to really just hold it in place because we recently had to move this whole thing again, and it's not in any sort of pattern or anything that you have to go by, but basically the idea is you cover the whole entire foam with this tape, and it acts as basically it provides 2 purposes. One, it allows the resin not to melt or dissolve the foam once you start applying the fiberglass and other materials like Bondo or whatever you decide to use. And the other one is it doesn't allow the fiberglass to stick to it. It has like a special film on top. I don't know if it's anything special, but it just happens to have like a little tiny film that's on top of the silver aluminum tape, and it just doesn't allow the fiberglass to stick to it. So we use it because it will, once we lay the fiberglass down, we're able to go back in and remove this foam from certain areas. I mean, we want to leave it in most places that we can, just for strength, until we add strength to the car. But basically, that's what it does. And just kind of give you an idea, you know, we're working on the headlight area now, just trying to get the headlights to fit in, but kind of give you an idea, looking inside the headlight. This is what the inside of the car looks like, and let's see if I can get a good shot. This is my hand inside the headlight, and basically this is underneath the shell, and you can see it's a pretty hard shell, and it's really, really smooth. So if we need to apply any material on this side, we have to sand it. But in the back, let's see if I can zoom in, you can see, whoa, you can see that we have the tape back here, and it just easily comes off. It doesn't stick at all to the fiberglass, and you know, just allows us to, man, I can't navigate. I'm doing this blindly. You know, see, so there it goes. So, and you can kind of see that little, I don't know what it is, but that little film that's kind of separating right there. And I don't know if it's like the glue or what, but anyway, it just doesn't allow the fiberglass to stick or anything else. So it's good because we come in and, like we're doing here, is ripping out the entire headlight section, and basically this allows us to go and leave all the remaining supports inside the car, as you can see, and we can take it, see if I can try this one, and stick our headlight in. And so, oh lordy, so there we go. So there you go. And that's not an exact fit, and I'm kind of holding it with one hand and a camera with another, but kind of gives you an idea. So we still have some trimming and aligning to do, and a lot of other things to go to make this headlight fit correctly and all that stuff. So there you go, and basically that's the purpose of the silver tape. Oh, all right. So there you go, and that kind of hopefully explains what this tape is for and how it works, and it really allows you to make some type of, you know, positive and negative mold without having to use a bunch of mold release, and you know, as long as you don't need it to be perfect and everything, then the tape comes in real handy for things like this. So since this is only our first layer of fiberglass on the car, and we haven't begun to apply any materials on it at all to smooth it out and get it its fine lines, you know, we still have a lot of work to do. But essentially, there you go, and that's how that tape stuff works. So the next thing I'll try to cover in the next video will be the gantry setup. I don't have it set up right now. Basically, we had to take it apart for moving out here, and our big deal now is my welders and stuff are all 220, and this building doesn't have 220 in it. The other ones do, but this one doesn't. So we're having that wired in, but it's taking a bit, and I may just go pick up a 110 welder and use that instead. So there's a car. I don't know. Okay, maybe not. Anyway, that's pretty much what we hear all day is a bunch of cars, race cars running around. So that's kind of cool. Anyway, there you go, and I'll try to cover the gantry setup and the lasers. Here's the gantry deal over here, and we have a bunch of these mounted, but this one's loose. But basically, just to go over this, there's a laser stuck in here, and this is adjustable, and we can tighten it down. And there's screws that go in this area, and it allows us to pivot and adjust the laser and get it, you know, tracking right and everything. So those lasers basically go down the whole length of the car. They're in a type of an X pattern, and they allow us to, you know, keep the symmetry correct throughout the whole car while we're working on it and adjusting it and putting fiberglass and building up materials on it and all that. So there you go. I'll cover that more next video, and until then, I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, I'm back, and I'm here to tell you about the gantry system that I've been promising to tell everybody about. Basically, as you can see, we have the orange rails on the side. It's basically, creates a box that goes around the whole car, and on each side there are these rails that provide the gantry an area, a place to rest and slide up and down on. So the gantry part is really the silver part that goes up over the car and back down to the other side. And on each side, there are these wheels that we have that have turnbuckles and springs and stuff like that to keep tension on a cable system that we have going around the whole system, or the whole frame. And basically the turnbuckles allow us to adjust and calibrate each side and move it just millimeters at a time, or even less than that. So we can adjust each side and make sure that each side of the gantry is parallel to the car exactly the way that we need it. And essentially there is this little motor that you can see right there. That's just a windshield wiper motor. So that motor turns the whole gantry using these pulleys and cable system. So what it does is the motor it's kind of hard to explain, but it's really simple when you look at it. But basically there's a cable that ties to one side of the gantry, and then there's a cable that ties onto the other side of the gantry, and it really makes a continuous loop. And then we just have this one motor that when it turns, it actually turns both sides, or moves both sides of the gantry at the exact same time. So this allows us to keep and move this whole gantry up and down the length of the car while keeping it, in the exact same spot on each side and placed, accurately onto the car. Then, I'll take a look here. Let me get closer to the wheel setup, and you kind of get an idea. There's the motor, and here's the wheels, and you can see the turnbuckle and the spring. And the spring just basically gives the cable tension. So that's like a 150-pound spring or something like that, and allows us to apply a lot of tension onto the cable itself. And then the cable goes down, and it goes to another set of pulleys, and it goes over and to another set of pulleys, and then back around and ties back into the gantry. So you can see here where we have another set of turnbuckles and springs for adjustment and the tensioning. And so basically, if I push the bottom portion of this gantry in one direction or another, it'll actually move the other side exactly the same amount. And this helps with the positioning of everything. So there you go. And what we use this for is we mount measuring devices onto this gantry. And we have one mounted. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other ones that do different things, but most of them are lasers. And this is a little bracket we made to hold a laser, and allows us to adjust it, and we can kind of adjust it, like pivot it, however we need to, and make sure that we're dead center and plumb basically to the center line that we have marked on the car, which is right there. So basically we base off of that center line, which is the very beginning line that we started with back when this was just a wooden box, and allows us to carry this line up to the center of the car. And it moves up and down the whole length of the car, making sure that measuring from where this laser is pointing, I don't know if you can see that or not, but if you can see that laser, basically we can measure from this laser line all the way over to a part onto the headlight area or any area that we want, and then we can do the same thing over here and make sure that we're symmetrical for the whole car. And this will just basically, it's just there to make sure that you know, when this thing's done and to the eye, it looks good. It doesn't have that kit car look. No offense to kit cars, but you know, a lot of people will build cars like this and not do any kind of, you know, symmetry to them, and you can easily tell that one side's off by another, you know, sometimes more, as much as an inch or more. And so we just don't want that to happen with this, and so we're taking a lot of steps on the whole symmetry process, especially since we plan on really taking this to a whole new level. So anyway, there's that, and basically the whole thing, we have a couple of switches that are placed around the car, and if I look over here, it allows us to move the gantry. We have a couple of speeds that we can move. This is actually the fastest speed, you know, so you can see right there how it all works, and it's real fluid. Doesn't really, you know, bounce around too much. That's, you know, pretty much it, and you kind of get an idea of how. Let me do this. Let me turn the lasers. Let me turn the lights off, and then maybe you can see a little better. So give me 1 second. Turn this light off, and another light and turn off. That one. Does that help out? So let's see. I got another light. All right. Hang on here. Oh, geez, that might be too dark. I don't know. This camera is not that great in the dark. So okay. So here's the laser as it's moving, and you can kind of get an idea of how it really covers the whole. I mean, it goes everywhere. This is a pretty cool laser. We have a bunch of them, but it has a wide span to it that makes basically a big X on the car. So it's one laser that gives us a type of grid setup, and so we have a couple more that really give us a grid setup on both sides of the car, and then 3 on the top of the car, so that we can measure the fenders and all that. So that's that, and there you go. I've been doing a little bit of fiberglass work today, and so we have a few shiny spots on the car, and that's what we're just really as of now we're working on this headlight. It's all hollowed out, but we have the headlights that we're putting in. I don't know if you guys saw a close up of these, but they're right here, and basically they're halo lights. I think I have it upside down, and I actually have lights plugged into them and everything, because we were placing them in and shining them onto the wall and seeing how they looked and all those things. So, and it turned out pretty cool. Makes it a lot more exciting when you see stuff like that start to come together. Anyway, that's it for now. I just wanted to go over the gantry deal, and I think that explains it. Feel free to email or YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or whatever. I've got like a million different websites now, so I'll try to answer any questions on how to make this if anybody else wants to try it. But anyway, it's nice having it motorized. Allows you to measure while moving it at the same time, so that's always good. A lot of them aren't really motorized, and you just have to pull one side or the other to move it. Basically, there you go. That's the end, and I'll update you guys next time. We'll do some video, which we're planning on doing a lot of body work. Starting to get some of my supplies in and the shop set up, so we'll have more time for all that, and more stuff for it. So anyway, until then, see you later. Bye. Guys, here I am again with the blade. I'm working on the headlight today, and basically we've undergone a few changes to the design slightly. So this has kind of been an issue since the early development of this car. It started off with completely different style headlights, and looking at regulations and things, we weren't able to really go with that particular design. So I incorporated a little bit more modern design, raised the headlights up a little bit, and used a manufactured headlight that I can get that has everything mounted inside of it without having to go custom. So I knowing that I didn't have the CAD files for that particular headlight, that it was going to be kind of a hit or miss deal with getting these to fit to the car. So I got as close as possible, and after fitting them to the car, we had to make a few changes. And while I'm at it, I'm kind of doing a little bit of design changes too. So as you can see, what you're looking at now is what we've come up with. And so there's still a lot to do with it. This car is going to have kind of built-in eyebrows that go over the lights, which is kind of like a thing that people do a lot these days. So it's kind of funny because this light, you can cover more than half the light and it'll still project fine in front of you. So we're going to have a little bit of the body will come down over the top of the headlight and make the transition a little bit better than what it is now. So what I'm working on today is we've built like a shelf and a platform for this light to sit on, and I'm sure in the past videos that you've seen me putting this light in and out a lot. So now we finally figured out and positioned it just the right way so that it looks right. And I've been laying some fiberglass filler all over the light, and I'm just been slopping it on. I'm going to sand it down quite a bit. So I have a lot on it. It's kind of ugly at the moment. But once I sand it down, it'll look a lot better and transition a lot better into the actual light. So that's what you see right there. And this is like a fiberglass filler. So it has actual strands of fiberglass in it. Ooh, and it gets really hot. So it's really hot right now. So basically, that's the current design that we're going with. It's a little bit more edgy. Since this car has hard lines going down the side and everything, I figured that it would be a good idea to also incorporate that design into the headlights a little bit. So we sunk in the headlight a little bit more than we have in our renderings, and we're creating kind of an inset look instead of what we had before. So this kind of gives you an idea of what we had before, which is kind of small, and didn't really realize how big the light was that we had and how much of the opening that we had to cut out to make it fit. But I think I'm starting to really like it. It's kind of growing on me. So we're going to go with this see how it turns out, and you know, if we need to change it, we'll change it, get new lights, or do it, or whatever we need to do. So feel free to comment, let me know what you think of these, you know, this new design. Hope it looks better to everybody. And like I said, once we get through with it more, it's going to look a lot more finished up and clean up. So we're still doing a lot to the finishing of this, and a lot of shaping is ahead of us. So this is really just the beginning of really getting and dialing in all the fine lines of the car and tweaking it. So there are going to be a few little things that change on the car here and there from our initial rendering, but for the most part, it's going to look, you know, the same. It just will have some different little design changes. So there you go. And I'm going to put this back on the stand, and I'm going to start sanding on it and show you what that looks like. I'll see you guys later. Okay, all right, I just got through sanding. You can kind of get a better idea of what the lines look like now after I did all the tweaking on the lines. There's still a lot more to do. This kind of gives you an idea where we're going, I guess, and you know, you can kind of see the actual general curves and layout. Let me scoot back a little bit. So, all right, I think that looks pretty good. I don't know, looks pretty aggressive. So hopefully what I'll do is I'll end up putting the other lights in and testing and make sure nothing is blocked or restricted. That'll give you an idea of what the other lights look like too. So there you go. I am very dusty, and that's just a little bit of body work, and we got a whole lot more to do. As you can see, what I'm doing now with the lights is what we're going to have to do with the whole car. So we're going to end up putting probably a lot of the same compound on the whole car and sanding it down till it has perfect lines. And then we'll hand it over to a professional body shop and have them make sure it just has a mirror finish on it and everything. So I'm not going to attempt to do that myself, but I'll get it close. So there you go. That's about all I can think to say about this. I'm about to run out of battery juice, so I'm trying to make it fast. But it kind of gives you an idea from the side view and kind of a quarter view. Go around. Whoa, that's a trip. Just gives you an idea what it looks like from the back and front. And zoom in. So there's before. And there's after. So hopefully after looks better than before to everybody. All right. Okay guys, here we are with the working on the second headlight, and alright guys, pretty much finished working on the second headlight. Finally got that tweaked in and positioned correctly into the car. It matches the other side really well. There's still a few tweaks that I'm going to have to do and go back and not really redo, but just mainly it's a few areas I need to build up and sand down and build up and sand down. That's kind of the story of this whole car. Anyway, so as you can see, that's what it looks like from the front. I think the look is pretty good, pretty happy with it. A lot of people emailed me and said that they like the new shape of the headlights and the way that they look now, and kind of the way that I'm incorporating them into this design. So I was thinking about, I don't know if anybody's seen like the new Audi RS8 or whatever, but they have like these cool little LEDs that go along the edge. So I was thinking about using that surface here, or this surface here, and putting those some type of LED look to it, but I'm not too sure. I'll save that for later down the road. Anyway, there you go, and I'm going to keep this video short just so I can fit it on YouTube and have a lot of the work in it. I'm really trying to show more of the work than trying to, you know, chat on video, just to, you know, hopefully show other people how, you know, you can do this. So there you go. I am going to turn on, I have halo lights on these lights, so I think I have them hooked up, so there you go. Alright, so that's what it looks like with the halos on. Not too bad. You can really see around to the edge of the car how much of the light really wraps around the front end. The front end's a lot more curvier than our original design, which was one of the complaints that we had because the front end was too flat. So now it's very curvy, very aerodynamic, and the headlights have a very swooshy look to them. So there you are with the new headlights, and kind of gives you an idea how they look up close. I don't have the other lights in place. I think I have, whoa. So I need to put the turn signal light in. All right, after this, now that, you know, pretty happy with the way the lights have turned out, and just a little bit of tweaking on those, and then just a lot of body work to finish up on the car. So I'm going to spend the next videos attacking the body work of the front end, and then I'll move on to finish up the back end. So the back end's still foam. We're waiting on some materials, and some reason those are taking a while to get here. So Anyway, talk to you guys later. Bye. Hey guys, here it is, another day at the shop. It's been we've been doing a little bit of work since our last video that we've kind of skipped, just videotaping because it's been rather boring. But basically, we fiberglassed the rest of the front end and supported it. This front end now is now an actual shell underneath the car. You can see it's kind of ugly, but basically it's all pretty much hollowed out so that we can put our chassis in and start putting an engine in and just working all the components around where to mount everything. So that was important that we got to that stage. Also, in that time, we've fiberglassed the back end. We have a few areas we need to add to and touch up because we ran out of fiberglass. And so I have about 80 pounds coming later this week. So the light areas you see on this tape on the car are areas that we only have just like one layer of fiberglass, and we're trying to put at least 3 on the back end. So this is the rough fiberglass back end, and then up front, well actually here at the door, we have working doors now. So we've cut the edges out of the door. The door line isn't exactly tweaked yet, so we have some body work to do, but we just have it rough fitted for now. And then on the front, we have some body filler that we've applied to the hood to smooth it out. And this is starting to really make the final shape look more like our rendering, and just make it just makes it look a whole lot better. It's kind of funny. We went from the foam, which everybody thought was cool and looked cool, and then we started throwing fiberglass on it, and it just kept getting uglier and uglier. and so now we're starting to add the body filler, and it's starting to look like a real car now. So that's pretty cool. That's what we've been doing today. So this video, you pretty much see Eric and I doing all the body filler and doing a lot of sanding on the hood, and getting it sand down, and just working on the lines and the high and low spots on the hood itself. So we still have a lot of work. There's a lot of build up and take down with the body filler, and then once that's done, we'll take it off to a professional shop and let them fine tune all the lines and tweak it, because we're definitely not body guy people. So anyway, that kind of gives you an idea of how the car's coming along, and we're moving pretty quick. We have an event at the end of this month that we're trying to prepare the car for, so we're going to try to have the whole car covered in a body filler and at least all one color. So that's going to be a huge milestone for us, and we're working every day, just tons of hours, working on it. So hopefully we'll make that deadline, and the next video in a week or so, the car will look more together, I guess. So there you go. We have some images on the wall that we hang up here. These images just help us know where certain things are on the car and certain body lines and how it's supposed to look. So we have kind of our own version of the Top Gear cool wall, I guess. So anyway, I guess that's it. So next video, hopefully you guys will see the car almost all one color. Let's aim for that. And it'll be quite a challenge, but we're almost there, and we've done a lot in just one day so far, and obviously we've been working on it a lot with the fiberglass. But like I said, at the end of this week or next week, we should have the car looking pretty good. So anyway, there you go. I'm tired, and I will see you guys on the next video. Bye. Hey guys, here it is, another day at the shop. It's been we've been doing a little bit of work since our last video that we've kind of skipped, just videotaping because it's been rather boring. But basically, we fiberglassed the rest of the front end and supported it. This front end now is now an actual shell underneath the car. You can see it's kind of ugly, but basically it's all pretty much hollowed out so that we can put our chassis in and start putting an engine in and just working all the components around where to mount everything. So that was important that we got to that stage. Also in that time we've fiberglassed the back end. We have a few areas we need to add to and touch up because we ran out of fiberglass, and so I have about 80 pounds coming later this week. So the light areas you see on this tape on the car are areas that we only have just like one layer of fiberglass, and we're trying to put at least 3 on the back end. So this is the rough fiberglass back end, and then up front, well actually here at the door, we have working doors now. So we've cut the edges out of the door. The door line isn't exactly tweaked yet, so we have some body work to do, but we just have it rough fitted for now. And then on the front, we have some body filler that we've applied to the hood to smooth it out. And this is starting to really make the final shape look more like our rendering, and just make it just makes it look a whole lot better. It's kind of funny, we went from the foam, which everybody thought was cool and looked cool, and then we started throwing fiberglass on it and it just kept getting uglier and uglier. and so now we're starting to add the body filler, and it's starting to look like a real car now. So that's pretty cool. That's what we've been doing today. So this video, you pretty much see Eric and I doing all the body filler and doing a lot of sanding on the hood, and getting it sand down and just working on the lines and the high and low spots on the hood itself. So we still have a lot of work. There's a lot of build up and take down with the body filler, and then once that's done, we'll take it off to a professional shop and let them fine tune all the lines and tweak it, because we're definitely not body guy people. So anyway, that kind of gives you an idea of how the car's coming along, and we're moving pretty quick. We have an event at the end of this month that we're trying to prepare the car for, so we're going to try to have the whole car covered in a body filler in at least all one color. So that's going to be a huge milestone for us, and we're working every day, just tons of hours, working on it. So hopefully we'll make that deadline, and the next video in a week or so the car will look more together, I guess. So there you go. We have some images on the wall that we hang up here. These images just help us know where certain things are on the car and certain body lines and how it's supposed to look. So we have kind of our own version of the Top Gear cool wall, I guess. So anyway, I guess that's it. So next video, hopefully you guys will see the car almost all one color. Let's aim for that. And it'll be quite a challenge, but we're almost there, and we've done a lot in just one day so far, and obviously we've been working on it a lot with the fiberglass. But like I said, at the end of this week or next week, we should have the car looking pretty good. So anyway, there you go. I'm tired, and I will see you guys on the next video. Bye. Hey guys, we're back with the Blade XTR. We're out here at Motorsport Ranch. This is where we're located now. We've done a lot to the car since our last video. Basically, since the last time we did the video, Motorsport Ranch had a 10-year anniversary event, and we decided to put in a lot of overtime on the car to try to get this car as far as long as possible, so that we could kind of open the garage doors and get an idea, and let people come through to get an idea what we're doing and see what their comments and feedback was on the car. And out of about 50 people that came through, all the comments were pretty good. There were about 500 people out here, and it seemed like everybody knew about the car. And we just didn't catch everybody coming through because we were out too busy looking at the cars ourselves and going around the racetrack and stuff like that. So me, Eric, Amit, and Eli have all been out here working on the car every day for the past 2, 3, 4 weeks or so. Really knocking out a lot of the hard work on the car. So basically we're pretty much done with the fiberglassing. There's probably a few areas that we'll hit and adjust and whatever, you know, later on, but basically we're at the stage of applying the surface to body filler on top of the surface and tweaking all of the lines and details to the car now. So that's why it's mostly white, has a few spots where you can kind of see the fiberglass coming through. Basically these are kind of high-low type areas, and eventually it'll probably be all one color, and we'll end up painting it soon down the road. So as you can see, we really have, let's go up here to the vents. We've worked on the front little snorkel vents up on the hood, and they have a lip to them and an edge to help suck the air out of the radiator and engine compartment. So that's in the works, and a little bit of tweaking to do on that. The front end air splitter, or whatever you want to call this, in the middle has been tweaked on a little bit, and it's a lot cleaner, and the lines are really coming out now. So we've been putting a lot of work into that area. We have makeshift tires in place. Obviously there's no wheels. We won't really get the wheels until we start putting the chassis and the suspension together, so we know what the proper offset is. Also, an area that you may notice in the video is kind of ugly is the lip around the wheel. We're going to tweak that last because that's going to depend a lot on the size tire and wheel that we use, and we may need to open that up or close it up a little bit depending on what size tires that we do go with. Let's see, in the back it's fully fiberglass now, along with the body filler and the paint. We have like this splatter paint on the car, and this helps us when sanding. Basically, give you an idea, where my hand is where it's real bright white. This is an area that's high, and where the paint is at, this is an area that's low. And so when you can still see that paint and you can feel it with your hand, that's telling us this area is low on the car and that this area is high. So we'll either fill in this black area with more filler, or we'll sand the high spots down to this level. It just depends on what the shape of the car is supposed to be at this area, and basically how the other side goes at the same time. So a lot of variables that go into the body work. It's a lot harder than it looks, and it's a big pain in the butt. So there you go. And let's see, we have the back. There's the tail lights in, and you can really start to get an idea what's coming together with the tail lights. You can get an idea where the rear diffuser's at. Now the tires are supposed to be a little higher up into the fender wells. We just have them resting on foam blocks right now. So, but basically this gives you an idea where the rear diffuser is going to go. And if you notice anything different with the back, it's because we have taken out the rear tail lights. Or not the rear tail lights, but the rear backup lights. Basically, the rear backup lights, which are right here, are not round exactly. So when we got them into the car, it didn't really look right to us. So we were like, well, let's scrap this idea and move on to a different deal. So basically, we have some new tail lights or new backup lights coming. Get that word right. And we're going to put the rear backup lights here, and maybe around in this area. We're not really sure, but it's hard to explain when I'm just pointing to a blank area. But once we get them in, you'll understand. So we still have a lot of work to do in the back. It's probably hard to see because I just had a light go out just while I was on this video, or doing this video. So it's a little darker back here now. And you can kind of get an idea of the way everything is shaping together. Here's the inside. Obviously we're going to take out this dash probably next week or something. The space behind the seat, we're going to have a roll bar back here that you see. There's some tape that we have I need to yank off. Kind of get an idea how the doors are starting to fit together. The lines are real nice and clean, and everything opens up pretty good. And that's good because that's going to make it easier for the mold shop to produce molds off of that. So as much working stuff we can have, the better. Other than that, you know, we've really just been working away like non-stop, just getting this going as fast as possible so that we get to the mold stage. We're getting there. We're still at a rough stage at the moment where we're using the body fillers and fiberglass to build up areas that need to be built up, or tweaking some designs that we're changing at the last minute or whatever. So there's still many hours of that before we go on to the final finishing of the car's surface. And then we'll apply paint and base coats and stuff like that onto the car, and it'll start to really look like a real car. And then that's when all the real excitement starts to happen, when we take it to the mold shop. So there it is, gives you an idea. One thing that we kind of did is this line that's going down the fender that we still need to tweak a little. We have it basically running down the car, and let's see, it comes down and then it runs to the door, and it follows. I've got to pull my camera back, but it follows back to the door and then up over the fender and back down. So it really has a nice line to the car. I don't know if you can really see it. Then also, while we're at the event, the 10-year event for Mossville Ranch, we noticed that on the Audi R8s they had a pretty cool spoiler system on their car that wasn't too crazy looking, or, you know, over exaggerated like you see on race cars, or it didn't have that you know, Euro tuner car look. So basically we kind of like that idea, and I think we're going to adapt something like that. It was kind of a minimal spoiler setup that was had linear actuators that raised and lowered it. It was all made of carbon fiber, and it's pretty slick, and we really liked it. So we may adapt that type of spoiler to this setup here later on. So there you go, and that's the car for now. We'll give you another update soon. It's really, really hot, and we're all dying here. So so anyway, I'll catch you guys next week or so on the next video, and give you another update how things are going. See you later. Bye. It's me posting another video of the blade. Sorry it took so long. This past month or 2 months or so, it's been kind of crazy with my father passing away and stuff. So took a little time off and just got a little refocused on some things, and just had a lot of stuff to do and deal with during all that. So it's about, I don't know, it's about 4,000 degrees out here. It's super hot. I think my car registered 118 degrees just now. So in the shade, which is crazy. So I know it's not that hot, but man, it sure feels like it. Anyway, today I started working on the hardtop, and as you can see, I guess per the latest renderings and stuff, we've added the humps in the roof now. And basically this is just the foam stage, kind of like how I did with the beginning of the video. This basically adds a full inch to the roof line. And actually, I'll take that back, it adds 1.5 inches. The foam is 1 inch thick, and it's sitting on about 1/4 inch of fiberglass right now. And then we're going to apply another layer of fiberglass on top of this foam, which will add a little bit more height. So, so basically 1.5 inches or so of height in the roof alone. Of course, we dropped the floor pans a little bit to allow for taller people such as myself and stuff. So anyway, just kind of gives you an idea of what it looks like. This is just at the beginning of the foam stage. I've pretty much been working on this for about 1.5 hours, 2 hours, I guess, and basically roughed up the hardtop that we had here with some 40 grit sandpaper. Applied some glue, and then I laid the foam down, which is just flat insulated foam insulation foam from Home Depot. And basically, I don't know if you can see, but what I did in order to make sure it maintains its shape, I don't know if you can see, but here you can see one big line, which is I cut a bunch of reliefs into the foam. I just lost light. Into the foam to allow the foam to curve along with the hardtop itself. So it'll tend to lift off, as you can see right here, off the top, but that's not a big deal. Right before we put fiberglass, we'll inject some other type of glue underneath it, and that'll make sure it really stays in place. This spray glue that I have is just a light glue that just holds it in place while I do the shaping, and then we'll inject some other glue into the foam to hold it in place. So this kind of gives you an idea. We have the split down the center, which is just cosmetic. It doesn't do anything, doesn't make it go any faster, but it does add height to the roof line, and it doesn't throw off the look of the car. It makes it look like what we've rendered in the images and things. And so there you go. Still got a lot of work to do on the back. The back's going to cut off. It's going to be cut off now, and it's going to have flat glass in the back with, I don't know, with this area kind of coming out along with the curve and contouring to the car. So that's hard to explain. So in the next video, I'll show you what I'm doing with that. But anyway, just want to give you guys a quick update. Still working on the car. I have some test tires in place, and along with the suspension and stuff now. The frame is in place, and you kind of get an idea. It's basically what I started off with a long time ago, and we're still working on another chassis. So this is still just a test chassis for fitting and aligning and things like that. So, so there you go. And I'll catch you guys next video. So I'll try to stay on top of these videos a little more now and stuff. So I'll see you guys later. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video update on the Blade. In the past few days and few videos, we've been working on the hardtop. As you can see, we've added the top raised, support to roof, raised areas on the roof, however you want to call it. The roof humps, I don't know. But basically, these humps, their main function is just allow someone like me to have a little bit more headroom for helmets and things like that inside the car, and just be more comfortable in general. So on top of lowering the seating in the inside and creating extra room, now we've added some extra height to the roof itself. So it's been raised about 1.25 inches, probably be raised a little bit more by the time we're done. But basically, this kind of gives you an idea what it's looking like at the moment. Still have a lot of sanding to do. Man, am I tired of sanding. It's only 112 degrees out right now. So anyway, basically we got to add some body filler to the roof and smooth it out and really establish what lines the roof's going to have and everything like that. So that'll be after this and stuff. So right now we have to add on the rear portion of the hardtop. The back of it's been cut off quite a bit. We're going to add these little rear wings to the top that are going to wrap around back to the flat glass. So all in all, this top will be a lot lighter than it originally was in the first place. So that'll make it easier to take on and off and store and all that stuff. So anyway, there you go. That's what the back's looking like so far. Like I said, still have a long ways to go on just about every aspect of the car. So, but really, we're pretty close to having it molded. Right now it's just a lot of labor and tweaking the body lines. So just getting everything right and perfect and measured, and then we can go to have molds made. So this process is probably going to take a while. It's not exactly exciting, but it's going to be worth it in the long run. So I'm really wishing at this moment that I had a nice 5-axis CNC machine. So anyway, I guess I'll keep you guys updated on some more videos with the hardtop and other sections. We have some other supplies, metal and steel, coming to support the body itself onto the frame that we have inside. I know you can't see that at the moment, but there is a frame inside there, or a chassis. So anyway, almost wiped out. So anyway, just wanted to give you an update, and I'll keep the videos coming. Later, bye. Hey guys, this is Neil. Just going to give you a quick update on the car. Trying a little bit different video format with me in the picture, and probably shouldn't have used a wide angle lens that I'm just noticing. So anyway, just wanted to kind of go over a few things that we've done to the car, and this past month has been kind of crazy with family issues and cancer and stuff like that. So we've pretty much are dealing with that, and we're continuing to work on the car, and that's been kind of a focus and something to distract a little bit. So anyway, here we go. I'm going to show you what we've been working on. I'm not trying to trip. All right, as I've said before, we have a frame inside the car, a chassis basically with some suspension components and stuff. So it's just there really for placement and to make sure that we have the system or the chassis centered to the body. At the same time, we're still shaping on the body. We have a lot of that to do, and it's kind of difficult because we have to basically you know, shape the body and attach it to the frame and make sure it doesn't shift or anything like that. It's kind of crazy, and it's hard to explain because a lot of people think this is the actual body, and it's not. It's really just a buck. So we're going to end up having molds made of this, but we need it to be, you know, as accurate as possible so that when we have the body shell and body panels made, they'll fit right onto the frame, you know, exactly. We want to mess with it. It'll be a nice, perfect fit. So it's better for us to take the time now to make sure everything fits properly and aligns properly and everything like that. So as you can see, I've cut out the hole, the side vent, and created a big giant hole inside of the car. Basically, I did that because I wanted to change the shape of the vent and make it a little bit bigger and kind of move it away from the door area a little bit. So it's not really going to get too much bigger, even though the hole's big. We're going to end up filling that in, and I'll videotape that later. But right now, I needed to support the inside of this fender because you know, when we took all the bracing out, it became real flimsy, I guess, and floppy. So what we're doing is we're using our good old friend Gorilla Glue, and we have some wood basically glued to the fiberglass and holding it in certain areas so that it won't move. And then we'll go back over that and epoxy and fiberglass on top of that to make sure it doesn't really ever move, and make sure everything stays just you know, just where we want it to. So Gorilla Glue is my new friend. I didn't realize how good that really sticks to fiberglass. So it's really a good glue for bonding just about anything. I've bonded steel and wood, everything, plastic, all to the underneath of fiberglass without even having to prep the fiberglass, and it works really good. So not that I'm trying to push Gorilla Glue, but it would be nice if they sponsored me though. Anyway, so that's pretty much what we've been working on. There's a frame inside, and it's kind of hacked up and stuff, so there's a lot to do with it. It's only the lower part of the chassis and everything, and so we haven't attached the rear end to the chassis yet, or installed the roll cage or anything like that. So there's a lot that we still have to do with just shaping the body and make sure everything fits and aligns correctly. So we're getting close to being able to take the car off of this platform. So that's our next point. I mean, that's our next big step, is once we're able to get it off this platform, then we'll really be able to start finishing shaping the sides and the bottom of the car and tweaking everything underneath it. So that's going to be a little further down the road. But as you can see, I'm trying to hurry up because when I post these on YouTube, I only get 10 minutes of video time. I really hate that. I wish they would expand that to like 20 minutes or something. So anyway, so here's the hardtop that you saw. It's just sitting on the ground at the moment. I've recently added a rear section to the hardtop to kind of finish it off. It's nowhere near 100% or anything. It's just mainly raw fiberglass. So we have to go back over it with some body filler, and as you see, the other side's not done. So what I'll do later is I'll go ahead and film the other side being done so that people can see how we shaped the other side of the hardtop. And one little trick is there's a wire in the middle with a turnbuckle in the middle. And what that does is when we cut the top, it allowed it to stay in the same position, so that, because fiberglass has a tendency to kind of spring out. So when it's attached, you know, so basically when it's attached from one side to the other, when you undo it, it springs back. And so that makes sure it keeps it in place. That's basically it. There's a lot of race cars out today, so if I'm having to yell into the camera, it's because they're all right in front of me. My garage, so pretty cool cars. So that's that. And oh yeah, one last thing. I'm still getting a lot of emails on this gantry thing. Everybody's like, "What's the orange thing around the car?" Well, Again, we call it the gantry. I don't really know what its technical name is, but basically it's a system that allows us to line everything up on the car. As you can see, we have lasers. I don't know if you can see that or not, but we have lasers that shine onto the car and help us align and draw patterns out onto the car or whatever we need to do with it. It helps us find the center line to the car so we know what to measure from and keep everything symmetrical. It's really useful. It's kind of like a third hand. In this case, I'm actually using it to help line where I'm going to cut the hole, where I had to cut this hole out at, and where the brake line is going to be in the hood for it to tilt forward. So, and at the same time, it's also holding some of the bracing on the inside using this little bungee cord. And so I can't really move it, but it actually has a switch that makes it move back and forth, and it's on this little cable drive system. So that hopefully explains it, and I'll probably just continue to tell people about it and over, and every 4 or 5 videos, because I do get a lot of emails on it. But it's really useful. So if someone has extra metal or want to make one, it's definitely something that you should do for anyone who decides to try to do this, because it really does help with keeping the symmetry of the whole vehicle and making sure you don't really mess up too bad with your alignment. So that's really the best thing about it. So anyway, I think that's about it. So I will, I guess, keep you guys updated on what we do next, and I'll videotape some of the other things that we plan on doing next with the side vent and hardtop, and I'll do those in the normal time-lapse deal. So anyway, everybody, take care. I'll see you next video. Bye. Alright guys, I'll film some of these cars for you. So here, let me zoom in on that one. That was pretty loud. Wait, that's not the loud one. There it is. Alright. That car's pretty quick. Tree. Let's get it coming back. It's going to come towards us in a second. It's called Big Ben. Hey guys, got another quick video update. Not a lot of time lapse, or not any time lapse in this version. We haven't had a lot of big projects to do the time lapse for, so we've mainly just been working on some of the fine details, which have been quite boring. So basically, we're really doing a lot of body work and tweaking in the final lines to the car and make sure everything's symmetrical. Ran into some issues on one of the headlights and had to correct that. And that took a while and was rather frustrating. So, but now everything's great on the lights, and no more jacking with the lights. So basically, we're now moving on to the wheel wells, and we've determined the size tire and wheel that we're going to use. And now we had to make a form that fit inside the wheel wells. And we're going to use this to finish shaping the wheel area and getting everything just perfect. We're using our gantry right now to make sure that these things are centered exactly in the right place. And you know, as you can see, just kind of back off, you can kind of get an idea how this thing's built. Basically, it's just out of 3/4 MDF and screws and glue, and and that's it. And so we have a hole that goes straight to the center of the form, and then we have an arrow, believe it or not, that is pointing to the center of this hole. And on the other side we have another arrow, and it points to the center of the hole on the other side. And then we have a laser that shines through the holes on both sides and make sure that everything's square and in line the way that it needs to be. So you can see this arrow, I don't know if you see that, but the tip of the arrow basically, when we move the gantry back and forth, follows that line, and you know, and shows us that we're right on it. So we can line it up to that hole and then go back on the other side, and we should be right on the hole on the other side. So which we are, if you can see that. So so anyway, so this helps us align everything and keep everything symmetrical and within tight tolerances, basically. And you know, and then we also have little things hanging down from the gantry that go along the side profile on both sides, and then everything is basically measured off the center line to the car, which is a little laser line going up that way. That's kind of cool. So anyway, so the little gantry is turned out to be pretty accurate now. We've really got this thing dialed in, and it works well, and you know, not too bad. Being scratch made from windshield wiper motor and some garage door cable. So anyway, it's working out pretty good, and just want to give you guys an update on this. The next thing that we'll be doing, which I'll probably do the time lapse, will just be tweaking in the fenders and doing the body work on both sides. So we'll see how that goes. And of course, we still have the big vents on the side, which I will sculpt basically after we get the wheel well figured out more and sculpted in shape and all that. So so other than that, you know, we're waiting on some more supplies. We're waiting on some special sanding blocks that will allow us to sand inside the front grille, and this will be real handy because there's a lot of crazy corners, and we need to get some sharp edges and things like that and get to them. And the blocks will allow us to do that. They're all different, you know, various sizes and shapes and things like that. So that will really help us later down the road. We've updated the CAD file and did a little tweaks on the hood. So the design of the hood is the same, but the way it opens is different now. So what we're going to do is basically leave the front end grill area or openings intact, and that will be a separate piece, just like on a regular production car. It'll come off like a normal bumper does. And then the hood will still be one piece, but it'll have a cut line in between the headlight area, and it will lift up slightly and then slide forward and up. So I know that's kind of hard to explain, may not make a whole lot of sense, but I'll post up a rendering of it, and you guys let me know if you like it or not. So the hood thing has been kind of bothering us because the whole front end's pretty heavy, you know, and having to lift all that with the headlights and, you know, fog lights and duct work that we were going to have just wasn't going to work. So so we needed to kind of rethink that, and having this hood open up this new way is, I think, it's going to make it much more functional, lighter, and easier to get to and work on and assemble and all those things. So just too many pluses to not do it, really. With that, not a whole lot else, not a whole lot of anything else going on. You know, still working on the hardtop a little bit. We're not really ready to tackle that fully, so we're just, you know, working on it here and there as ideas come to us and things like that. So I guess over the next few weeks, we'll be working on these wheel wells. We're going to create the same forms that we have on the wheels, on the front wheels and the back, and do the back, because we really have really wide tires that we're putting on the back. I don't know if you guys have seen these. So this is a 325 3519, and you know, it's I don't know, 12-13 inches wide, so it's pretty big. And this is just one I pulled off of a tire pile out in the back that all these guys race with, and we're just using it for mock-up purposes. So this is what's going on the back, and then on the front we'll have a 19-inch that is more around like a 275, 285. So that'll look nice on the car. So other than that, I think that's pretty good. Got a new welder, so we're able to do some better welding and things, and got our metal in. I don't know if you guys saw that, but other than that, I guess that's it. And I'll post some more pictures and video coming soon. So check us out on Facebook, and we'll keep that updated, and we'll keep posting. So see you later. Hey guys, we're back with another video, and today I'm going to show you a little trick that we use to make fiberglass sheets. So what I have here in front of me is a piece of glass, and this is just some glass from Home Depot or something like that. And basically what we do is we wax up this glass using some mold release wax, and then basically we'll spread it onto the glass, and I've already spread a little bit on here, and kind of let it dry for a little bit, and then wipe it off until it's, you know, fairly shiny. So it's just kind of like regular wax that you wax your car with. So you wax it, and then when it starts to haze up, then you'll want to remove it. But if you leave it on there, and it's a little heavy, it's not really a big deal for what we're doing here. So anyway, what we do is we then take some sheets of fiberglass, and we'll lay it on top of the glass. And I'm just going with two 1.5 ounce sheets of fiberglass layers, and they're not exactly cut very straight, but that's pretty much okay. So I'm only going to need just a little strip. So then what we do is I'll mix up some resin, and we'll use this resin, and we'll infuse it into these sheets and let it set up, and then we'll be able to peel this off and come out with a really smooth sheet. So some of the things I use is a little roller, and this basically will roll the resin into the fiberglass. And one cool thing about this is this is a homemade super cheap roller. So this is basically a paintbrush roller from Home Depot, and what we did was we added some washers on top of it, and a little I don't know, funky little nut that we found at the hardware store. So basically it's let me see, I don't know if you can see this, but it's two different size washers, and one smaller than the other, and you just stack them like that, and it kind of creates a grooved roller. So it saves you a lot of money, because you know, from the real fiberglass pro shops and stuff, these things are like 40 bucks, 30 bucks for a roller. And I actually find it easier to clean, or I find these easier to clean than the all one-piece aluminum or plastic rollers that you get online, because basically you can just undo this nut, drop all the washers into a can of acetone, and let it soak overnight, and then dump your washers out and put them back on, and it's clean. It's not all clogged up. So I found that tip somewhere, probably on the internet, and so I'm not going to assume credit for it. I'm sure it belongs to somebody else. So anyway, so that's a helpful deal. I need to get some gloves on, and I want to mix up some resin, and then I'll apply it, and then show you what it looks like when I release it. So let me do that real quick. All right, I'm back, and I've mixed up a thing of resin. I actually haven't mixed it yet, but I've poured some resin. This is probably way too much, so not a big deal. So I'm gonna put the gloves on. Everybody always asks me why I do all this with my nice watch on. I don't know, but I haven't got it messed up yet. So I have another problem with these videos is I'm so tall, I always lose my head on the videos. So kind of strange, because I wish I could look at the camera, or at least have you seen my face. So anyway, I'm going to mix some resin. I got it right here, and I'm going to mix this pretty hot. So generally I have about 20 ounces, I guess, and you know, one good squirt is good, but I like to do a couple. So it's all over the place. So I'm going to mix it pretty hot, just so that it sets up fast for the camera time. So you want to mix it up pretty good. So hopefully I can get this under like 10 minutes for YouTube, and I don't have to cut it out. That's the goal. See if I can do some tips every month or something like that. Stuff that I think is pretty useful for everybody out there trying to do something like this. Alright. Okay, I think that's probably pretty good. See how that goes. And this is real good for working all the air bubbles out. That's what the rollers do. It helps evenly disperse the resin. And if you have too much resin on it, which can be a bad thing, it actually makes it weaker to have resin. That's why, you know, if you research this at all, things like, you know, vacuum forming and stuff like that are a lot better, because they really get all the resin out and just leave the minimum amount for binding the materials together, which makes it really strong and really light at the same time. So the roller kind of does the same thing. There's different types. There's some rollers that are strictly for dispersing the resin in between the layers, and then there's some that are specifically for removing air bubbles. This one is more for just kind of dispersing the resin, more than getting rid of air bubbles. And that's pretty much it. Let's do this a little bit, and make sure you get it all smooth and soaked in. Alright, I think that's it. I've kind of run some of the excess off on the sides, which is good. And the nice thing about using this mirror with the wax on it is when I get through, basically just take a little tiny screwdriver and come in at an edge and pop it off, and the whole thing will just peel right off real easy, and it'll have just like a glass finish on the other side, really smooth. So it's really good. And the best thing about it, it's real flexible, so you can bend this real easy without it breaking. So, all right, so that's good. Set that there, and then we'll let that set up for a little bit, and then I'll show you what it looks like when I take it off. So, I'm not sure how long it'll take, but I'll try to get that on video. All right. All right, we're back, and the fiberglass mat is now set, and it's hard. It's a new day, it's a new shirt, so I'm going to show you how I remove this and how easy it comes off. So basically, you just take a razor blade, and you just want to grab a corner somewhere. You just barely stick it up around in some of the areas, and you'll see it start to lift. I don't know if you can see that little air basket in there. And then you just pick it up like that. Now it's perfectly smooth on the back side. I don't know if you can see that in the picture, how shiny it is. But it's really, really shiny and it's very smooth. For what we use this a lot, it's not necessarily that it has to be so smooth, it's just the glass makes it easy to make a flat piece of fiberglass that's pretty thick. And in our case, really flexible, so we like it to be nice and flexy, and this will help if we need to build up stuff. One place that we used this was on the previous headlight that we had some issues with. We created I guess we kind of cut out a little ledge like that and placed it into the headlight frame basically, and use this as a mounting surface. So this is one that we didn't use, but again, we were able to use it and then bend it to the contour of the light. So it just really helps out with things like that. So now we got it. It's kind of ugly, and what we'll do is just go through and we'll cut a nice square shape out of this and just trim it off, and then cut out the shape that we need. But it's a real quick and easy deal. It would have set up a lot quicker, but it's a little chilly these days now, so it takes a little longer to set up. So that's why I'm doing it the next day. So anyway, I will do another video later and show you guys how I'm going to use this. I have some certain places that I need to use this piece, so I'll do that in another video next time. Hey guys, welcome back to another video, and sorry it's been so long since our last update. The holidays and weather have kind of thrown us off a little bit, and mainly the weather right now, because it's so cold and humid out that it makes it difficult for us to work with our materials, and because they're kind of sensitive to that. So I figured in the meantime I'll do a quick video on what I get a lot of emails on, which is how did we get our 3D model into a full-scale model, and what was the process. And so I kind of wanted to show some of that. And so that's what I'm going to do now. I have our 3D model of our car, which is pretty much has everything in it. It's kind of all-in-one rendering of the car, and this shows us, you know, everything's pretty much animated in here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a portion of the car. Let's see which sections I take. Let me just start with the front of the car, and I'm going to take the hood and front bumper, and I'm going to isolate these into a simpler model that's easier to handle and work with. So here it is with the front hood section of our car, and it's in sections. As you can see, there's the top hood, and then this is the bumper area with the headlights and front vent louvers and things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split this up and ungroup it, and you'll be able to see that there are two halves to the car. There's a left and right side, and the reason for that is because any changes we make to one side get duplicated to the other side to keep the symmetry just perfect. So with what I'm going to do with slicing the car up into sections, I'm going to get rid of half of the car, and we're going to just work with one half of the car right now, and I'll explain that as I go. What I need to do now is create our first section to the car. So I'm going to center this to front and zoom in on it a little bit, and then I'm going to take our section tool, and we're going to create a section that's just a little bigger than the car, and then we're going to align this section up because it doesn't start off aligned, and then we're going to move it over the car, zoom in on it, and as you can see, if I take this section and I'm oops, wrong, if I did it again, where's the section at? Okay, if I take the section, okay, I can select it. Geez. So as I move this section down the car, you can see that it kind of takes a slice, or it's highlighting a slice of the car that it will take. So as I move this up, I'll show you. That's going to be its first slice. What I'll end up doing is placing a slice every 4.25 inches down the length of the hood or the length of the car. And the reason why it's 4.25 is because we're going to use 4 inches of foam in between each section of wood, but then also we have to compensate for the thickness of the wood, which is 0.25 or a quarter inch in our case. And so what I'll end up doing is making an array, and I'll set the array at 4.25, and I'll do 14 sections and do a little preview, and you can see it pops up with 14 sections on the car. And so these are all sections, and you can kind of see, I don't know with the video if you're going to be able to see a lot of this in detail or not, but each little yellow line will be a sliver taken from the car. What we need to do is we need to process one of these, and we'll go over here and we'll create a shape from it, and we can do that with another one, and you'll want to do these for all of them one at a time basically. And then what you're left with is a little sliver of the car. So I'm going to delete that, and then we're going to take the sliver that I just created, and I'm going to move it out to the side. Alright, so now you can see that that's the contour and the shape of that section of the car, and this is what will end up being the cut line to the car. And like on our car, I think there was probably 30 or so sections down the whole length of the car, and then another 30 sections across the front and across the back that were all 1 to 2 inches apart for a lot higher detail in some of those more contoured and curvy sections of the car. Okay, so just kind of give you an idea, that's a simple section removed from the car. Okay, so here's our other model with all of the various sections in the car that are that are going to be taken from the main 3D model. And also what we did is we added some measurement models. And so the measurement models that are highlighted now, these go through the whole car, and they also go through each section that you see at the top here. And so when I process the sections and create the final shape, it also creates a shape of these measurement marks. And what that's good for is for helping us to align each panel exactly where it needs to be. It also gives us measurement marks as we're working on the car and stuff that we can use so that we know how far something is from the center of the car. Just give you an idea, if I take one of these panels and let's select the front one, and I move it out from the car, and let's center it. Okay, so this would be basically our 4x4 sheet of wood that's a 1/4 inch thick, and all the little tiny yellow lines are 1 inch measurement points, and then the outline of the car, as you can see here, is where we will use for cut line. And then what we do is we take this into Adobe Illustrator or something like that, and we process it a little further, and then this file can be exported out for a CNC machine to cut or water jet, or you can print it out onto a plotter and use that to cut your wood pieces out. And then you put your 2 pieces of 4x4, like 4 foot by 4 foot pieces of MDF wood together, and then you print only on one side, or you CNC only on one side, and what it'll do is it'll cut out both halves of the car, and then all you have to do is unfold it, and then you have 2 symmetrical sides of the car. Because a lot of people are wondering, how did we get everything so symmetrical? Well, that's one way. I mean, otherwise you can CNC a whole big giant 4x8 piece of wood, but that's just a lot to work with. It's kind of difficult, and this makes it easier. It's a little cheaper, and there's a lot of advantages of doing it this way. So so what I did after this is we processed it. We put it into a PDF file for printing onto giant plotter paper, and then this was applied to our pieces of wood the first go around. You can also do, like, I highly recommend, like CNC and water jet and stuff like that. But as you can see, this is the cut line of the car. This is the outside section piece of the car, and these are our measurement marks. And I've placed them everywhere. You can do as many as you want, but I just wanted to have some in kind of in the bottom and the top and the middle, so that we always had a mark to measure from somewhere. And these are some vertical marks, and then this is the very center vertical line of the section, and then this would be the baseline of the section also. And then here there's even a little piece of our frame, so that we know that we can cut around that and allow room so that we can actually put the frame into the wood form as we begin to build it. So that's basically it. I'll try to put some pictures on this or whatever to show you some of the work that we did in the beginning. Okay, I'm going to work this area on this fender and build up this material, or this side, a little more. The other side is a little more straight and flat, and so the idea is to try to make this side match as close as possible. So I have these alignment arrows that kind of tell me how far I need to build up the material. And so I have about a 1/4 inch to add here and smooth all this out. So what I'm going to do now is just sand it all flat because it's just fresh body filler, and then I'll add some more, and then we'll just keep going back until we get the right contour that matches the other side. So anyway, I need to move these arrows forward so I can work, and I'll start. while I wait for the Bondo to dry, I'm going to cut out this template piece that we've been using to hold the wheel well shape in place. We're pretty much done with shaping this the cinder wheel well out a little. So what I'm going to do is cut this out and leave about a 1.5 inch lip all the way around. That way it allows us to have access inside. I can get to this panel area and start filling this in next. So anyway, back to that, and I have my dust mask. Yeehaw. Now that I'm done with the wheel well, I'm going to focus on filling this hole in with this sheet of fiberglass that I used, or that I made in one of my previous videos. And this is just going to be a backing for this hole, so that when I apply fiberglass and body filler over it, this will just kind of be a support, so that I have something to lay it up against. So it's real nice because it's real flexible and all that. So that's what I'm going to do, and now I just need to figure out how I'm going to cut it out, and then how I'm going to secure it in place. So I haven't really figured that out yet. So I guess I'm going to do some experimenting here in a second, and then I'll go ahead and cut it out, and then I'll play around with the experimenting part, and then when I come back I'll tell you what I did. So anyway, all right, there you go. Hey guys, okay, back at the shop, and I have a new camera. The last camera kicked a bucket last night. Eric and I were doing a lot of sanding and making a lot of dust, and you know, pretty much crapped out our camera. So I just went to Best Buy and picked up one of these flip cameras, and gonna check it out and see how well it does. Seems to do okay so far. I guess the big thing that I noticed at the moment is that I can't really use any of my wide angle lenses that I had on my other camera. My other camera was more of a kind of a pro consumer camera, and so I had a lot of attachments and external microphones and just all kinds of things that you could attach to it. And this one's kind of simple, and you can't really attach anything to it, but it might be better for what we're doing anyway, since this is kind of more of the I guess video blog atmosphere for this project. So so maybe this will work out better. This camera is actually 1080p, where my other camera was only 720, and it really wasn't even that great of a 720 because it's fairly old. But so far this one seems to be doing okay, and you know, hopefully the sound quality and all that's all right. And you know, I guess we'll see. If not, it will be going back. So anyway, just a quick update. Eric and I worked on the hardtop and some of the front end stuff yesterday, and I added, I'm starting to mock up this side. I don't know what to really call it, but it's just the side section to the hardtop. And I don't know, in the other videos, if you're keeping up with the previous videos, then you remember me talking about the weather and how it really affects the type of work that we're doing, since we're working with body fillers and fiberglass resins and things that tend to be temperature sensitive and sensitive to the humidity in the air. Well, yesterday this thing here, and I don't know if you can see that, I think this thing has a macro on it, so hang on, let me click that. Oh, hey, that's cool. Okay, so we did this yesterday, and you can still see it's still wet. It didn't set up. So that's the kind of problems that we run into, because the temperature dropped a little bit last night, and it could have just been something wrong with the resin that we used also. So I guess I'm going to show you a technique on how to fix that. Basically, I guess what I'll do is end up applying another layer of fiberglass on top, and I'll use a new thing of resin and hardener, and what I'll do is I'll mix the hardener in the resin to where it's really hot. So basically I'll put a lot of hardener in it, and then I'll saturate this area, and I'll do little small sections at a time, and the heat and the extra hardening vapors from the hardener and stuff should interact with this and allow this to set up. It's kind of setting up, but it still has a ways to go, so it's better if I do that. Otherwise it could just be a big giant mess. So this is just kind of thing where it will set up over time, but I mean, it could take a week. And you know, I don't want to wait a week. But anyway, so when we get through with that, it looks all messy and choppy and nasty because this is kind of a mock-up. It's basically, think of it as a frame support for what we're going to do over it, and then it should end up looking like this, a little better. And so that kind of gives you an idea of how that looks. We still have a lot of sanding to do, and this is fresh laid body filler. So we'll sand it and it'll be smooth, kind of like that on the top. So still a lot of shaping to do. I'm gonna get rid of this wire thing that's sticking out. That's kind of holding, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but if you look inside, there's a little turnbuckle, and it allows us to keep the top from bowing out when we apply the resins and the fiberglass, because the resin will tend to shrink, and it'll cause the piece that you're working on to start to bow or bend or, you know, act weird. So that little wire helps keep the top supported where we want it to go, and it seems to be working. But now it's time to cut this out, and I don't know how this does in the dark, but I don't know if you can see that or not. Anyway, that's kind of the inside. So anyway, just kind of trying to test this camera out more than anything, but that looks like it. I really have to walk back kind of far in order to get a good view. I don't know if I can stick my wide angle lens on it, but this is in 1080, so we'll see how it does. Maybe it'll look really good when I upload it to YouTube and all that. I may have to step down to the 720 setting just so that I can fit the file size, since YouTube kind of limits the file size and the time. So they make it kind of hard to upload these videos when we're doing long, big projects. But I guess we'll just have to deal with it. Anyway, so that's that, and then I'll shoot some of the video of us working on the car with this also, and we'll just see how that goes. All right, bye. Okay guys, all right, now you can see it's been about, I guess, 15 minutes or so, and the fiberglass that I just laid down is now hard and has cured on top of that the other fiberglass resin and stuff that was not curing due to whatever issues it was having, whether it was the temperature or weather or humidity, I don't know. Could have been the hardener. Sometimes hardeners are flaky and they don't work. So, you know, the more I think about it, that could probably have been what the issue was, because I actually put a lot of hardener in the stuff last night, and it was really strange that it didn't set up. So anyway, that kind of gives you an idea of, you know, how you can fix something like that and recover, because a lot of people will be like, oh my God, it's all gooey and nasty, and they would just rip it off and start over. Well, you don't necessarily have to do that. So there you go, and I'm about to fill in this hole now, and we'll have that on tape here in a sec. Okay. Hey everyone, welcome back. Going to do a quick video on just answering some questions and stuff that we're getting a lot of emails on. Just wanted to address the side vents. A lot of people are wondering why we're filling in the side vents again. The quick answer is we ended up causing damage to the side when we moved it to this new facility a while back, and trying to do both side vents at the same time and keep them symmetrical has just been a real big issue. So we figured the best way to get around that was to just fill it in and then contour each side correctly, and then what we'll do is we'll create an area where the vent will go. So there will be vents on the side of the car, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna build those vents independently and separately, and we'll make them out of different materials like carbon fiber or ABS plastic or something like that. And that will give us more options on the design and the configuration, and we can design the vent that works best for the function that it's supposed to do, and also make the hood section easier to mold, because we don't have to worry about those vents being there during the mold process. And it should help us create a cleaner side vent with more detail and all that other stuff. So just kind of thinking ahead and on what production of this will actually be. This will just help all the way around with all of that, and just keep things easier and simpler. So that pretty much answers that question, I guess. And so there will be vents, don't worry, and they're gonna be cool and all that. So we'll just put those in later. Then on the hardtop, we're doing a lot of work on this. This is kind of the before, so it's all choppy and nasty, and I'm going to be working on this today and cleaning it up and making it match the other side. And then what we'll do is we'll start at the front and work towards the back on finishing up some of the other details. So still a lot of work to do. Just need to get around to it. I've been doing some other videos, but for some reason my computer at the house is messing up the audio for some reason, so I have to fix that and see if I can get those videos uploaded later. All right, so now you can see that I painted the whole driver's side black, and this is just to help get a better feel for the lines on the car. And you can see the lines kind of start, it's kind of a harsh line. The car is called the Blade, so we're keeping that that blade styling, I guess. So a lot of sharp lines, but yet very fluid and flowing at the same time. And so that line comes all the way to the back and to the front, curves around the headlight, and then straight down to the ground. And so a nice little fluid line to the car that goes all the way from the back to the front. And you can see we have tires in place just for fitting. So still need wheels and all that good stuff, but that'll come later. And then off to the back, there's the back. I don't know if this would be too dark in the video. I lost some of my lights on this side, so I need to get up there and fix them. And then here's the hardtop. You can see it's all nice and smooth, transitions and everything. And this is what we're going to do on the other side. We have it stuck down on the base, and we're using this tape so that the top isn't actually stuck to the car, and we'll be able to pop it off. Don't know why my video is in dark, but anyway, so there you go. I'm gonna clean this up, and then maybe I'll pop the top off at the end and start working on the top center section. So we've been able to increase the headroom about 1.5 inches without messing up the lines of the car, and so it's starting to look pretty good and come together. I like the way the top looks, and so it's looking good. So anyway, I'm gonna start working, and I'll finish up those other sides, and I'll have that all in the time-lapse mode, and I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, finished working on the car for today, and sanded and primed the top, and if I go over to the other side, kind of see the top being sanded, kind of see the center section of those hoops a little, humps a little better. So finished up this fender a little, still have the bottom section of it to do, but the top part of the fender, where the vents are, is sanded and contoured pretty good. Still need to add a little filler to smooth out some of the areas. And then here's the other side of the top. So it looks pretty good, matches the other side, and have it primed as well. And it's looking pretty good. All the lines are matching up. Use the gantry deal to make sure that everything was symmetrical and that the lines followed each other pretty well. And so started to come along. Have a few more things to do with the top and with the side fender, and then we're going to move to starting to clean up this rear fender. I didn't get to that today, and then the back and top part of the hood. So just keep moving along down the car until it's done one day, and then it'll be off to be molded, or have molds made, I guess. So anyway, I will see you guys later. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Just wanted to kind of give you a quick update on some of the things that we've been doing over the past week and a half or so. Haven't really done many videos in that time, so sorry for not keeping up on the videos. Golly. Those little Miatas are so loud, man. Anyway, so some of the things that we've been doing is supporting the current body that we have on the car at the moment. And the reason we're doing this is so that we can lift the whole car up off of the platform at the bottom and actually bring it back down to ground level, so that we can see the stance of the car, and then also so that we can work on the underneath of the car, kind of the bottom sections of the car, so that I've been talking about in the other videos. And also been working on the front bumper area, just refining some points and certain things on it, just really detail work and things like that. So there's a lot that we're doing, and let's see, kind of give you a better idea. So we're just working on some of the points here where we're kind of refining this line. and I have it real sharp now, but it's gonna get sand down more and filled in a little bit more. So it's just a lot of going back and forth with minor, details or major details, and making sure that they're really refined. So keep in mind, we want to be able to do like a actual carbon fiber body panels for this, and so that's kind of why we're putting in so much effort and into the detail and the exact dimensions, and making sure that everything is smooth and kind of high quality and strong and durable, so that we can pull really good molds off of this. Even for some people that do this and have their cars made out of other materials, like just foam and clay and bog mud, whatever you want to call it, compound. When you apply your mold on top of that, the mold always shrinks and can actually compress and distort even while it's sitting on your main butt design. So we're making this as stiff and hard as possible so that we don't have any distortions, and everything's just super clear and clean when we pull it off, when we start pulling molds off of it. So that's kind of why we're putting in a lot of work into this. But now we're working on the chassis. There's kind of a chassis in it at the moment. It's not the actual final chassis of the car, so don't send me a million emails saying this is a crazy chassis design. So we've been welding in supports in the back, which will hold this whole back section up on this frame so that we can lift it up in the front and the back and support it, support the whole car off the ground and get it off this crazy platform that it's sitting on now. So so that we can actually work on it, because it's these areas, right there where it's all goopy and gooey. That's the area that we need to work on. So can't do it because we can't get tools close to the bottom of the car. So so that's kind of what we're working on now, and we'll do more later, and I'll just probably add in some high-speed, or not high-speed, but some time-lapse footage and of just some of the work stuff that we've been doing. Haven't been taking a whole lot of video of the process that we're doing on it now, because most of it's been underneath the car, and so I can't really show it, or it doesn't really show up on film really because it's dark. So so right now we're just detailing and doing detail work, trying to get it on the ground, and hopefully tomorrow we'll have it on the ground by the end of the day. It's kind of what we're shooting for. So I'll keep you guys updated. See ya. Hey guys, all right, finished for the day and got a lot done with raising the car off of the platform. So it's sitting off the platform about 2 inches or so, and some of the things that I did is I added a little bit more reinforcements to the back, and then I used these bars that kind of go through the chassis and lift it up. And I have little jack stands holding it up for now. We're gonna use some bigger jack stands tomorrow that are like those big giant truck ones, so that it'll be a little bit more stable. But this is just kind of test it to make sure that it survives the night and everything holds and all my welds hold and all the other good stuff. So, so some of the things I did just at the last of the video was I added this bar. It's just flat. It's just flat steel, and it's going to replace that orange bar that goes across, and we're going to cut that out tomorrow, and that will allow us to pull the center box out using a electric winch that we have. So and that way the box will just slide over this piece of metal. We don't have to worry about lifting anything up or whatever. So and then on top of that, we have little bolts that are, I don't know if you can see that or not, but we have a little bolt, a little macro thing here, that we'll use to bolt this down with so it doesn't move in case something gets hung up on the piece of metal or whatever. And that's it. So tomorrow, me and Eric will be out here with some more supplies. Of course, the supplies are never ending, and we'll cut that bar out and support it up off the platform even higher, and then we'll just pull this sucker out and set it on the ground, and that should give us a good feel and idea of how this thing's going to look like while it's sitting on the ground. So kind of excited to see it that way, because I haven't seen it like that ever, and I think it'll put a lot of things in perspective when people see it sitting on the ground with the tires on it and kind of sitting close to the correct ride height and everything. So all right, well, that's it, and I'll do some more video tomorrow when we hack all this apart and rip it all out. So I'll see you guys later. Hey guys, I'm back, and we have the car on the ground today. So Eric's here. Say hey.
Hello.
Hey. And so we've been working like crazy, getting in the car, setting on the ground, and it's about, oh, I don't know, 5 to 6 inches in the front and probably 6 inches in the back. And we have the right size tires, and they seem to be fitting pretty good. So this kind of gives you an idea of what it looks like on the ground. And let's see, put the seats in, we cleaned up, and we took off the platform, which is over here, and we're going to have to cut that up and get rid of it, which I can't wait to do. So that's what it looks like, and it looks pretty good. We were pretty surprised at how small it seems, but we were comparing measurements online earlier, and it's about, oh, let's see, what, 10 inches longer than a Miata and 10 inches shorter than a Corvette. But it's the same width, actually a little wider than a Corvette, to fit the big tires in the back and all that. So, and it's about 10 inches wider than a Miata. So that kind of gives you an idea, I guess. But yeah, it's looking pretty good, and it's easy to get in and out of, so that's good, because it's always been hard to tell how easy it is to get into the car, because we're on that 12-inch platform. So this is a good test to see just how that works. But I don't know if this side's a good side anymore. I'm going to have to paint this side a different color. The black is just too black, and my light is out, all blinky light. Anyway, so we're all tired. It's raining. The humidity is about 1,000% right now. So we're closing up, and we'll be back out here at another time. But this should give you an idea. And here's where the rear diffusers will go. Underneath that space, it's kind of curving up. I don't know if you can see how the tires look, but hopefully they'll look good. Anyway, all right. So I'm just kind of doing some shots for everybody to see. All right. Can't wait to put a splitter on the front too. See what it looks like. Okay, you get in the car. So Eric's gonna get in the car just to see what it's like. And I kind of, Eric's about 5'10"?
Yeah, 5'9", 5'10".
So he's 5'10", so
average height, I guess.
So he's, you gotta pull it forward, the little knob. What do you mean?
This is your car.
Hang
You
on.
like it?
Oh, I might have. Oh. I locked the door. Maybe. What did I do? God, I'll edit that out. Okay, so Eric's getting in the car now. So he's about 5'10", about average height, and kind of gives you an idea of how he's sitting. He's got a lot of headroom. Oh God, oh, it's falling. All right, so there you go. All right, and then in the back. So the seats that we're using they're just test seats, and we're going to have some different seats that are our own style. They'll be better fitted to the car. But these are just some cheap ones that we got that are kind of wide seats for myself and make sure that the biggest seat out there can fit in this thing. So overall, for such a small car, everything's fitting pretty good. I fit in it pretty good, and Eric fits in it really good, and it's looking good. So we're excited to see it on the ground, and it makes a big difference on how it looks and some of the different things that we can tweak on. So, all right, I think I've talked long enough. I guess I'll see you guys later in the next video. Bye. Oh, what was I gonna say? I don't know what I was gonna say. Do you know what you're gonna say? I don't know. I don't know either. All right, hang on. Hey everyone, back with another video, and today I'm just going to do some just tweaks, kind of covering all areas of the car. So now that we have the car on the ground, I'm starting to play around with some ideas of kind of a I guess side skirt area. I'm not even sure what to call it, but so I brought out the pink foam, the famous pink foam again, and just playing around with some ideas. So, you know, don't get all crazy in the comments because I'm not sure if I'm going to do this or not. This is just something that, you know, I was playing with before and have not really shown anybody. It's always been in my head to do something with the rocker panels, and so right now I'm just now getting the chance to kind of mock it up. Ever since it's been on that platform, haven't really had a chance to really mock up anything that, you know, without kind of getting under the car. So now is the time, and so that's I'm going to kind of mess with that a little bit. But like I said, I'm not sure where that's going to go, and you know, if I like it with a kind of a ground effect type, you know, deal at the bottom, or like over here where it's just, you know, flat and round, or just rounded underneath the car, kind of old school. So anyway, like I said, I'm not sure where that's going to go, but that's just an idea. So and other than that, I'm going to be working on the car, going crazy in the normal time-lapse fashion and stuff. So I'll post that up soon. And also I wanted to ask all the people that are checking out our videos and stuff if you guys had any ideas on things that you would like to see in the videos, maybe some ideas or things you want us to cover, or you know, just something that we can kind of address with our car as we're working on it that you may want to know about or have a question about or whatever. So you know, we notice we're getting a lot of subscribers now, and people are asking us and sending us a lot of emails, and so we thought, you know, we could probably answer a lot of questions in the videos if we kind of collected some of these questions and things and comments and all that. So feel free to leave comments about what you want to hear about, and then we'll try to answer them in some of the videos. And then another thing I'm kind of working on, it's possibly getting some t-shirts made. So we've had a lot of people ask us for t-shirts and stuff like that, and we kind of need some. I don't know why. I just, you know, haven't had time to really get around to it. So I'm going to work on some designs for t-shirts, and then see about getting them, you know, getting them printed, and see if maybe I can come up with a couple of different designs, and we can have a vote on what everybody likes. But anyway, so because we kind of need something to wear when we're going, you know, when we're working out here and people come over, and you know, and all that, something that kind of represents, I guess. But anyway, let us know what you think about that, and I will see you till the next video. Bye. Oh, and also I have the top off the car, and was going to show that, you know, we increased the headroom about inch and a quarter or so. So we added an inch and a quarter of headroom to the top of the top, and then we're going to lower the floor pans a little too. So we'll have even more headroom. So in total, we hope to have close to about, you know, 3.5 or so inches of extra headroom in this car. So that'll be great. Hey guys, done for today, and just wanted to kind of go over some things. Been messing with the headlight, and I added about an 1/8 inch of some body filler type material to bring this eyebrow out a little further, and then I'll sand it back. I kind of overextended it so I can sand it, you know, to where I want it. And we use this gantry thing. I don't think I've ever talked about this particular bar, but this bar goes from one side to the other, and it has measurements starting at 0 in the middle, which go all the way out to the other side, and same on the other side. So this is our center line of the car, and then there's a little hole in the middle, and basically our laser up here shines down, and then it shines on this line through the hole and then down through the marks of the car, so that makes sure that we have the whole thing centered just where it needs to be. And then what we do is we put measuring tools on this bar. Whoa. So we'll use something like this, and we'll mark, like say if there's a mark over here, like say that little mark right there would be roughly, I'm just kind of going quick here, but say it's at 115 and it's 6 or 7 inches deep. Then we go over here at 115 or 17 or whatever, just that, and it needs to match. So it needs to be at 6 or 7 inches deep, and that helps us pinpoint marks and points in kind of a three-dimensional space. So that's how we're able to keep the line symmetrical even after we've made changes from the 3D model and stuff. So anyway, I hope that explains some things. So that's one useful thing of the gantry. And so we have these measurement points down on here, and then on here, and then of course at another axis. So so that, and then also been messing with this I don't know what to still call it, but it's kind of a ground effect deal. So thinking that this will be a piece that's actually added on after the car, so we'll go ahead and probably finish the car with the rounded sides like normal, and then this piece would be like say a carbon fiber piece for racing and stuff like that. So not real sure, just kind of playing around with some ideas and kind of trying to style it and see if it's going to look okay. But just imagine a car that deep dark red like you see on the website, and then with this piece being a carbon fiber piece that extends out to help with the airflow and stuff. So so anyway, that's about it, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hey guys, working on the car today. Eric's about to be out here, and we're going to just do some more body work and finish up some of the things that I was working on in the last video. But today's crazy Porsche day, so just give you, as soon as you walk out our door, you're on the paddock. So all the Porsches. I don't know if you guys can see all that. Lots of Porsches. And there's a track out there. Anyway, so just showing you guys what goes on out our door all the time. So they're all racing on the 1.7 mile course right now out there, and there's another group racing on the 1.3 mile course on the other side over there by the tower. So anyway, that's crazy. Waiter! So I'm heading out. There's the track and all the cars. A lot of people hanging around. What's up, everybody? How you doing on the phone? I like this Porsche style. It's awesome. I like these old Porsches too. And here's a couple over here. There's the paddock, or I mean the staging. And then there's another paddock area. I think they had, I guess they had 2 Porsche clubs out. I'm not really sure, but there's a group over there. A lot of times they'll separate all the big super Porsches out from the little guys, run them differently and at different times on a different track. And then here's Wake Sport Ranch. So we're located at Motorsport Ranch, and then the owner went and built a Wake Sport where they do wakeboarding and stuff. And so that's what's going on here. This is like a cable wake park, and so they ride these cables. Like there's a dude coming around on a cable, and then they jump these boards. I don't know. This part, I'll show you. Anybody wants to do any? Oh my god. Alright, so that dude just thrashed on the ground. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Sorry it's taken so long since the last one. A lot's gone on since then. I basically picked up a lot of contract work and just had to do some normal work stuff for about 2 weeks straight, and wasn't able to get out here to do any work much, but did do a little tweaking on the front end and just refining those lines and edges and stuff that I've been talking about in other videos. Still have a lot of normal body work to do, but and then on top of that, we added a little, I don't know what you call it, but a little swishy relief. Okay, right there. So so this right here kind of goes down, and then it's inset and it blends into this this trim piece down at the bottom, and then it kind of disappears and just smooths away into the back piece. So I still have a lot to do back here. This area needs to be sanded a lot and kind of rounded and blended in a little bit, and there's just a lot of body work in this area. So so we kind of did this because we widened the fender a while back, and added about 1.5 inch width to the front fender to kind of give it a larger track width up front. And by doing that, it was causing some weird stuff in this area. So the solution was to kind of create a cut and let this bow in a little bit, and then, you know, that little swishy kind of added a relief to the body. And then on top of that, it kind of looks nice and it blends into this piece that I've been wanting to do anyway. So it just kind of worked out pretty good. I think it looks good. And later on we'll add some vents right here like we had in the earlier videos and renderings and stuff. So the vents will come back. They'll be like right there, and it won't be too huge or big, but we will have those, and those are going to be a separate molded piece that gets inset later on after the bodies are made. So anyway, it's starting to shape up, and it's looking pretty good. Have some wheels to kind of get a good idea how it's going to look and fit with just some nice wheels on them, although they're really dirty. But these came from a friend of mine who has a nice Porsche, and he's letting me use them for now. So anyway, that's about it. That's just a quick video to kind of give you an update on what's going on. I've done some video of the stuff that I've been doing, or that I did over the past few weeks, but I just need to kind of mush it together. Since I didn't have a lot of time, I didn't really do a lot of video, so I may cut it into this and see what I can do, and just, I don't know. But we'll see. I just want to give you guys a quick update, and then hopefully next week I'll have a little bit more time to get out here, because I'm through with one of my projects, and so that's good. So it'll give me a little bit more time to get back to the videos and stuff. So I guess I'll talk to you guys later. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. It's another day working on the blade, and today I'm going to finish up the driver's side of the car where the little swishy mark was that I was working on in the last video. And so going to do that, and we'll let's see, this area need to do a lot more body filler to blend the fender into the door, and then the door into the back. And so that will kind of finalize this whole section once and for all, and then I'll have to mirror it on the other side. It won't be too much work once I kind of get this side figured out. You know, there's a little design aspect that I changed up at the last minute. So that's kind of, you know, how this car goes. So so I'll be doing that, and I'll do some time lapse on this as well. And I got some of your emails with some questions and stuff, so I may try to respond to those at the end of the video and let you guys know the thoughts and process of what we're doing, and how and why and all that stuff. So I know I've been promising that for a while, so finally I got enough questions and comments that I think I can get a good, give a good response to, and so I'll do that soon. So anyway, I'm gonna get started on the car, and then I'll try to close the video with some of those questions. Okay, bye. Another question that we get asked a lot are, what are the specs going to be on the car? As it stands now, we're looking at a car that's going to weigh around 2,600 pounds, and we'll have a 101-inch wheelbase. That's pretty much set in stone right now. So, full independent suspension in the front and the back. We have an advanced suspension setup for the rear that has a kind of a it's called rear steering. It's nothing that's computer controlled or anything like that, but based on how the car is handling and turning into turns and the geometry of the car set up when it hits a turn, the rear end will tend to steer into the turn to kind of help increase the steering ratio by like 3% or so. So that's kind of a nice feature that we have on it. So then on the front end, same thing, full independent AA arm setup, coilover shocks, just kind of your typical sports car, setup. And with the engine selections, we're looking at the Ford 5.4 liter fuel injected motor with a supercharger or twin turbo setup, and then also the new Ford 5.0 motor. And then we may experiment with some other motors later down the road. We have a guy in Italy that wants to give us 2 experimental 500 to 800 horsepower motors that I think have your standard 90-degree layout for the cylinders, and then one with a 14-degree layout. So not real sure about that setup, but it's nice that people are offering. So we'll just see how that goes. But as far as those specs go, those are kind of the general specs. There's more on our site that kind of cover everything else. But another question that I get asked a lot is why do we not decide to go the CNC machine route and just have everything cut out on a CNC computer and stuff like that? So the simple reason really is money. Costs a lot of money when you need to build everything into CAD and then have it ported over so that it could be in the right code for machining. And then just buying the foam blocks for all that machining and the time and labor that it takes to do that. So when we were initially looking at having it done, it's about $230,000 to have a car CNC'd fully in high quality. So we decided to kind of approach it a different way, and so I started researching a lot of how you make airplanes and boats and things like that, and that's what you see in some of our earlier videos where we took forms and then we used those forms to shape the foam and then kind of get the overall shape of the car, and then we laid the fiberglass on top of that to give us a hard shell. So there's advantages and disadvantages to that. If you have the money, obviously the CNC route's a good way to go because it can save you a lot of time, but you still, even with the CNC stuff, have to go through and do a lot of changes as you're developing the car. And so it kind of depends. If you have the resources and time to do it, then that's great. For us, I knew that I had a design concept in my head, but I knew it wasn't completely finalized until I saw it in real 3D, real world, like this. So once we saw it in this form, then I knew there were areas that we needed to tweak and add and do all that kind of stuff too. So the nice thing is that by doing it this way, it allows us to make the changes that we need to do. It doesn't cost us an arm and a leg, and we can do things like tweak the headlights, which were an issue for us, and of course the sides of the car and things like that. So it's good. It allows us to do those things and get creative and take it to different levels and experiment. So that when the final product is ready, then we know it looks the way that we want it to look like. When people they develop stuff in CAD, it's a lot of money spent doing that, and so making changes and going back and forth gets locked, and so they have to kind of go with what they started out with. And I think that's why we have a lot of cars that look like they do today, and that aren't so great, in my opinion at least. But so that's basically it. It's really just a preference on our end, and money and and time. And right now we don't mind spending the time that it takes to tweak everything and to do what we need to do to do it right, even though that we're having to do certain things over a few times. It's kind of a learning experience. Eric and I are not experts in this. I mean, we're just two normal average guys that have kind of jumped into this with both feet and a serious passion behind trying to build a car that will be unique and everybody will like and has some unique features about it. So I think that's kind of the important thing to all this. So I hope that answers the questions on that, and I'll try to add some more later. All right, bye. Hey guys, just finished doing some more body work on the car. Did a little body filler again on the side. So this is almost done. I just got to blend this section into this area. So this is built up extra high on purpose so that I can just use the surface as a guide for leveling this area off. And it has a slight taper to it. So and then this little line down here is shaping up pretty good, and it's starting to blend up and fade away into the back. So that's looking good. And did a little grinding on the snorkel vents on top, so those are looking pretty good. Still have a lot of body work to do on the top part of the hood, but it's coming along. So I'll be out here in probably a couple of days or so. So I'll film some more then. See you guys later. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. And today I'm going to work on the car again. I'm going to finish up this side that I was working on in the last video. So I'm going to sand this side flat with this area, so it'll be nice and smooth transition into the door panel. Once I get all that finished, then I will spray the car with some light primer to just get the full effect and feel and get it all one color, so I can see the details and imperfections and all that other stuff. So I'm going to work on that today, and then at the same time I'm going to do some more questions and answer stuff that I didn't get to finish in the other video. You know, with Google only giving us 10 minutes, it's hard to squeeze everything in the video, all the different questions and stuff. So I had to cut some things out, but I'll put some more in, and I'll try to go over some of the other stuff. But and then at the end, I'll show you what the car looks like, all sanded and pretty and all the other good stuff. Also, we have an event going on out here. It's a bunch of exotic cars, some Ferrari F40s and Ford GTs and Nissan GTRs and Lamborghini Murcielagos and Gallardos and any kind of Godot's. So I'll get some video of that, maybe get them racing out on the track. A car just blew its engine just a second ago and threw oil all over the track, so they are taking early lunch now. So but anyway, I'll get some video of that as I go on, but right now I'm going to start working on the car, and I'll keep you posted and squeeze in some other stuff in the video as I go. See you later. Bye. Hey guys, done with working on the car today, and it's coming together pretty good. I just lost the light, so hopefully you can see everything. But let me show you. It's painted it, primered, typical gray. I did it a lot lighter this time. I didn't want to go with the black. The black kind of was too dark, so especially when I lose that light all the damn time. So anyway, did all the work on the sides. It's looking pretty good. Everything's real smooth and all that, so you can kind of see how that's shaping up. And I think I'm pretty much done with this side, and I have a few little little nick things to kind of go over, a normal little bodywork stuff, but all the major changes are done to the side. So just a little touch-up bodywork stuff, and that's it. I colored in this swoop here, which will be probably an opening later down the road to release the air pressure from the tire area, and then that sits on like a little shelf. I don't know what you want to call it, but that's just a nice little line that accentuates the bottom and kind of blends and disappears into the back. So other than that, it's pretty clean on the sides, not a lot going on, and nice and simple setup. Wide fenders, real extreme knife edge type fender line that you see here. And so one of the guys asked us in the comments that how we came up with the name, and when I first came up with the design of the car, I wanted it to be real edgy and sharp, and kind of over exaggerate some of the sharp edges on the car. And so by doing that, kind of gave everything a knife edge to it. So everything's kind of mirrored after the edge of a blade. So that's kind of how we came up with the name Blade, and we just put XTR at the end of it for extreme, really. And so that's kind of the origins of that. It was really just a conceptual name for the project, but some articles went out on the net and everybody started calling it the Blade, so we just stuck with it, and there you go. So that's the Blade. Okay, here we are, back at the shop. Just walking around, just getting something to drink. It's early in the morning, and getting ready to work on our new gantry system, rail system. Here's a '53 Corvette, by the way, that Lone Star's putting together. It's got a pretty cool tube frame underneath it. I don't know if you can really see inside there, but it's pretty cool. Got a bunch of Cobras here today. But here's this. Let's see if we can see in here. I don't know if I can or not. Oh, there we go. So pretty cool. I like the 53s. There's not. I don't really know if there's really any other people out there that make the 53. Lone Star's one of the few. They got lucky. So anyway, here we go. I'm gonna go and look at the gantry deal. Got my squeaky shoes. Alright, here we go. Alright, in the last video we were putting this rail system together. So you see us, I don't know really how much you see. I had the camera in kind of a weird spot, so I haven't had a chance to look at the video yet, but hopefully it comes out okay. But basically we ended up welding several rails together to make one long, straight, continuous rail. And you know, we make sure it's all aligned and perfectly straight. And basically the rail goes all the way around the car, and everything's based off of a center line, and that center line is right there. There it is, the magical line to this whole car. That line goes all the way through the car and to the back, and it's what every single panel and everything on the car is measured from. So very important. A lot of people don't know about that line. That is a secret line. So I'm giving away a secret. Anyway, today, now that we have the rail system put together, we're going to finish securing it, making sure that it's equal distance from that magical center line to the car. And then I think it's Eric, and I'm not sure. We have his friend Harold may be coming by too. So he's the other guy in the last video that you see help welding and grinding on a bunch of this stuff. But Eric and I are going to assemble this main gantry that goes over the whole car, and I'm like drawing a square in midair that you really can't see. You see, it's going to go over the car like that, and then down and connect to these little wheels right here. Alright, these are kind of cool. Basically, the gantry will sit on these, and these ride along the whole rail system, and there's wheels on the front and the back to make sure that it rides along perfectly straight, and it's self-centering and everything. So it's a pretty simple device. You know, we don't really have anything to go off of, so we basically just kind of made this up as we went along with everything. You know, like I said, there are absolutely no plans for building a system like this, especially a do-it-yourself deal. So everything up until this point has been pretty much just, you know, DIY kind of thing. So we're just figuring it out and going with it, and whatever works, works, and what doesn't, we just do over. So as you see, this rail system, these will carry the main gantry, and they'll run along this rail perfect. And there are going to be pulleys attached to each end, along with some cabling that attaches again to these little roller skates. And each pulley will basically connect each little roller skate wheel, whatever you want to call it, to each side, to make sure that when we pull on one side, that the other side pulls exactly parallel with each other. So basically, when I move this one, the other one will move exactly the same amount on the other side. And this will make sure that the whole railing, the whole gantry system going over the car is exactly parallel to this center line. And so we'll be able to measure, you know, say this point and make sure that's identical over there. And we can even go into a compound curve and measure here and then make sure it's perfect over here and just go back and forth to make sure the car is symmetrical. It'll be time consuming, but that'll basically be it. My buddy Eric's here.
Hello.
Hello. So anyway, that's what we're about to do. Alrighty, here we are, another day, and today we finished up the gantry measuring system, loft, whatever thing you want to call it. I know a lot of people are saying, what the heck's a gantry? Well, basically, I don't know if you can really see in this video, but the thing that goes over the car, it's kind of like a little bridge. That thing is called a gantry. It's basically the same thing that, like say an automotive factory would use to carry an engine block or something into assembly line, and it has pulleys on it and will allow a person to lower the block into a car or something like that. It's also used just in a million other things. This gantry, I think, is kind of a generic term for, thingy over something and, does stuff. So anyway, so basically, our little system's pretty lightweight. The real important stuff is down at the bottom of the gantry, braces. Basically, there's these little pulleys at each end, and they are pretty strong and pretty tight. And it goes along to another pulley, which then goes along to the wheel system. And basically, there's this track that we have big wheels riding on the inside, and then we have little wheels on the outside. Kind of self-centers and self-aligns itself. This is a spring to keep the tension on the cable system. These are little cable locks. And then we have a little adjuster bar. Basically, we turn this to remove the slack out of the line. Also, as we turn it, it aligns each side so that each side is exactly parallel with each other. And then the gantry goes all the way down to the other end of the rail, which, just to take you down, goes down here, and this rail system is bolted into the ground, into the concrete, and so we have it bolted with big giant concrete lag bolts. And then this support beam that goes across is also welded into the main base that's holding the car. And here again is that center line I was telling you about. That center line goes all the way down, and everything is based off of it. So here's the other cable, and we follow it to the other side, and there's the other side, and it's basically the same thing, kind of the reverse of everything. And what happens is, when I pull this side, if I pull it, it's also pulling the other side. That's what these cables do. So as I pull, it pulls this cable over here, which goes all the way to the other side and pulls the other side the same distance. Same thing if I push it. If I push it, then this cable pulls and does the same thing, pulls the other side along with it. So as you can see, as I'm pulling, you can see, I don't know if you can really see that, but you can see both sides are moving exactly the same time. No matter how hard or fast or whatever I do, it works. And also, I can grab it with my hand, the cable, and we plan on putting a motor system into the cables. So we'll be able to hit like a little toggle switch, and it will quickly motorize the whole thing. So if I pull it, it goes, and you can see it coming towards me as I'm pulling it. And it's very easy to pull, and very simple. We have a couple of weld lag chunks in the rail that we have to get rid of, so that's why it kind of jumps around. So that's what you're seeing right there, a little bump. So here's my phone. I'll have to get that in a minute. So anyway, so here it is, and to give you an idea, up here I have a laser that's just taped to the center position of the rail, and it shoots down the floor, and when I move this, you'll see it moves the same, and probably not going to line up real well, but basically if I hadn't touched it, You can see this laser lines up with that center line that we have, and what will happen is we'll take this, and this gantry will move, and as you can see, it lines up with the exact center line of the car. So as we go, that will keep the center line dead nuts on the car, and then we'll have I guess several other devices. That's why this tubing is kind of basic and square. Basically we went with a lightweight tubing that was real rigid, and basically we'll have other devices that clamp on to this, and then they'll come down and they'll measure, you know, points on the car, and then we'll get to move over and measure the same point on the car and just continue down, you know, until we're satisfied with how it's turning out. And at the same time, the sides are done exactly the same way. They're level and parallel to the ground and parallel to the car and everything else. And we'll have little side measuring devices that stick out off to the side and measure the fenders and the doors and all the other stuff that we'll need to measure to keep the proportions correct and the geometry, you know, symmetrical. So that part's done, and it's again late. It's a school night. Just kidding, it's actually a work night, but I feel like it's a school night because I really don't want to go to work. And what we'll do is we'll probably paint this whole thing kind of a bright color, because this little cable, you can already see someone's going to boom and trip right over it. So I don't know what we're going to do with that. The back doesn't have cable running across it, so we may move it to the back just so nobody trips over it, because I can already see it happening. So we'll probably paint the system, you know, yellow or something bright so that people can see it and kind of give it that OSHA look. Make it look all sophisticated and advanced. But as you can see, it's a real simple system, and anybody can really put this together. You know, it's real important for doing a project like this, though. So if anyone's out there doing this, which I've gotten several emails from a lot of people just all over the world that are building their own cars and doing their own projects, and you know, doing a lot of things like this. And so I'd recommend to all of them to build something like this. It really, you know, the metal we got, it's just scrap metal. Didn't really cost a dime for any of this. It's all made out of scrap parts. The only things we bought were the cable and the pulleys, which, you know, these are garage door pulleys, that same pulley you put on your garage door. As you can see, here's your garage door, and there's the same pulley, and this is the door. So anyway, this is probably a short build, and I think the last half of it I didn't record because I ran out of tape, which is fine because you wouldn't have seen me anyway because I was on the other side of the car. But you can see me putting together the, you know, this side of the gantry deal. So anyway, that's it. And the next thing is making all the measuring devices and tools. And like I said, we have a lot of materials on the way that are just taking their time. Fiberglass and resin and epoxies and all that are just, it's like oil. It's going up in price, and people are having a hard time getting it. And we're trying to find the best deal, and you know, see if anybody even wants to sponsor us or something. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. So you know, so this project is still self-funded, and you know, so it's going. We still have a lot of big things in the work that I still can't really talk about. And hopefully, I'm hoping within the next month or something, I'll be able to start, you know, releasing news on some of the cool things we have coming up for this car, and some other deals in the works. So it's kind of cool. You know, this kind of brought some opportunities to us, and hopefully it'll take us where we want to go, and that's what I'm hoping, at least. Anyway, I guess I'll see you guys next time. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. Finally, I know it's been so long since the last update, and sorry about that. I've had a lot of stuff going on and just been trying to get a lot of things taken care of on business stuff and just stuff. Basically, we've had some investors that were interested in things, and so we had to really come up with some various business plans to submit out, and that alone is just a ton of work, and just did a lot of that. Also, me and Eric have been working on some new chassis stuff and engineering in CAD for some different engine selections that we've come across, and just a lot of different things that's gone on since that time. And I took some time off for the family, and it's just been been needing to focus on my kids and wife a little, and so decided to take a little break. And if you haven't noticed, it is so friggin' hot out here, and so that's been another factor. It's been so hot to get out here to do a lot of work and a lot of sanding. Now, with all that said, we've done some work on the car, and we finished up some stuff like let's see, like this side that we were working on before. So it's not painted, but it's, for the most part, it's finished up. We still have a little more sanding to do, but that's really just it. And then we're off to tweaking on the back a little more now. We've done a little work back there as well. But I've taken some videos of some of the work, but I haven't uploaded it because it's just kind of boring video, really. It's just more sanding and more sanding and more sanding. And you know, at the stage that we're at now, it's just nothing but sanding, sanding on the car. So what I'm trying to do is come up with some other stuff that I can film that's more tutorial stuff. So, God, it's so hot. We're getting ready. We have some concept renderings and CAD stuff of the interior, and we want to start laying some of that stuff out and start working on the interior design. And when I do that, I want to do the videos a little differently, try to make it more tutorial-like through the whole process. And you know, that's something that I didn't really do from the beginning. That's why we just did all the high-speed stuff, and just because I didn't really know where all this was going to go. And you know, now that we're, you know, kind of a full YouTube partner, we get a little bit more video time, and you know, I think we're approaching, I don't know, like 1,300 subscribers now. And so that's a big deal. I mean, it's not like a, you know, a huge amount, but that's a lot for us, and you know, mixed with our Facebook and other stuff. So that's a lot of people that are checking us out and watching what we're doing. So we want to make sure that we have some good content for that, and provide some interesting tutorials and different ways of doing some of the things that we're doing, and show people, you know, the process of how to do something like make a dash or make something out of fiberglass or whatever. So that's some of the stuff that we're working on, along with a lot of business stuff and development stuff and more stuff. So but as you can see, the car's coming along, and it's all one color except for that one side. And really we just wanted to paint it to get an idea of the lines. There's still a lot of body work to do, and you know, it's just never ending on the body work. And because Eric and I are not body work professional people, you know, it makes it it adds about 10 times more work for us, because we're just not used to the techniques that it takes to create the really smooth flat surfaces. And so it's just kind of a trial and error thing, and that's why it's been taking a long time just to get all the lines figured out. So you know, any of you guys out there, or body guys, want to come help, you know, feel free. Send me an email. But we're going to try to get some air power out here also, because so that we can use some of the air tools. I have a ton of air tools, and right now we just have like 220, 110 volt wiring, and we need 220 for some of the bigger air compressors, and we don't have it because of the walls. We have like this corrugated steel insulated walls, and it's only like about that much clearance in it, and it's on the roof too. And so and the power box is 180 feet at the other end of the building. So we just don't have any way of getting down there, or I would have done it already, and people have quoted us way too much money. So not really sure if we're going to do that, but we'll figure something else out. I mean, I have a generator back there that we may use. I just don't know. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of give you guys an update on what's been going on today. I'm out here, and I'm not in my normal clothes for working on the car, because I have a friend named Corey that is a video producer guy, and so we've been doing a new type of video that's more professionally done, and we're doing it for some other reasons, not necessarily for YouTube, but I'll probably post it up on YouTube if it turns out okay. So it's kind of my first time doing this, and it was really hard. So I don't know how that's going to turn out, and I don't know if he knows how it's going to turn out either. So it will be interesting to see the demo that comes back from all this. So anyway, so we had the shop. It's reason, you know, another reason it's so hot is we had a ton of lights set up out here, and just those lights are 1,000-watt lights, and it's just, boy, it was just kicking our ass. I mean, it was just hot. It's already 100 degrees outside, and then you mix those lights, and it's just terrible. And so anyway, so we're doing that, and hopefully that will turn out to be something cool and some unique ways of doing some video stuff. So we'll see how that goes. But anyway, that's it. And I will give you guys another update as soon as I can, which I plan to get back to working on some stuff on the car and try to make it video worthy. So I'll do that soon. And then since I have a little more time in these YouTube videos, I think at the end of this one, I'll go ahead and add some of the previous work that we've done, just to throw it in there. So, so anyway, I guess that's it, and I'll see you guys later. Bye. Hey guys, I'm back today to finish working up on the other side of the car. It is so hot. But I already marked the area that, let's see, let me show you. This is the area that I had on the other side, and when I did the other side, I marked this side at the same time. So you guys probably didn't see that in the video or anything, but anyway, so so I'm gonna work on this. It's like every video I'm tripping over some tool, but so hey everyone, yeah, it's another video. I know it's been like 2 months since the last time I did a video, and I'm sorry it's taken so long to do these videos. I've actually got a lot of video time over those 2 months. I just haven't posted anything. So I guess over the next month I'm going to try to mush all that together and put it into some little segments and upload and all that. But I just wanted to give an update on the car and things that are going on and stuff like that. If you notice, the car's sitting on a little cradle. That's what we brought the car here on, not quite in the same way, so I had to modify it a little bit. So what does that mean? That means that we're moving the car. Yay, I think. So, basically, we're moving the car to another facility. We haven't exactly outgrown this facility, but we kind of have, in a sense that it doesn't have the power and air and some of the things that we need to really use some of the more sophisticated tools for doing the massive amounts of refining of bodywork. So what we're doing is we're moving it to a friend's place over at Lone Star Classics. And if you remember in some of the earlier videos, this is where we had the car one time before, and what happened is the owner of their facility ended up selling their building, so they had to move out also along with us. So I'll talk about that in another video like 2 years ago, so check it out if you want to see what that's about. But anyway, so we're moving back with Lone Star, and it's kind of a good thing because they have some space, not nearly the same size, but that's okay. We don't need a lot of space. So what's going to happen is we'll move the car to their place probably this week, and then we'll get set up over there, and then they have all the air and tools, and they even have a room that's AC with air conditioning and heat and all that stuff. So shouldn't be any slowdown throughout the whole rest of the year, no matter what the weather is. So that's good. Also, they have some guys that are bodywork pros, and they're going to help refine the body on this car and put in some time to really work the final finish. So, you know, I've said all along, you know, that I'm not a body specialist, and neither is Eric or anybody. So we're kind of making sure that all the lines are correct and all that, and you know, we've gotten pretty good with the body work. So you know, it could be a lot better, obviously, and a lot of people have told me so. But that's okay. I understand. You know, I've known this from the very beginning, that this was part of the master plan, was to do what we could do with our skill set, and then move the car off to a professional body shop and let them finish it up. So, and you know, in essence, that's pretty much what we're doing, and that's going to really move the car forward. And then on top of that, the mold shop is right next door. So that makes it a little easier for us to get the molds done a little quicker. The mold guy can walk over and say, hey, this is not good for molding processes or whatever. So, you know, we'll be able to get some feedback directly from them, and, you know, and all kinds of stuff. So I think it's a move in the right direction, and this has been taking a little longer than I expected. Most of it has to do with the money and the finances and the time and, you know, all that stuff. But you know, we're just working through all that, and the idea is just to keep on moving forward, and you know, never lose the desire to finish it. So there you go. Let's see. Now this is the other side of the car that is not painted, but it's pretty much finished and ready to be reworked with the real body guys and all that. Still have a little bit of work to do in the back, and just some refinement. I know it's all spotty, but it's actually pretty pretty straight and everything. So, and then there's some things I want to do to the top, and something I kind of hinted towards on one of the other videos. I don't know if it was on the other video or in my blog or what, but we're going to plan on doing a coupe version of the car. I've had a lot of requests for a coupe, and it's going to be a type of fastback deal where the back of the roof line goes all the way to the back of the car, and I have a couple of designs that I'm working on with that, and we're going to work on that at the same time and try to get all that molded pretty much at the same time. So anyway, that's pretty much it, and just want to kind of give you a quick update, and that's I guess that's about it. So I'll shoot up some other video and put in some time-lapse stuff, I think maybe at the end of this one, and then I'll give you another update later on in the week or so. So I'll see you guys next time. I got the wide angle, so we can do. Alright.
I don't know if I got a big old thing in the grill.
Big old thing. Big old dragonfly?
Yeah, it's a big old dragonfly in the grill.
Oh, yeah. He blends.
Actually, one best in class is 4, so I guess it's a Cobra with that dragonfly.
Where's the dragonfly at?
I just took it out.
Oh, you took it out, man.
So you want to talk about this? Was that your idea?
Front on shots of these really aren't the best.
Right, no, I was just kind of, I didn't know if you, I mean, you want to be in the shot?
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. As you can see, we're moving the Blade finally to its new location over at Lone Star Classics, and I'm kind of trailing back behind to make sure everything stays on the car. So far it's all looking pretty good. The only thing I really worry about is the toolbox that's on front, because it's so huge and it weighs a ton. So I'm just kind of just sticking back watching everything. But when we get to Lone Star, we'll unload it into its new spot, which is going to be a much smaller space, and it's more like a I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of like a paint booth and everything else. So it's kind of like a big single car garage, but it has all the power and air and AC and heat and what else? Dust evacuator or cleaner or whatever system. So that will help out a lot while we're working on the car. We got Bobby, who's driving the truck, and we had Josh and Coop come out and they helped load it, and they're ahead of us at the moment, but they are going to meet us up at Lone Star to help unload it. So we'll see it right there, see them there. But anyway, that's it, and I'll catch you up on some other video when we get to the shop and show you around, and then I guess keep you updated. Alright guys, here's the car inside the new deal. I don't have the lights on at the moment because I don't know where they're at, but you can see it's a lot smaller, and we got to clean it out a little bit because they're storing some stuff in here. So but I got my toolbox, got the car, and there's the vent, and it has a filter that goes in front of that. So we have our air and our other air lines and power and all that stuff. So that's pretty much it. We got to clear out some stuff. Huh? Yeah, turn on the light, man.
That's
right.
Josh shedding light on things.
That's right. That's Josh. That's Brian. So so now we're moved in and got a lot of work to do. I got to get all these. He's got a Cobra that they're fixing for some other company, I guess. And then this is another Cobra that they're working on. So, but anyway, so it's a lot of stuff going on in here, but that gives you guys an idea on where the car's going to be at for a little while. So I may take you around to the fiberglass place here in a second and show you. But that's it. I'll see you. Okay, so here's the part of the mold place where they do the Cobra bodies. So everything's kind of tucked up right now, but that's kind of where the big Cobra is made. And these are some that have come out of the mold. They're all dusty. But anyway, it's just a quick view of this part, and there's another side over here, but I'm just gonna show you a quick thing of this. But anyway, I'll see you guys later. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Wanted to get out here and start working on the back of the car, and I need to strip off the tape and the stuff that I'm using to do the mock up for the hatch, or for the coupe version and the hatch area and all that. So that's what I'm about to do, and once I strip off the tape and stuff, then I'm going to remove the hardtop, take that off, and then I'll start sanding on the back. And what I'll do is I'll apply just a coat of dark primer on the back, just a real light coat, just to give me an idea where all the high and low spots are when I'm sanding. And then I'll sand that, and then apply some more body filler on the car and start tweaking this back out really nicely. I need to do that first and get that perfect before I start mocking up the actual hardtop, so that the surfaces are equal on both sides and that they match and all that. Because if the back rear deck isn't just perfect when I go to mock up the back section of the car for the coupe, so when I start applying this, if this is different on the other side, then it's going to look weird when you're standing behind the car. So I have to make sure I get all that just right, and I may end up putting my little laser system back up. I think I'm going to mount it to my ceiling, so we'll see how that goes. But I still have a lot to do to prep on this car. I got to take off the dolly. It's still sitting on the dolly that we made, and I got to lower the car down a little bit to its actual ride height and everything. And then in the meantime, I'll start working on the sides and start adjusting the hood and all that also. But I want to knock out the rear section of the car first, because it has a lot to do with how the vision of the car is going to be, and how it's going to blend into with the hood, because I'm going to make some slight changes to just the top part of the hood, but not much, just very slight. You probably won't even notice. So anyway, I'm going to do that, and then I'll do my normal time-lapse video and attach it to this, and then I'll see you at the end of the video. So feel free to leave your comments and questions and stuff in the video, and I'll see you next time. Alright guys, I've done a little bit of sanding on the back, as you can see, and it's turned out pretty good. Definitely have some high and low areas to work on. And let me show you, get a little closer. I have a bright light right there to help me with the lighting. I noticed in the last video that the lighting was pretty terrible, so I'll try to get more light on things as I work in it. And I realize the light, seems like the light's bright in the garage, but it's really not, or at least in the videos. Anyway, so this is the back and kind of the area that I sanded, and you can kind of tell that these darker areas are where there's a low spot. I was using this longer door block thing, and then the air sander, which my air compressor is in the garage, so that big loud noise on the video is from my air compressor over there. I think I'm gonna have to move that outside and put it in some type of little air compressor house or something to quieten it down, because it's loud. I don't know, someone said I can put like a muffler kind of thing on it, but I don't know, it's electric, so I don't know how that works. But anyway, where are we? Okay, back to the dark spot. That's a dark spot. So this is a low spot, and on the back, I'm having two issues that I'm having to deal with. One is the low spot where the paint is still from the primer, and then I have these tan areas where this is actually kind of a high spot. And what this is the fiberglass that's underneath the body filler. So, and the reason it kind of becomes a high spot is because the fiberglass doesn't sand down like the body filler does, and so it ends up creating a high spot. And what I have to do is, really there's only a thin layer of body filler on the back of the car, and I'm probably you know, will have to apply several more layers of body filler to make sure that the fiberglass doesn't come through and that I can get rid of all the low spots. So I'll end up having to fill these in anyway, but for example, like this area right here, you can tell that these are high spots, and that even though this is sanded mostly away, it's actually a low spot all the way from here, you know, in this area, kind of where there was already there's actually like a little line right there. So so I'll need to coat this whole area and probably the whole back of the car with a good, you know, layer of body filler a few times, and just continue sanding. So obviously there's a lot of sanding ahead of me on this, and what I'm going to do is I'm only going to really be working from this area around and then over to here. So all this will be sanded and worked, and I'm going to leave the bumps alone, and mainly because those are going to be redesigned later, and I have a different idea for them. They're going to be just a little different shaped and taller for the Roadster version. So I'll address that later, and that way I can save a lot of time and not have to worry about sanding those suckers up. And so anyway, that's about it. A lot more sanding ahead, and I'll just cover that in the videos, and if people sending me tips on sanding and all that, then I'll try to throw in tips and, you know, people's suggestions and stuff like that in the videos as I build up this back end of the car. One area that I'm really going to address is this right here. It's relatively rounded nicely on this edge, but this is a real high spot, and it's really high. So I'm gonna have to really sand this down, because it's one of those areas that I don't know, that I really can't build up too much on the sides. I really need to sand it down, you know, a lot on the fiberglass. So I may be getting some other type of grinder tool out to get after that. And this is really thick. All the fiberglass on this car is majorly thick. So I'll attack that in the next video, I guess. Anyway, but like I said, it's coming out pretty good, and I'll just keep at it and keep doing some more video updates and all that. So until then, I'll see you guys next time. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. Gosh, it's been so long since the last video, and I'm so sorry. A lot has gone on since, let's see, I guess the last video was in November or end of October. something like that. And we ended up moving the whole car from Motorsport Ranch to Lone Star in that video. And let's see, the story goes like this. We got the car moved and I got it set up and I was ready to work on it, and then they moved. So it's all cool and everything. It didn't create any issues or anything, but what happened was that I almost said Motorsport Ranch, Lone Star ended up moving back into their old facility, and it's kind of a long story why they left the facility, but the previous owner had to sell it, and then ended up that they couldn't sell it, or something like that, and so they were able to move back into it, and without any of the owner stuff being involved. So now they completely own it, and they don't have to lease the building deal. So anyway, I don't know. That probably didn't make any sense, but long story short, they moved out of their last place, which was kind of temporary anyway, moved back into their new place, which is really their old place, and I decided not to move with them, even though I could have. I wanted to bring the car back to my house, to the garage that it all started in. So that's where it's at. And I know that probably just confused the heck out of everybody. I think I'm even confused about it. But so anyway, it's here in the garage, and this is my garage. Yeehaw. If amazingly was able to get everything that was in the other place in here. So I have everything except for the steel that we bought for the frames. That's in another place. And nobody has seen the frame or the chassis or any of that stuff. And that's my secret I'm holding on to. So I don't know, you guys will probably see that at some point. So anyway, all the work is really in the body. The frame stuff is just, it's all the easy stuff, it seems like, compared to all the body work that goes into sculpting a freaking car. So keep that in mind when you guys think of doing something like this. It's crazy. And let's see, a lot's gone on, I guess, since those 3 months have happened. I've gotten slammed with work stuff, and yes, I have a job and I do other work. I'm an independent consultant kind of person, so I work out of the house, which is nice because I'm here with my car all day now. But unfortunately, I'm so jammed with stuff that I can't get out here and work on it. And that's kind of all turning around now, and all the holidays are behind us, and birthdays, and just everything. So now I have more time to get out here and work on it, and I can start doing that. So with that said, well, I don't know. With that said, what? I'll just move into what I'm planning on doing with this crazy masking tape back on the back of the car that you guys are probably laughing at right about now. So the past videos and blog updates have been about a coupe version of this car, and so I created a coupe version, and the response to it was just kind of crazy. So it seemed like everybody liked the coupe version, and as this project progressed, it just became a smarter idea to try to develop a coupe hardtop version over the Roadster with the removable top first, because it's a little cheaper, it's a little easier to do, and we won't, you know, I don't need to go out and have any specialty parts made. So that's always a plus, because the weather stripping and the mounting points for the hardtop and all that was just getting crazy. Now I have all that kind of designed out and how we're going to do it, but it's just expensive, and I think so many people want to race this car that if I send it out with a Roadster version, you know, they're going to put roll cages in it. It's going to look ugly. They're not going to be able to fit it in very well. And I think with the coupe version, they're going to be able to take it out and race it immediately, or be able to get, you know, performance specs for it quicker, and just all those things. So that's what I'm focusing on now. I'm kind of focusing on doing a lot of sanding, obviously, and then creating this coupe version. So that's why you're seeing this tape in this cardboard mock-up stuff back here because I wanted to see how the lines looked compared to the hardtop and the model that I have. So this is kind of it. Obviously it's not perfect, it's just tape, and so but it kind of gives me an idea of some ideas and different ways I can address it. But basically I'm going to have this there's a shield in the logo, and the back window is going to mimic that shield. So I don't know if you can see the little black line, but it kind of mimics that. And so now what I'm trying to work out is how exactly I'm going to have this back area open up to make a trunk available. So it's either going to be like a hatch type deal or some type of flip back end, or maybe just a trunk. I don't really know. So I have to figure all that out. If you guys have any ideas, shoot me an email. And then from there on, I'm going to just be sanding like crazy over the next few months and try to get all the sanding done on this car with real sanding tools and everything. So I have a lot of sanding blocks. I've been kind of working on it already a little bit, and I have a lot of tweaking to do with all the various I don't know, just all the accent pieces of the car. So I'm gonna be doing that, and I know everybody's emailing me on my sanding techniques and stuff, and that's great. So I could definitely use it, and this whole project up till now has been more of a sculpting deal, so I haven't really been applying too much sanding techniques, which I probably should have. Just it would make things probably better about now. But anyway, so I'm going to be doing that over the next few months, and if you guys want to keep sending tips, that's cool. Send me stuff, and maybe I can start doing some videos on sanding tips and doing stuff like this, because this is kind of on a different scale than, say, I'm like sanding something on a dented or wrecked car. So it's kind of crazy, but I don't know. So that's about it. And I guess for other news, I don't know if I said this already, but the car, I managed to get it into a video game, so that's kind of cool. I'm excited about that. And I can't really say the name of the video game because I don't think it's been released yet. And the game is supposed to be released this year, maybe. I'm not sure exactly on the details, but it's one of those PlayStation, Xbox and PC simulator games. And pretty excited. I want to see it out on the game, drive it. It may be ready before my car is actually ready. I don't know. And then also part of that deal is the car is going to be available as a mod download for a popular simulator game called R-Factor. So if you guys are familiar with R-Factor, then look for it there. I don't think it's ready yet, but it should be ready sometime within the next couple months, I would guess. And then also, I think they want it for another game that's already out. That is I don't know if it's part of R-Factor, but I think it's part of like one of these online racing leagues, and it's called what is it called? I think it's called Sim Raceway. So if that's not it, let me know. But I think that's the name of it. And so if you're in a racing league, you'll be able to pick this car and choose it. Keep in mind, it's going to be like a 2,400 to 2,600 pound car with 700 horsepower and 101 inch wheelbase. So it should be pretty quick as a track car, and it's very wide. So it's about it's 72 inches from the fender to the other fender in the back, which I believe is about 2 inches wider than a Corvette. So pretty wide stance and all that. We'll see how fast it is one day. So until then, I'm going to be working on the sanding stuff a lot, and I'm going to work on doing more videos and updating my blog and all that now that I may have a little bit more time. And it's just nice having my garage because I have heat and air conditioning, and I can come out late at night if I need to. So that's always cool. But anyway, I guess I will update you guys again in another video, and I will make sure to do it much faster and do a much quicker video response this time. I know this video is a little long. So I'll see you guys next time. Later. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. Yeah, so I'm starting to knock these out a little bit more regularly, blah blah blah. So, you know, on a more regular basis now, so that's good. The idea is I'm going to try to do you know, a video every other day or every day, or as much as I can really, and just do a little bit of something on the car and show you guys whatever I'm doing. You guys seem to like that, and I'm getting a ton of emails now. I don't know why so many all of a sudden, but I was getting a lot before, but the past few days have been crazy. So some of the stuff I'm doing seems to really be helping a lot of people on their projects, from anything from jet skis to I don't know, to sides of sedans. I mean, it's just weird. So you know, it's pretty cool. I like getting all the emails and helping everyone out as much as possible. So just going to keep doing what I'm doing on this and vlogging it. So anyway, that's it. And let's see, so where was I? Alright, so on the last video I was doing all the sanding on this side, and you know, running to the issue of the high spots with where the fiberglass is at, and then of course the low spots where the black paint is left over. So I'm going to do this side and work on that now and try to get that side prepped and you know, find all the high spots on that. Right now I'm kind of on the search for high spots. So I'm going to look for all of these areas where the fiberglass is coming through, because I'm going to hit that with a sander, like an electric kind of grinder sander, and I'll show you that later on. But I need to kind of knock those areas down a little bit further, and that way I won't have to build up so much with the body filler and stuff, which is nice because I'm having kind of the same little spots up here on both sides of the car, kind of, you know, pretty symmetrical. At least they're in the same area. They may not look the same shape or anything, but so anyway, so that is what I want to do, and just going to use these two sanding blocks. I think these actually work better for me than the air powered sander, which is over there somewhere. You know, I don't know, they just, I really like these blocks. I'm not sure about that one. This one kind of baffles me. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be stiff or real bendy like it is. So this seems like it would be good for getting into some of these really curved areas, but I'm not sure if it's going to, because it's not exactly flat, so it kind of bows this way a little bit, kind of upwards like a banana, and looks like a banana. But anyway, so I just don't know what to do with this yet. Some of you experts out there may have a better use for this thing, if it's even useful. It's one of those things I picked up at the lovely Harbor Freight type stores, so it's not as high quality as this thing is, and all that. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to sand on this, and I'll film it, do the high speed stuff, and I'll or the time lapse, whatever you want to call it. I'm using a different program now, so it kind of, the time lapse doesn't sound as cool to me. Before I was using like Sony Vegas to do all the time lapse stuff, for those that are interested, and now I'm on Adobe Premiere, and I've always had Adobe Premiere, but I don't know why I never used it. I just kind of got used to the Sony Vegas software, and it was cheap, and it was really powerful, and it worked really well, and I really like how it compresses videos and stuff like that, so I've always just used it. But with the new Premiere, I like it better. So, well, I don't know, there's some things I like in both, but it's definitely easier to work with now, which is good. But the compression on the audio, or when you do the high speed film footage, whatever you want to call it, is you get a little bit different sound out of it. I don't know if there's a setting that I can tweak on that, but I will you know, work on it and see if I can get there. But anyway, so that's what I'm gonna do, and I think I've been talking for a while now, so I'll put this down and start doing some work. And oh, and before I forget, I'm getting a lot of emails on people asking a lot of questions on stuff, and I want to start addressing some of those things. And I think what I'm going to do is what I'm doing right now is making a list, and I'm going to start kind of covering some of those topics in videos. So one of the first ones I'm going to do is this pink foam that I pretty much used to build this whole car. So that and some wood, and I don't know, can you even see that? All right, so I'm going to kind of go over this, and I think I'm going to actually just build, like, all in one video, like a complete hood scoop for, like, say something like for a Shelby Cobra or something like that, like an old 66 Shelby Cobra or something, you know, something else, and just show you how fast and easy you can do it, because you can really do it in just a matter of a day, really. All right, so enough talking, and I will get back to the video sanding and hard labor of this sanding stuff. So, all right, anyway, see you guys in a bit. All right, all right, so I got this side finished. Well, not finished, but anyway, I got this side sanded, and still have that same high spot that I had on the other side over here. So I'm going to be grinding this down, and kind of, you know, pretty much all the same little areas on both sides need to be grinded. Need to be grinded a little bit. So anyway, so that's what I'm going to do next. I'll do that here in a sec. So I'll show you that, and then I'll probably stop this and I'll show you the tool that I'm going to use. Not really sure if it's the best tool for this, but I really find it's really good for taking down just about any kind of material. So anyway, I'll show you that in a sec. All right, here we go. So I'm about to hit these high spots, which is fiberglass, with my grinder, and this is a variable speed grinder, which I love, but this is what I'm going to use. All right, so this is I don't know, it's one of those like paint stripper super grinder pads that you get at like auto supply shops and stuff. It's usually pretty thick. Like I usually buy the thick ones, and this thing's good for all kinds of stuff, from shaping the foam to you know, grinding down fiberglass or steel or whatever. So it's really good. It's good for this fiberglass, and that's what I'm going to use to hit this stuff with, because it kind of hits it gently, even though it looks horrendous. And if this hits you, then it will be horrendous. So just go to the hospital, because you know, don't even look at it. Don't ask me why I know. But anyway, so it works really well with fiberglass. It makes really fine fiberglass dust everywhere, so make sure you wear a good respirator, which yes, I'll put on. So so I'm gonna do that on these spots, and then I'll probably air out my garage and just open the door and let all this air out. So yeah, so anyway, gonna do that, and then I'll show you how it looks afterwards, and kind of what I'm gonna do, just so if you see in the video, because it'll probably be kind of high speed can't speak time lapse. So I'll hit these areas, and then I'll start blending a little bit on the outside of all the areas, just to make sure that this area is lower than the surrounding body filler. So I'm going to do that, put on my good respirator, and then I'm going to go to town. So I'll show that next. See you in a bit. Hey guys, all right. Yeah, so the garage is clear now of all the dust. I opened the doors and let it all air out and stuff so I could talk. That was quite the dust storm that I created. I'm used to working in a much larger area and didn't expect it to get so intense and stuff. So if the camera starts to get blurry or foggy or out of focus or whatever, apologies. I looked up and I saw the lens was completely coated in fiberglass stuff. So I was trying to get all the little close shots of everything, but that may not have worked out. I don't know, but anyway, so all right, here you go. This is where I sanded, and you can kind of see these little divots. That little sander works really good because it looks like it's going to take just chunks out faster than you can control it, but it actually takes a bit of grinding, and you can really kind of finesse your way around everything without it taking off too much. And if you push really hard, it will gouge the heck out of it, but if you just kind of let it sit on it and not really push too hard, it does really good. So you can kind of see here is where I took it out and you can kind of see there's a little ridge right there of kind of how it's blended into that, or not blended, whatever. And so then I'll fill all this in with body filler and then resand everything down. Oh, happy days. So there you go. All right, so that's about it. And then I'll probably do the body filler tomorrow because it's actually late at night and all that. Everybody's in bed and stuff. So that's kind of the nice thing about it being in a garage. All right, but there you go. And that's actually a clear image if that shows up or not, but you can really see how this is dug in, and then I feathered it to this area. So then I can just go in and fill all that in. And then I'll probably, you know, there may be some more spots that I'll have to do later on. You know, maybe grind back down, but hopefully not. I'm hoping I caught most of everything. All right, so that's about it. I'll cover the rest tomorrow, and I'll post that up. Try to get these videos more regular, like I was saying, and that'd be good. All right, so it's getting there, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to part 3 in this series of working on the back of the blade right now. Let's see, last night I ended up grinding and sanding down the high spots where the fiberglass was a little high, and so that's all been done and it looks good. I went ahead and wiped down pretty much the whole back of the car with some acetone just to get the fiberglass surface kind of prepped to take on some body filler. So it's a good idea just to do that, make sure it's all clean and everything. Alright, so that's what I'm about to do. I'm about to apply the body filler, fill in all these areas that used to be high spots and that are now low spots, and then I'm also going to fill in the legitimate low spot areas that were coming up on the car. So that's it. Pretty short, so that's what I'm about to do. I'll put that in some time lapse, show you that, and I'll see you at the end of the video. Bye. Alright guys, finished with, well, wouldn't say finished, but lay down some body filler, and didn't have enough to do the other side. Crazy thing is, one of my cans is completely brand new and it was completely set up on the inside, so I wasn't able to use it, and it left me with an older can, which left me with not enough to do the whole side. I didn't want to, you know, risk doing it anymore. So so that's it. So it's going to be a quick video today, and so tomorrow I'm going to go pick up some supplies and a new can of body filler and a new mixing board, because my other one got jacked up when I moved in here, I guess. So that's why I was using cardboard to mix everything on, which isn't too bad, not a big deal. But so that's what I'll do tomorrow. I'll pick up some more stuff and I'll finish that side, and then I'll let it set up, and it should be ready to sand, you know, hopefully tomorrow afternoon or evening or something like that. Just depends on when I get all the other supplies. So I will finish up this part tomorrow and do another video, and hopefully get to sanding on it sooner or soon. So anyway, but it's set up, it's already hard, and you know, I have a little bit to do over there, and then it will be good. And then I just can't wait because I want to start mocking up that hardtop. I think that'll be cool and exciting. So that, and then I can mock that up, and then I'll start blending that hardtop into the body, and then start working on finishing up the back. There's a lot of sanding to do on the actual bumper area, and I'll show you guys that, of course. So alrighty, so this is a quick video, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hey everyone, I'm back, and let's see, in the last video I left off with working on the passenger side, rear side of the car, and I ended up having a bad can of body filler, so I wasn't able to finish that side. So today I picked up some new body filler, and I'm going to apply it to this other side and work it all the way up to this door area. And let's see, one little trick I have for the seam, because if you don't block off the seam, then you end up bonding your door to the car, so that's not good. So basically I use a little piece of cardboard, and let's see, open the door, there we go, and then I'll take this piece of cardboard and stick it in the door jamb area, whatever you want to call it, and then I just close the door. So so this lets me basically take the body filler, and then I can just apply it all the way up to this piece of cardboard. I can do the same on the other side. Then before the body filler sets up and becomes too hard and bonds to the cardboard, you want to open the door, and it should break away from the cardboard really nicely, and leave you with a nice seam where your door's at, and you don't have to worry about digging body filler out of the door seam or anything like that. And then you can just sand over it, and it makes for a nice seam area. And if you wanted to, you can take the aluminum tape, that kind of AC air conditioning aluminum tape, and you can apply it to the piece of cardboard on both sides, and then close it into the door, and then it actually makes it a lot easier to pull out. So I may do that to this just to make it easier. Otherwise, if you don't get to it too soon, you know, if you take a while to get to it and it sets up, then the body filler ends up bonding to the cardboard too, and then you have to just rip it off or stick a knife in between here, and you know, so just a little trick. Alright, so that's about that, and I'll get to doing the body filler, and then I'll see you at the end of the video. Alright, just real quick, I was going to show you the piece of cardboard, and here's that not electrical, but air conditioning aluminum tape. And this is something you can get at any hardware store. You can order it online. I get a lot of questions about this, so that's why I wanted to kind of go into it a little bit, because we actually covered the all of the foam that we ended up sculpting and carving with this stuff. It works really, really well. So it has a little film on the surface, not on the actual aluminum. So the aluminum is actually coated with a slight plasticky film, so it makes it really, really easy when you put fiberglass resin or body filler or anything on top, and it's really simple to peel it off. So what I end up doing with the door jamb is I just tear it. It's really easy, and you can just peel it. I hope I'm getting this on the camera. Not really used to doing this kind of thing, but alright, so okay, so it just comes off, and it's like just like aluminum foil with a sticky backside, and you just apply it like that. So I don't need to do it too much, but then you just tear off another piece, flip it over, and let's see. Alright, so then you're just going to start it, and let's see, it's going to come over here. Alright, okay, so that's it. So now I can stick this in the door area, and then when I apply the body filler, it won't stick on it. So pretty simple. Anyway, back to work. I'll see you. All right, so now the body filler has been applied to the back, and now it's just waiting to be sanded. It's set up so but it's still kind of tacky. I can tell if I start sanding on it right now that it's going to kind of gum up the sander. So I think I'm probably going to let it kind of cure overnight before I start sanding. The temperature has dropped outside, so it's pretty cold in here now, and I just want to, you know, let it set up proper. So so it looks like I won't be sanding tonight, and I'll get to that tomorrow. But I do have, let's see, it's actually at a good point for this thing. So here's that piece I was telling you about, where I just, you know, gooked up body filler up into up to this thing, and I'll show you how this comes out. So as you can see, it just pops right off of that stuff, so it doesn't stick to it at all, and you just kind of fold it. Let's see, and then I should be able to just open the door. Look at that. See, it doesn't get any simpler. All right, so now all I have to do is sand over the top, and you can see that that's really nice gap, and I don't have to mess with trying to sand that part of it or anything. And what I'll do is I'll come in tomorrow and I'll just start sanding all this and blending it all together, and start finding all the actual low spots, and hope that no more fiberglass pops back through. But if it does, then I'll just repeat the steps and just keep on until I'm able to get a nice smooth surface. So right now it's pretty choppy and nasty looking. So what I'll do is I'll come in and I'll do a rub down with acetone over the whole back, and what that'll do is that will remove the resin that kind of seeps up to this top surface. And that's usually a step I always forget about. Someone was telling me on YouTube that, you know, not to forget to do that, and that was a good tip, and I've known that for a long time, but every time I usually end up messing up the first thing of sandpaper. I just get so excited you want to come out and start sanding. So I really don't know if there's that much excitement to it, but you know. So that's a good trick to not gum up your sandpaper, is to wipe off the initial top layer of resin that kind of sets, and you can kind of tell when you look. You can see it's real shiny, and when you wipe it down with acetone, it'll become dull and everything. So that's what you want, and I will do that looks like tomorrow. So so this will be another quick video tonight that I'll get up, and not a whole lot going on. So I was trying to add some other stuff in, but just not enough time today. But I was talking to the game developer guy a couple nights ago, and he sent me a pretty cool video of the game that this will actually be in, and so I think I'll link that to this video and show you guys. The guy that did this video apparently works for him and does the videos for his models that he makes for the game. So, you know, he said possibly this guy will end up doing a video of my car similar, not maybe similar to the game, I don't know, or not similar to this particular video that I'm going to show you, but because it's pretty awesome. It'd be great to see my car in this type of video, but anyway, we'll see. But I'll shoot a link to that either in the comments or attach it to this video, and you guys can check it out. Let me know what you think of the game. But anyway, so that's about it, and I will see you guys in the next video. All right, later. Hey everyone, welcome back, and about to start working on sanding the back area of the car now. In the previous videos I have been grinding all the high spots down and taking care of that, and then I applied some body filler onto the car. So now I'm about to sand it down. I've already prepped the body filler, wiped it down with some acetone just so it doesn't gum up the sandpaper and stuff, and now I'll start sanding, and then after I sand a little bit I'll probably apply some thick primer coat just to see if it reveals any other low spots or high spots or whatever. So anyway, alright, I'm gonna get started on that, and then I'll see you at the end of the video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And let's see, I've been sanding for a long time. It's been a lot of sanding. It looks like it snowed in my garage and all that. So anyway, let's see. So the surface is doing really good. I'm very surprised at how nice and smooth and flat where it needs to be flat, and curvy where it needs to be curvy. You know, just really happy with how it's turning out. So it's very smooth, and I'm sanding with pretty coarse sandpaper, obviously, but you know, that'll make, when I go to the finer stuff, less work, hopefully. The areas that I was addressing with the high spots, they're a lot smaller, and there's only just a couple of them, so not really a big deal. Let's see, I still have to fill in some of the areas, like on the back. I knew I was gonna have to do that back here anyway, because this area needed to be built up a lot. So you'll see in the videos I'm piling like lots of body filler back here to build this up, and so I knew I was gonna have some areas I needed to tweak in this spot. So not a big deal, and it's turning out really nice. Everything's just looking really good. So I wish I had a wide angle on this lens, but anyway, so I kind of marked out a line where the coupe is going to come down and meet up to the body. It's just kind of a general area. That'll give me an idea where I need to focus. So everything on this side of the line, I'll need to work and make as smooth and nice as possible. And on the inside, this is going to be the area that I don't have to worry about, because this will technically be the inside of the car. So it's turned out pretty nice, and believe it or not, I did all of this sanding with just one sheet of sandpaper. So this stuff has held up pretty good. This is like, it's like 40 grit or something, maybe. Yeah, I think it's 40. So this is just one long piece of sandpaper that I cut, and it just fit these blocks perfectly. And it's doing great. It's Richard Petty sandpaper. So, but it's great stuff, man. I like that. So, so anyway, there you go. And oh, and the door, I don't know, my battery in my phone, or in my video thingy, died. So I have it hooked to a cord, and I can't really go too far. So anyway, so here's that door seam, and I have it all sanded, and it's pretty nice. Still have some tweaking to do, and have some fiberglass coming through there. But again, this isn't like it was on the back. It's very smooth, like I can't really tell. So I'm sure I'll have to sand it down eventually, but anyway, so there you go. And I'm going to come out again tomorrow and apply some body filler in some of these areas, and just resand some of this, and just keep working it. But I'm pretty close to, hopefully, maybe, here I gotta do the spinny thing again. Okay, so getting tangled in the cord. So let's see. So yeah, I got to fill in these areas, and I'll probably do that tomorrow. And then this weekend, I'm going to spend some time trying to figure out how I'm actually going to make this the back. You guys probably thought I already had that figured out. So you're going to join the adventure with me trying to figure out how to turn this into a coupe, because I don't know how I'm going to do it just yet. I can't really just go to my CAD file and, you know, do what I did with the car and draw it up, cut out the pieces, or have them cut out and then just apply it to the back. Maybe I can, I don't know. So I'm going to have to figure it out, and then I'll go from there. But I think it's looking good, and just a little bit more sanding to do, and then I can start mocking up the top, and I think when I mock up the top, I'm going to keep it separate from the body for a little bit. So I'll mock it up, and then I'll wait till the last minute before I bond it down to the main body. And the main reason for that is if I need to make any major changes, I won't have to hack up the main part of the car. And the other main reason is I have to take out the whole dash because that is a Miata dash and I'm not using it. So I may use some of the structure behind it, or at least for some ideas, because this is a complete custom chassis on this, and really that's just sitting in there kind of giving an idea of where the person sits and where the steering wheel will go and gauges and things. So I'm gonna I have a whole nother dash that I've mocked up in CAD, and I'll going to make another spot in the garage, and I'll start working on that too, separate out of the car. But anyway, the point being, I need to take off the top so I can get the dash out easy, and maybe put the other one in, and even if it's in the, you know, as big as the coupe, I'll still need to take it off. So I don't know if I'm making sense anymore. All right, I need to go let my arms rest. That sounds bad. So I will see you next video. Later. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's see, my brain's a little fried right now because it's late and I've been working on this top quite a bit, and I'm just exhausted. So let's see, where do I begin? In the last video, heck, I don't even know what I did in the last video, so go watch the last video and then let me know. But let's see. Okay, so all I remember is that the world froze for a couple of weeks, and I wasn't able to get out and work on the car at all because of the garage. It was like 10 degrees in here and my heaters didn't work too well. So what I did is okay, focus. So basically, I guess what I did during that time is try to figure out a way to build this top that you see now on the back. And I used a couple of methods like I used originally when I built the car, which was I kind of sliced up the car into these, or the back section of the hardtop into these forms or slices, and then I tried to assemble it all on top of this, but it didn't work out because the forms were slightly off from the actual top that I have. So basically the top that's in the CAD file is different than the actual top that I have, and it just didn't line up or match up, and it was just too much. It was actually creating too much work, and it was becoming too involved, and just wasn't going to work out. So kind of came up with this other method, which is to freehand shape the car, or what am I saying? To form and shape the back freehand, if that makes any sense. So what I did is I took some all thread, and you kind of see some of it sticking out right here. So that's like steel all thread, you know, it's like 6 feet long, and I first bonded. Oh, it's not working. So I bonded the top down to the car because I don't want it moving, and then I bolted it down to the body back here, and then put a lag bolt down on the side, or into the side, and then I welded the all thread to this lag bolt, and then I kind of flexed it, and I don't even know what to call it. So just basically shaped it, and then put a lag bolt right here in the center, and then tack welded that section. Kind of did some measurements, made an exact copy of it on the other side, and built like this form that became like the base structure to this steel webbing structure that I kind of tacked together and molded and all that into a shape, and basically used that as the platform to apply the cardboard surface onto, and then I applied this silver tape, which is that aluminum air conditioning duct tape, if you guys know what that is. So I've used that a lot in the video, and that's really handy stuff. So here it is. I don't really know what the official name of it is, but it's just, I think it's called duct tape or AC tape or something like that. But it's really good because it doesn't allow fiberglass to stick to it, and that's why I have the whole back of the car covered with this, so that when I fiberglass this piece onto the back, it doesn't stick. I don't want it to stick yet. I'll bond it when I get it all shaped and finalized, but I don't want to bond it to the car yet until I have this figured out, because if this doesn't work, then I can always just rip it off and nothing's been changed to the whole car or to the whole back of the car, and I can basically just start over. So that's kind of the theory behind that, and it actually works, because I've had to do that several times through this whole process. But let's see, so that's basically it. I just need to come in and do the fiberglass part and start laying fiberglass on top, and I'm going to bond it and make it flush to, or I guess shape it and contour it into the roof design and layout. And like I have this hard edge here, and then that's going to carry onto this top, but then as it gets to about this area, it's going to start smoothing out. And the way it looks in the camera, at least, it looks like this is super sharp edge, but it's really not. It's actually, I don't know if you can see my hand, but it's pretty, it has a nice angle to it. So it won't take much to round that area out a little bit. But I want to just carry the sharp line into the, whoa, freak out. That just freaked my teeth out when I did that. So anyway, so I want to carry this sharp line down into the coupe section at the top, and just kind of like how it is on the whole car. The whole car has all these, sharp contoured lines, and since that's part of the theme, I want it to carry on into the top. And then I have an area up here that I need to address, which is this area is going to be filled in quite a bit because it kind of sloped downward, and that was good for the removable top version. But for this one, these humps are still going to be here, but it's going to raise up a little bit and then merge into this area, and then this will actually carry the third brake light. So this is kind of like a triangular section. It'll have the third brake light. This is where the center line section of the top is, and then kind of where this line is drawn is how the glass will be shaped. And then voila, the back has the same shape and design that the logo has, which is kind of cool. So that was pretty much the exact look I was going after, and it looks really good, and I think it's going to work out. So we will know when I start throwing fiberglass and back to massive amounts of sanding again. So that's about it on that. And so this is going to be a long video, so you're hearing that at this point. Expect another 10 minutes of probably time-lapse footage or something. So if you guys also want to keep up with more of the details and stuff, I've been posting some stuff on Facebook more, so I just encourage you guys to go and check out my Facebook page, because I've been updating it more than anything, really, because it's just easier. So I have some early pictures of the framing, and I'll throw some more up after this and all that. So I guess just let me know what you think and all that, and then I'll catch you next time when I'm doing the fiberglass. So until then, I'll see you guys later. Bye. Hey guys, I'm about to start the fiberglass process and start laying up the fiberglass on the back section of the car. And before I do, I just wanted to show you guys a few things. I went ahead and added some mold release wax to the surface of the tape just as a added insurance. So I used some of this high temp mold release wax stuff, and I applied about three or four coats to the back, and then I kind of wiped each coat off, just like you're waxing a car, really. On the last coat, I left it on, so it's extra thick, since I'm not really worried about the finish, because I'm not really making a mold. It's okay to leave the wax on. It adds a little extra insurance. So let's see. Oh, and I have these little nub things that you may have noticed now. These are kind of what you use when you're making a mold, and you have two sections that you need to mate back together and ensure that they align properly. So basically I'm using that same technique here because I want to, after I get through laying 3 or 4 layers of fiberglass on top of this, and after it cures I'm going to pop it off, and then I'll come back and remove this structure piece and all that metal webbing that's underneath it. And these little things will ensure that when I put the fiberglass back onto the rear of the car, it will line up into these and kind of fit over these little nubs and line up to the car properly. And then I can bond that section to the hardtop and continue to finish up the whole rear section, like the Vision. So, which I don't even know what it looks like yet. But anyway, oh, good Lord. Hang on. Okay, one second. Okay, so in that meantime, over the weekend, I built this little box over here. Sorry, I'm checking my phone. And this is to exhaust all the fumes and dust from the inside of the garage to the outside. So I have these little fans and they kick up pretty high, and they work really well. I was really surprised. I was thinking I was going to do some other type of fan, and you know, we'll see how well it works when I start laying the fiberglass and see how bad the fumes really are. But I think it's going to work out pretty good. If not, I'll replace it with a different type of fan. But for these little guys, they work really well. These are what I used in my little workout area to cool me down. They work really well. But oh no, my light just went out. Anyway, okay. Okay, so I've laid out all my fiberglass materials, and I cut out some sheets that I'm comfortable working with. You don't want to, when you're doing this stuff, you want to make sure that you don't lay down too big of a fiberglass section. If it's like, especially if it's just you doing it, you want something that you can work with one section at a time. So each one of these little sections will use about a quarter of resin in one of these little buckets here. So at the 1/4 liter mark, that's how much each one of these will absorb basically. And so I have a little dabby brush for dabbing all stuff in. And I made a new rolly thing. I don't know what to call this, but it's bigger. You guys have seen this in some other videos, and it's a lot longer. I'm using this because I'm hoping that it doesn't spray me with resin as much. So then of course I have my mask and gloves and all that jazz. So anyway, that's about it. So I will start with the fiberglass process and make sure I post that at the end of this. I'll see you guys in the next video later. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. It's about time to pop the shell off now. I've let it set up for a few days and it's nice and cured and very hard on the car. I did about 3 layers over the complete shell, and then I did a 4th layer on this side here on the sides. And then what I'll end up doing after I pop the shell off is reinforcing some of the areas underneath it when I strip out the sections underneath the car, whatever the whatever you want to call it, the structure underneath this. So so what I'm going to do is I have a screwdriver, you know, not the most technical little piece here. I had a wedge just for doing this and I cannot find it now that I've moved everything. So I'm going to use a simple screwdriver, and what I'm going to do is just take it and just start. You'll see how easy this starts to come out. See that? And I can just kind of I'm just barely adding any pressure here. So basically I'm just kind of going and loosening all the areas up. Oof. And see this stuff, like look at that little piece. Look at that. See, easy. Just comes off so easy. So I have to clear off the areas around the nub pieces first, really, and be gentle, since I'm kind of doing this one-handed and holding a camera at the same time. It's a little stout. I may have to put it down. Oof. Hopefully I'm keeping the camera on and everything. So alright. See, it all pops off really good over here. See that little nub? I don't know if you can see that inside here. Alright, so going to the top part. Pretty easy. So if I'm lucky, I will be able to pop this off with just one hand. This will be great. So, alright. Okay, get in here. This is probably the hardest little part. Alright. I kind of have it loose around all the edges. I'm sorry if this looks like a train wreck on the camera. Alright. Got that section's all loose. Okay. Alright, so this is my little, this is the area that's tight. Okay. I can hear it releasing all the way on the other side of the car, or on the other side of the top. Alright, just give it a minute. It's doing something. Here it goes. to a nice little place for the screwdriver. Take my hand and then just lift it off. All right, so that side stayed on. This side is kind of halfway on, and I need more hands. So let me stick that there. Oh. All right, so there's the top. This is that section. Let's see if I can pan out more. All right, and it just fits back down like that. So there it is down, here it is up. So that's kind of how the hatch would open up on the back if you think about it. So we have the hatch opening like that. I mean, this is all kind of crude at the moment. All right, so let's see. Now I have this off, and let's see if I can carry it off the car one-handed. Look at that. Okay. Smash. Okay, so there's the top. I'll lean it up against that. And so the inside's pretty smooth. What I'll do is I'll come around and cut all the edging off, except for the areas around the nub inset. So now you can kind of see how these little things are a kind of a cast mold of the nubs on the car. All right, hang on, don't move. And so right here, these are nubs, and these are going to stay. Almost ripped that one off. And this will keep the car aligned and everything. So all good. Now I'll just come back and take all this off, which kind of just got that process sped up quite a bit just now. So anyway, that's that part, and you know, came off pretty easy. Did it with one hand while filming. So and there's the top piece, and what I will end up doing is supporting the center section, probably with a piece of aluminum. Also putting a support around on the inside, maybe some shaped aluminum as well, and I'll just fiberglass that in from the inside. That way it will maintain its shape while I'm bonding it to the rest of the car, and then having to cut on it and stuff like that, because I'll have to cut out the area for the windows and add the recessed points for the window to set into and to be mounted to. So there you go. So the next step is trimming, and I'm going to come back in a little bit and do that, and remove all that stuff from the car, and I'll film that at the same time. So anyway, that's that, and I'll see you guys in the next video when I'm doing all of that. So I'll see you guys later. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to another update. I know it's been a while since I've done a video update, and sorry about that. Had a problem with my video card. I mean, not my video card, but my card in the video camera. So I had to go get another card, and because of that, I had some kind of crazy read error, and it wouldn't allow me to pull my files off of the memory card. So I can still see them, but I wouldn't let me have them. So I don't know what the deal is with that. But apparently putting another memory card into the camera fixed it, and now I can do videos again. So yeah, so I lost a lot of work of doing the body filler and kind of detailing out this back section. I think in the last video I had it where I had just laid up the fiberglass and bonded it to the hardtop that was already here. and so now I've done a lot of that work, and I just need to finish and finalize the sanding. I'm about to lose my voice on the back of the car, and finish off the contours and clean up all the lines and all that. So kind of the same thing I did on the back section if you follow the videos. So so that's kind of the plan, is to finish out all the contouring and all the lines and everything, and just get it perfect. And then I'll go in and cut the rear windows out and get that ready. So I guess I'll explain some of the process or thoughts behind how I'm going to cut all this out and kind of prep it and everything. Basically, I'm going to, like I said, finish off the back section of the car. I already have the center line marked for where the two window sections will be, and this is going to be like a split window design, so there will be a center piece of the body here, and I'll end up cutting these sections out, and then I'll save these sections and use these as templates for molding and shaping the Lexan windshields that will end up going in their place. And let's see, now there's kind of a couple of steps to that, so, or at least a specific order. So I don't want to cut the windows out now, because that will make the center section possibly distort, mainly because it's not really supported very well underneath here. I did add some support, but I think I'm going to need more, and I just want to, make sure before I cut these big sections out, because this is a lot of the strength to this top, and when I cut this out, things may change and distort. So I want to make sure that I'm able to go in and build in some added support pieces into the center section, and probably around the bottom edge of where the top hatch will open up. And so, like I said, I'll finish off this back section, get it just perfect, and fill in all the low spots and high spots and all that, and sand it down all by hand probably, and get it just right. Then I'm going to come in and I'll make this diagonal cut all the way through, and I'll make it through the top up here, and then once I make that cut, I'll be able to break this section off, because it's been applied to this tape that I've waxed and all that, and it'll allow me to pop it off nice and clean, and then I can come in and rework all the edges and really make sure that it sits down well on the car, and that it's going to open properly and all that. So the biggest thing with that is just really making sure that this angle is the right angle that I want, because once I make the cut, that's what I'm going to have to go with. So I need to be real careful with that cut and make sure that behind here there's not any areas that would conflict with, or your head or your helmet or whatever, because there's some things to think about where this line is, because if basically you have to think where your weather stripping is going to be, and that there's going to be like a U channel in this area, and that's going to dip down into the interior of the car a little. And so if your head's placed right here, then your helmet could hit this, or your head, and it wouldn't filter great. So I need to make sure, and I think I have that in the right spot already, that this will be, you just want to make sure this is a clear area. So yeah, so after I make the cut on the tops, I'm going to have to start building in the weather channels and supports. And even though this is be a mold piece, I still have to build in everything that's going to be molded. So that's kind of the difference between this car and a lot of cars that you're seeing built on the internet, or kit cars, or concept cars, or whatever, is that I'm kind of building a functioning body buck in a sense. I mean, it won't have an engine or any of that, but the doors open, the hinges are there, the windshields and windows are in place, the areas for the molding and mounting points and all that stuff is there. And so when I take this to be molded and have the body panels built and made for it, then they'll be able to make the panels like they're making it for or off of a real production car. and that's just going to make that process easier, and I won't have to sit there and spend a bunch of extra time figuring out how I'm going to do all the weather stripping for the car, or mounting points, or latches, or how I'm putting my headlights in, or any of that stuff, because it's already done, and they'll be able to mold directly from basically the final product and everything. So that's kind of how that's going to go. In this top section, you can see my hand, is going to open like this and come up and allow access to the back section. And I think it's going to be pretty unique, and it'll be enough to get in, your golf clubs and stuff. So that's all you need, right? And let's see. Oh, and then I was also playing with a new spoiler design. I was kind of working this up in CAD, and this is, let's see, how do I explain this? All right, so in some of these new supercars that are coming out, like the Bugatti Veyron, or I don't know, there's a bunch of them now. I think Porsche has some. There's just there's a bunch of them. So basically, a lot of the newer cars have these spoilers that pop up and stuff, and I've always liked that. I've big Knight Rider fan when I was growing up, so I've always wanted to incorporate that into the car. And even before all these other cars came out, I think they were just all Knight Rider buffs too. So anyway, so basically I want to kind of incorporate something like that into this section, and that this will be the spoiler, and it'll have a unique shape when it pops up. It's just not going to be flat or anything, and it will pop up and then possibly act as an air brake, allow different angles, and let's see, besides allowing various angles for downforce and various speeds and all that, there'll be two of them. They're going to be separated, and it may be beneficial to the performance of the car around the track to control them independently, depending on the turn-ins on a road course. So that's another idea that I'm looking at, and that'll be pretty unique. Now, there's already a spoiler company that makes a split spoiler that has various pivots to each side of the spoiler, and it's been proven to increase the downforce in the right areas and turns and to help and all that stuff. So I don't know, there may be something to that. If not, it could just be kind of a wow factor thing. I don't know, but anyway, so that's going to be unique. So there'll be two of those on the back. They'll sit into the back of the car, and then they'll pop up later, or I may just build them in. I don't know. So I'm just kind of playing around with ideas and thoughts. Haven't really gotten that far yet, but now one of the interesting things to the back of this car is that it's actually shaped after a spoiler. I happen to have a CAD file when I had to redesign the back of the car, and I had a spoiler on it at one time, like a big race spoiler, it's real crazy, oddly shaped spoilers, and I liked the way it looked, and so I had kind of placed it into my file down low, and I actually just brought my fenders and met them to the edge of the spoiler and kind of incorporated that spoiler into the design in a sense, and just really kind of shaped that, or just took on that shape of it really, and it was kind of unique. So I liked it, and lo and behold, it looks like the body may end up making a cool spoiler that's all split and everything. I don't know, it'll just be unique. So we'll see how it works in the final product. So yeah, so anyway, now I'm also having this car, it's being put into a video game like right now. I've been talking with the guy, so I'm excited to see the files, and when I start getting files back, I'll start posting them up on the internet, or on my Facebook page and on the website, so you guys can see it. And we'll see. We were talking about wheels and stuff a few nights ago and all that. I'm curious to see the update on it. So anyway, I'll keep you guys posted. And there's another people talking in one of like other forums or something about wanting this in, I think the new, what is it, Test Drive video game? I don't know. I popped in on the forums and talked to some people about it and probably freaked them out. So that was kind of different. Anyway, that's about it, I think, for this video. I'll keep updating as much as I can. I know they're kind of coming out slow, the videos, and I'll try to speed that up. I'm trying, but I'm also starting up 2 companies at the same time and just started up, so I have like 3 companies actually that will be running kind of partly in my name. So that's taking a lot of time away from me at the moment, but I'm trying to, you know, take some time and come out here when I can. And it's kind of slow, but it'll get there. And if I can get these new ventures off the ground, then that'll be great. And that's just more money for me to put into the project and hopefully move it further and things like that. Maybe I'll be able to hire someone to come work on it. So anyway, all right, I think that's about it. I'm trying to see if there's anything I'm forgetting in this update. I guess if I forget it, I'll put it into the next one. So anyway, I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, see you later. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. It's been a while since the last update, of course. So yeah, I seem to say that every time, but it's just, there's just a lot going on right now with everything, and just part of normal life stuff and having to take care of everything while building a car at the same time. So just an example of something like that is basically what's going on with my garage. So here, if you check this out, let's see, oh, almost dropped the camera. So you see my garage looks like a used furniture store. Basically we did a we just remodeled the house and redecorated and got new furniture and just did stuff like that. So it's just kind of crazy, but I have all this furniture out in the garage waiting for some people to pick it up, and we have to take some to some people and all that, and then I'll have access to my car again. So I can't wait because I'm kind of jonesing to work on it and all that. I've been doing some work on the back, of course. I'm continuing to work back there, but I'm having to wait, or not really wait anymore, but I was waiting on some steel and supplies to build the gantry system that I am going to build on the ceiling up here. So kind of like right next to where my garage door opener is, up on the ceiling, there's going to be a bar that goes all the way across, and from there I will hang down a set of lasers that will mark the center line of the car, again just like the gantry did in the previous videos. So but first I have to get all this stuff out and then I can get back on to that. So I just wanted to give you guys just a quick update on where things are at. I wish I could get over there and show you the back, but I've done a lot of work to the back and top of the car, and it's getting pretty close to being finished. I have, you know, more sanding to do, of course, and I don't really want to do any more until I get that center line set up so that I can make sure everything's going to be symmetrical as close as possible. So so I won't really do any more of that until that's all set up. But I figure in the meantime that I could go over probably one of the most common questions that I get asked, and that is about the foam. So I have a piece of foam right there, and I actually have some over here too. So let's see, I'm gonna stop it 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I wanted to put the camera on a tripod so that I had both my hands available to show you the foam stuff. So the most common question that I get asked on all my videos and then emails and just whatever is usually about the foam and how, you know, I got it and what kind of foam is it and all this stuff. So and I think, you know, a lot of people are going back to the early videos. You know, they're watching the videos and then they're seeing that they can, you know, do this, and then they go back to the early videos to look and see how I do all the foam stuff. But I don't really have a lot of you know, I don't really show a lot of the technique stuff with the foam or anything about the foam really. I just kind of show up with it, and they're kind of like silent videos. So I just want to go in more detail about that. I've been meaning to do this for a long time, and I want to really get to some of the more of the kind of tutorial based videos where I'm kind of covering more of the things that I use in more detail. So so now we're on to the foam. I figured it's a good place to start, and this is it. It's called Foamular 150, and basically it's an insulation foam that's for houses. It's what goes on the outside of a house, and I get the 1 inch thickness, and it's by, I think it's 8 feet by or 4 feet by 8 feet in size. So it's really big sheets, and I think you can get it in also like 4 foot by 4 foot too. But usually I buy the big sheets, and I'll buy like a pallet of it because you can get it for a lot cheaper. So I think if you just go and pick it up at your local hardware store, it's about $8 to $12 a sheet, depending on what thickness you get. And they even go, you know, thicker than the 1 inch to I think all the way up to 4 inches. But you have to special order anything, you know, over 1 inch. I think the 2 inch to 4 inch are special order. And personally, I like the 1 inch better. It gives a little bit more flexibility on what you want to do. Plus, it's slightly flexible, but not too much. I mean, it's pretty rigid foam, and it's pretty easy to work with. So the density is pretty good. It's easy to sand and kind of build your whatever you're going to build with out of. It's pretty easy to cut. I don't know. I had a razor blade somewhere, but I guess I don't. Oh, there it is. Okay, so you know, just cutting it. Let's see. You know, it's pretty simple. So it breaks and cuts pretty easy. You just kind of score it with a razor blade, and then you can cut off, you know, little slivers or whatever. I usually have a big giant a big giant knife that you'll actually see in the videos, and it's just some old, you know, U.S. cutlery knife that is just like razor sharp, and I use that to kind of sculpt and shave down all the general shape of everything before I start fine tuning the design. So so that's basically it on the foam. It's pretty simple to get. It is a polystyrene type foam, and it will melt with just about anything. So no matter what kind of glue you use, or you know, fiberglass resin, paint, acetone, lacquer thinner, alcohol, it doesn't matter, it's going to melt it. So there's a real trick to keeping it from melting when you need to finally lay the fiberglass over the top. And that's what I use a silver tape for that you see in the videos. And I do cover this pretty well, I think, in some of the videos. But basically I'll lay this tape down and just keep covering it with this tape. And it's an aluminum tape that has a film on top, and it makes it easy to lay your fiberglass on, and then you can just peel the whole backing off, so you can remove the foam piece, and you're left with the fiberglass shell that you can then use that to finish working with on your model, basically. So so yeah, so this is pretty good, and you can get this at local hardware stores. You can buy it in bulk also. Very handy to use, and it seals very well. It's really like an AC tape for use on air conditioning systems in the house. So it's really meant to seal up really well. But so the other thing is the glue. I buy the cheapest glue I can find. It seems that the more expensive the glue and the better, like the 3M or the headliner type glues, tend to really melt the foam. This one does a pretty good job at not melting or dissolving. It doesn't really melt. I guess it kind of dissolves, as you can see. So that's what happens when you put too much in one spot. So this, you can see, it didn't really dissolve any of it. Those are just dents, but there's no dissolving. And it's nice because you can kind of put it together and it holds it, and just enough really for you to do whatever you need to do with it, if that makes sense. So, you know, what I did was basically I would take the foam pieces and I would glue them one side at a time. So I would glue this side and this side, and I let it sit for, you know, 30 seconds to a minute, or if it's like 112 degrees outside like it usually is here in Texas, then, you know, it can just be right after you spray it, basically. Then you stick it on and it stays tacky, and it'll stay tacky for a long time. So it's pretty solid. Then I would take this and I would insert it into the forms that I cut out for the body shape. So in the previous videos, you'll see that I have all these wooden forms in place, and then I add this in between it, and that works really well. Now, if your project's going to take a long time, like mine has, this glue does start to degrade and dry out, and it doesn't really stick anymore. So if you have areas that are not really being held by the wood forms, so in other words, if they're not being, you know, held in place on two sides, and you have a piece that's just kind of sticking out, then I use another glue that's a wood glue. So I use that, as you can see, and I'll use the wood glue, and it really holds well. But you don't want to glue out too close to the edges of where you think you're going to sand. So if you're going to sand this area and you have wood glue all the way up to the edges, what will happen is if you're using a body file or something like this to sand, this will catch that glue and just start ripping and not really making a smooth area for you to sand on. So a little trick to that is I use I don't know, this is like a fluid, what is this? I think this is like a flavor injector for like turkeys and chicken and meat and stuff. So you would fill it up, and it's basically a giant needle, and it has two holes on each side, and you put your flavor inside, which in this case would be the glue, and you then stick this in between, so say this is a part that's sticking out and it's not really being held, you would stick it in between all the way down, and then you would inject a little bit of glue, and then you would just kind of go down through the whole seam, and you would end up injecting glue about 3 to 4 inches down into the foam. And the nice thing about that is that now your glue is here, and you can sand all the way down to that area without having it snag or catch, and you end up with a nice finish on the foam. So so that's pretty much it. I mean, really just getting it glued with cheap glue. You want to spray real light coats, kind of a far distance from the foam. Otherwise, if you pile it up, it will start to melt. So you put a concentrated spot there, it will eat a nice giant hole in that area, and I can already see it bubbling and starting to dissolve that area. But then you need a nice body file. This one I've been using on the car, but you can really sand down your areas, so it works pretty good. This one's not as sharp and it's clogged, so it's not doing as good of a job as normally it would. But as you can see, you can still see that hole dissolving away. Also, you can use a regular sander with this stuff, and it does a really good job. So making a mess now. So now you can see it's really nice and smooth there. You can use a finer grit. This is a pretty tough grit that I have on it right now, but yeah, it makes it really easy to sand with a block. Whoa, like a block like that. And then you can, you know, shape your piece, and you're going to town with it. So that's pretty much the main techniques and little tricks with this type of foam. If you have money and you can buy foam in giant blocks and go and have it CNC, then that's great. But either way, I like working with this. Well, it's pretty easy to you know, to modify and change. If you mess up with a section, something that I had to do a lot is that I would sand an area down. I was like, dang, I did that wrong or whatever. Well, you can just come in. Oh, I need a sharper blade. So you can come in and then you can, well, I did that. So then you can come in and do a patch job. So I would have this little piece and you can come in like this, basically, you know, re-glue that down, and then now you have a patch job piece that you could insert into the foam and do your thing with it. So let's see. So anyway, so that's just, I'm kind of going, you know, that's not very clean, but but you get the idea. So basically, you know, when you have, if you had a huge giant block, it's a little harder to cut everything out, and it's just more difficult. I've kind of gone through both methods, and I really end up liking the just this type of foam, period. Usually the real giant blocks are super expensive, and they are sometimes, when you go to sand them, they're a little too easy to sand. They're still pretty dense, but they're I don't know how to explain it. The cell structure of the material is different. This is pretty small cell structure, and so it sands and it's really easy to smooth. So so yeah, look for that at your local hardware stores. But I don't know where to tell people that are outside of the US to get this stuff. I assume that they probably have this, but I don't know, because I do get a lot of emails from people that are in other countries and stuff, and I have no idea if they have Home Depots and Lowe's and places like that over there, but I'm sure they have hardware places where they can get this kind of foam, you know. So there you go. This video is getting kind of long, so I'll go ahead and close it up, and I'll try to cover, I think in one of my next videos, some of the lasers for the gantry system, because I get a lot of questions on just the gantry in general, but a lot of people have no idea about the lasers and how I get it to make it into a long beam. And really it's all about what I'm buying, not really what I'm doing. So anyway, that's it, and hopefully I'll get another video out soon for you guys, and I'll see you next time. Forgot to tell you that I set up a new website called cardesignersandbuilders.com, and it's a site for people to go to and get information and share information about their designs and their cars and and what they're building, and also to get tips and tricks and techniques and all those things for how to build cars. So it's for, you know, amateurs, new people, professionals, whoever wants to come and you know, contribute to the forum. But I think it's a good place for me to share the information that I've, you know, kind of gained through this whole process, and to also learn from other people and what others are doing as well. So go check out the site. I'll put the link in the bar below the video, whatever you want to call that, and check it out. Let me know if you have any problems with it, then let me know that too. So I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hey guys, wanted to do a short video on the lasers real quick. After I mentioned it in the last video, I got several emails from people just wondering what I used them for, and that that were new to the project, and then from other people that have been following the project wanting to know where to get them. So I figured I'd just cover that real quick in this video. Sorry about the RC car stuff in the way. Taking that out with my kid tomorrow, so but maybe I'll put some lasers on it. So yeah, so I have two different lasers, and this one that I have now is the one that I use the most. So this is a crosshair laser, and I pretty much got off of eBay, and you can find them all over eBay. Just be careful when you look for a crosshair laser that you get the one that has a wide angle to it. There's some that have almost like a rifle scope crosshair. It's real tiny, and so just be careful with that. Let me make this connect again, because if you get those, then you won't be able to produce a wide span on the car that you're trying to project the laser on. So essentially what I would use this for is to measure, to really find the center line on the car, and then directly find the horizontal line to the center line, so whatever X, Y axis. And so if this was X and this was Y, then I'd always have an exact 90 degrees off the center line. And what I would use it for is, let's see, okay, hang on. Okay, so RC car coming in handy now. So what I'd use it for is I'd project it down onto the center of the car using the gantry system that I had, and it moved down the whole length of the car. It always followed the center line. And what I would use these, like if this is X and this is Y axis, I would measure from the center to the edge of a certain area on the Y axis, and create a measurement mark, and then I would be able to go on to the opposite side and make sure that it measured the same over there, so that it kept the car symmetrical. And I would basically just use it as a checking device. When I cut the wood out and the foam and shaped it and added all the fiberglass, I had to constantly go by and double check all the measurements, make sure everything was symmetrical. So this is just a tool for doing that, and I would use just some type of measuring stick or tape or device to create my marks on in certain points on the car. So yeah, so it would just basically go down the car like this, and hopefully that shows up in the video. I don't know, I can't tell since this is shiny, but it would go down the center of the car, and then I would take measurements on the sides and just wherever I needed to. That's the nice thing about the lasers, it wraps around a lot of the bends and turns and corners and stuff like that, so pretty handy. Then I have this other type of laser, so which is just a single line laser, and these I got from a local store called Harbor Freight. If you're in the US, I'm sure there's some around in your area. Just kind of found them by accident, and they're pretty handy. They have little magnets on the bottom. They stick to anything, or you can actually screw them down to something, and they pivot, and they have a little turn dial along with a button on the back to turn them off. So pretty simple to use. And what I would do with these is I mounted these on the side of the gantry, and I would mark the areas where the top laser wouldn't get to. So as the car wrapped around to the bottom side, quarter panels or whatever, to the underneath of the car, I can use these to get that area. And then I had another one on the other side that did the same thing. So pretty handy to use for marking and just creating symmetry between both sides of whatever you're working on. That's about it really on the lasers. Try not to have the RC car stuff in the way next time. So I still don't have a lot of space in the garage, so so hopefully that'll be done soon. But yeah, so I have a ton of these, and you can cut the base off of these if you wanted to, and use it to mount, you know, to something if you wanted to. That's like I said, that's pretty much it. There's not a whole lot of details on that. You know, check out eBay. I think you can get these on eBay. These on eBay also. I'm not really sure what to call them. I know if you do a search for crosshair laser, you'll find these. They're about, they come in like packages of 6 and 12. I think I bought a lot. I bought like 2 packages of 12. And like a pack of 12 was like, I think it was like $4 with $2 shipping, or it was $2 with $4 shipping. I don't know, something crazy. It's pretty cheap actually. And they got here in about a week. Came from China, of course. They just come in a little bag like this, and you have to wire them up yourself. So what I would use, like I'm using with this, is like a cell phone charger. And they, you know, you need something that's around between 5 to 7 volts and between 700 to 900 milliamps on the voltage and all that. So the chargers for your cell phones seem to be about that same voltage range, and they work pretty good. And you can put them in series if you wanted to, and run a few of these crosshairs down your car and create like a grid pattern. It's a lot of aligning. That's probably the most difficult thing with these, is trying to align them true up and down. And so basically where this starts and where this is, it needs to be truly vertical, which is pretty difficult to do. So when I build the gantry, I'll actually show you guys how I do it, and it works pretty good. So that's kind of the only tricky part about that when you have it running over the top of the car, is having it, you know, truly vertical, because if it's skewed in any way, then it throws off the alignment all the way down the car, and your measurements are jacked up. So you know, if you know, whatever the project is you're doing, you'll notice pretty quickly if it's skewed. But yeah, that's the biggest thing with these, is just getting them kind of calibrated, I guess, to true vertical. So that's about it on those, and I'll try to cover, you know, more detail on that when I actually start assembling the new gantry setup on my ceiling, and I'll show you how I mount the lasers and then how they're really used on the car more. So I won't have the RC car. So anyway, I'll check with you guys next time, and just stay tuned. See you guys later. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. In this video I'm going to make a body for an RC car. Actually, I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm going to use and dissect that RC car. So you guys might have seen that on my Facebook site, where I kind of talk about using that for the new gantry system. So basically, this is my kid's little RC car, and it's mine. But this one, the steering doesn't work, so it will become part of the gantry setup. So anyway, so yeah, in the last video I was covering like the lasers and stuff that I used on the gantry system that went around the whole car, and you know, it was real intricate and all that. Very good, useful setup, but now I don't really need that setup anymore, and I just really need a center line that's going to go down the center of the car, and I just need something that's real simple and that will track, you know, down the whole center of the car. So anyway, so I came up with something that's going to mount to the ceiling and basically be like my garage door opener, in a sense, and it's going to be a rail that will be suspended on the ceiling. I'm going to use these little gadgets, pieces of steel, just like what's used on the garage door opener deal, and kind of what holds up the tracks for the garage door. So so this setup will be suspended. It's actually going to be like that, but and these will be bolted using lag bolts between the studs and the ceiling. So I may have to take this back and get a thicker one. Just depends, because this rail piece that I'm using is very heavy. So I think it's like 200 pounds, maybe heavier. I'm not really sure, but it's pretty heavy. So you may recognize this from the other gantry setup. It's actually one of the sides, and it turned out to be a perfect piece to use. I had a lot of people, you know, send me drawings and ideas for the setup and different ways to do it, and I came up with a few different ways myself and went and tried to order the steel and do all kinds of stuff, and I just kind of thought that I had these outside, and I never really considered it because I thought they wouldn't be very straight, but it turns out that it's extremely straight. And I basically took this little DeWalt leveler deal, and it has built-in lasers, more lasers, built-in lasers in it, as you can see. So it has like rare earth magnets on it, so it mounts to anything. But basically, it's got a laser on the X, Y, and Z coordinates of it. And what I did is I took the laser and I stuck it on the edge, kind of like that, where it split the laser in half. So half of the laser was on the edge of the steel, and I aligned it so that basically the other half of the laser would project all the way down here. So what happened is it actually projected perfectly. The other bit of laser was the other half was right at the edge of this end, and I did both the sides and the top to make sure that it wasn't twisted or anything, and it turned out great. So this was the perfect thing to use, and I didn't have to buy a bunch of steel and try to make something overly complicated. So basically the idea with this piece of metal is that this will get suspended on the ceiling. Let me turn this off. Using the little brackets that I showed you, and then I'll have a rail cart that goes up and down this rail, and on the cart we'll have my little measuring devices, lasers, and things like that, and it'll just slide up and down it, and I'll have these little Teflon feet that will be glued onto the piece of metal. This is like a test piece to make sure it's going to hold up. So I'll have a few of these feet on each side, and instead of using wheels, it'll just slide on these. I figured it was easier to do that, and I didn't have to fabricate wheels and get all crazy, because really it's not going to be like real heavy. Should be pretty easy to move, and it's only going to have like 1 or 2 lasers hanging off of it, you know, and they're real tiny, so shouldn't be too bad. But I'll apply like some lithium grease to the rail, and I'll make it slide real easy. And then most importantly, I'm actually going to finish the surface of this whole rail piece. So I'm going to sand it down, and I'll fill in any low spots or nicks or whatever that may be in it. Because I know there's stuff like, you know, like right here I have like resin that dripped on it when it was at the other shop. So I'm gonna have to sand all that down, and then I'll just use some body filler to fill it in, and then I'll paint the whole thing nice with some high temp, good tough paint, and then I'll use the lithium grease on top of that after it sets up. So yeah, so that's kind of the idea on how this is going to work. Like I said, I'm going to disassemble this whole little car thing and try to use as much of it as I can. I think I should be able to use the whole thing, just take the body off. and mount it somehow to the top of this, and the wheels will just roll on part of the rail somewhere. Not really sure yet. And then I'll just use this little controller to run it up and down the whole rail. So should be pretty simple, not overly complicated, and I won't have to pull on it or connect any strings or lines or pulleys like I did on the last system. On the last system I had these pulleys that had cables and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's kind of an overview of this setup. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Missing my sawhorses that I was going to put these on, so I'm using a box and a chair. So that goes to show you that it's pretty simple setup to do this. Also, the audio quality in this video is going to have a nice humming sound, as you probably have already noticed, and that's because I have my AC on, and it's like 1,000 degrees outside. Actually, I think it's 104 degrees, and this thing is keeping it at about 80, but I think my AC is about to die on me. It's really loud. It's not usually that loud. So I apologize for the audio quality. I also have this fan on too to kind of circulate the air a little. But yeah, so that's kind of just in this video is just an overview of what I'm going to do to this thing. Like I said, I'm going to finish the surface of the rail, make it nice and smooth. I'm going to build and assemble the rail cart and figure that out. And as you have probably already noticed, I have no idea how I'm going to make that work or what I'm doing exactly. I've kind of cut some pieces because I have a general idea of what it's going to be, but I'm just winging this really. And the whole RC car deal, I don't know. I don't even know if it's going to work, but I will see. So I know I can get the little cart to work, and if I have to, I'll just move it by hand or piece of string or whatever, because like I said, I don't want it to be too complicated. And it's really just to get the center line down the car, so I have something to work off of. But it would be nice to have a little RC car so it moves by itself, and plus I just like to tinker with stuff and all that. But yeah, so for you guys out there that don't know what you're getting into, you don't have to know. You just have to just start doing it and seeing if you can figure it out on the fly, because that's pretty much how this whole project has gone. So yeah, so there you go. And in the next video, I'll do it pretty much right after this. I'm going to start assembling all this right now, but I'll put the cart together and the RC thing, and I'll test it out. I'm just going to tack it together, little tack welds, and just to test it out, because I'm not going to finish this or bore anyone with the all the sanding and more sanding that I'm going to have to do to this rail to make it smooth. So anyway, so I'll see you in the next video, and I'll just keep you updated on how this little cart goes. All right, see ya, bye. Hey guys, alright, I've kind of put the little test sled together, somewhat assembled the concept. So this is it. This little piece I probably don't need. I was just using that to kind of mount some of this crazy RC stuff that I've ripped apart. So, so it runs pretty good, it's pretty smooth. It has a little bit of play in it, so I'll have to work on adjusting that. I think that's mainly because of the little sliders have foam on the bottom. Oops, just dropped it. Basically they have foam, and I just stuck them on instead of gluing it. If I glue it like I did this piece here, then it will probably be a lot or it'll have a lot less play on the whole setup. So, but these kind of make it springy. I don't know if you can see that. But anyway, because it's just foam. So just a concept idea, and I think this is what I'm going to end up with. It should work out pretty good. As far as making it propelled with the car, I'm going to have to rethink that. I ran into a few issues with the motor not being strong enough, especially running off of a bunch of AA batteries, and the microcontroller inside of this little RC car is just not all that great. So I was expecting to run into some issues with that. If I throw like a real RC battery onto the motor, it just on itself, it has tons of torque and power and will move it right along. But then I lose the ability to control it with a hand controller remotely, and then I don't have the microcontroller to make it go forward and reverse. So now I could do something like this. This is my microcontroller for my RC car. It's real tiny, and I could hook something like a servo for an RC car up to it. This is like a servo for a normal car. Now this one's kind of modified because it's a high torque servo and it broke itself. And what I was thinking about doing is removing the servo stops inside of it. So basically it turns 180 degrees and it stops, and then the other way 180 degrees. So I have to remove the stops, and if I do that, then I can make it continually turn 360 degrees. And this would have enough power to pretty much push or pull or do whatever it needs to do, and it would do it pretty slowly, which would be nice, because that's how I don't really want it to haul ass down the track. So I don't know, I'm gonna have to play with that. I tried sticking some new batteries in, and apparently this microcontroller inside of the cheap toy won't handle the high voltage batteries. I mean, they're not really high voltage, but they're rechargeable. They have a higher milliamp to them, I guess, or whatever it's called. So I don't know. It didn't like it. I stuck them in, and those are brand new, fully recharged, and it just didn't work. So something weird going on with that. So I'm gonna have to rethink the RC toy, trying to propel it. I may have to step it up to a more professional servo setup and controller. I have some higher quality controllers over there, but I don't know if it's really worth going through all that trouble. I really do want to have it, move on its own, either remotely or via a switch or something like that. It's real handy to do, because if you're leaning over the car trying to measure something and you're using the laser, then it's nice to just be able to hold the switch or hold the controller and just move the laser along without having to stop what you're doing and get up and move it and then come back. And you know, there's a lot of stuff that you have to do where you need the guide to be there as you're sculpting or moving or whatever. So so anyway, so I really want to try to make this propel itself somehow, either with this toy parts, and see if I can, you know, do the Frankenstein thing with all this and make it work. Or I can always go back to the cable setup. I was just thinking earlier that previously on the other gantry setup, I had a series of cables and like a windshield wiper motor that ran the whole system, and it did great. That windshield motor was real strong, and I could do the same thing with a lot less work now that I think about it, and I'd only need to loop the cable just up and down this length. But I'm still trying to get away from that because it's just, I don't know, it's a mess to have to deal with the cable and the tensioning and the setup and all that. So we will see. So I'm going to explore the ideas, and if you guys have any ideas on how I can make that move, you know, there's a few different ways. I was thinking about, you know, sticking some wheels at the end, having it, you know, rest on the wheels as it turned, but then I have to build brackets and motors and mounts and all that stuff. So I was hoping I would just be able to, you know, clamp this little assembly onto it or bolt it on or something, and have it work, but that doesn't seem like that's going to be happening. So anyway, I've chatted enough, so I guess I'll update you on the next video and keep you posted on what I come up with. And like I said, you guys feel free to shoot some ideas if you can think of a easier way to move this along this rail remotely or not, or via wire. I don't really care, as long as I have some kind of switch I can, you know, hold in my hand to move it would be helpful. So so anyway, I'll see you guys in the next video. Later. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. And let's see, in the last video I was going or actually doing some little test assembly and stuff like that with this little laser rail guide sled thing. And let's see, I got the little sled made, so it's just tacked together right now. But I did run into some issues with the RC car that I was using. So basically the idea was to, you know, propel the sled using the RC car and a little remote controller. It all seemed to work conceptually, but in design and testing it did not work at all. So the little RC car just couldn't hold up with, you know, the strength that it needed. Little motors are not so great, and the car wasn't so great in the first place. So I'm having to rethink the design idea, and I have another concept that I'm going to put together today and try to test it out and see how well that works. And basically what I'll be doing is going back to the original design where I used the pulleys, as you can see on this end, and it had cables that wrapped around and went on one side of the car and all the way around the car really. And those are the cables in that big box of mess. So it'll be cable driven, and the cables will pull the sled back and forth, and I'll have a tension spring and stuff like that inside of it. And I will use the original motor that I used before on the gantry system, which really is just a simple windshield wiper motor, and it's a very strong, torquey motor. I never really realized how strong windshield wiper motors are, but they are very strong. So I'm going to use this motor, and I have a little bracket that I made for it, you know, originally, and it looks like I'll still be able to use that bracket to mount everything up, and basically I'll just weld it to the end and get everything aligned the way that it needs to be to pull the little sled back and forth. So that's what I'm going to do right now, is just do a test assembly again of this idea and hope that it works out better than the idea using the RC car. So one thing that I lose is the remote control part of it, so I'll have to have like a wire with a switch, at least for now. I did order a ESC deal off the internet, which is a electronic speed controller for an RC car, and it's a I don't know, it's like a 50 amp controller, and it'll allow me to basically pass from a 110 volt transformer to 12 volts that powers this thing, pass the 12 volts through the ESC, and allow me to control the speed of this thing while also using one of the little remote control controllers to move it up and down the track. So it'll still be a remote control, and it'll be plugged in to 110 volt outlet, so I won't have to worry about batteries and all that other mess on it. So I think that's going to work out better in the long run. Plus I'll have all the power in the world to pull this thing, which is kind of a tight fit on the rail, and that's how I want it. I don't really want it too loose because I don't want too much play in the setup. So I think that's going to work out good, but we'll see when I get it all set up and put together. But this, I'm not sure if I went over this before, but this is kind of what the little dolly cart rail slide doohickey looks like. So it's just really kind of a box. It's all very square, and it's just tacked together right now. I don't know if I'll need this third plate on the top, but I'm just going to leave it there for now. So essentially it just clamps on using itself, and I'll probably have like a little, maybe some type of adjuster plate that I'll add pressure to this, but it just sticks on. So see it like that, and I'll get a different angle here so you can see this notch on this deal and how this is shaped. So it's flat on this side, and this will be the side that I need to sand and make sure that it's just perfectly straight, because this is going to be the side that is going to hold the lasers and shine down, so I can't have this bumpy or anything. So this just like that, get back with the camera, and slides on like that. And what I did is I put some, kind of experimenting with two different types of grease. I have some graphite grease on this side, which is like a dry lubricant. It's not really a grease. And then I have lithium grease on this side, and it works pretty good. It works really good when they mix together like that. So you know, works pretty good as far as a lubricant goes. So we'll see, and we'll see how long the sliders last on that are sliding up against the rail. And if I need to, I can always convert that over to like some brass wheels or some type of metal wheel or something like that. But right now I think it's going to work out fine for as much as I need to use it. So I did buy some new sliders though, just to give me a little bit more surface area on it. But that's about it really. I'll go over again in another video after I assemble everything and show you how it all works. So hopefully this new concept idea of how to move the cart back and forth will work pretty good, and I'll just update you on another video, and I'll do a little high-speed action with me assembling this thing and all that. So anyway, stay tuned, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back, and here is an update on the rail situation. As you can see, doesn't look like a whole lot is done. I have the rail sled laser thing mounted, but in fact it's all finished actually. So let me kind of show you how it works now. So there's the sled as it moves. I still have to sand the side deal so it's smoother. It's running over some epoxy and resin stuff, so it's kind of choppy until I sand that down. But this kind of gives you an idea of how it works. So it's going back and forth. I have it hardwired at the moment, so it's actually connected to a DC power source and a little switching mechanism that's in my hand. So if you recognize this, it's from a car switch deal. So when I press up, it goes that way, press that way, it goes that way, and it's lit up. This is what I actually used on the previous system, and it worked good, so I may stick with this for a little bit. But like I said, I did order that ESC controller deal, so I may use that instead. But this kind of gives you an idea of how it works, and it's pretty fast actually. So it's a little faster than it was on the previous setup, because it doesn't have to turn so many wheels and cabling and just heavier stuff. So it's a little more responsive and everything. I have a laser projected on the ground, but I don't think you can tell. It's wiggling a little bit, and that's mainly because of the sanding I need to do. I need to smooth the sides down, like I said. So anyway, let me put this down, and I'll show you the how it works part. Let's see. Yeah, I did film the building of everything, but my camera's acting a little strange, and when I went to go preview it, some segments were black, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to do the time-lapse part or not. So if you don't see it, that's what happened to it. All right, so let's take a look. I'm trying not to get more grease on myself. Here's the sled, and basically I took there's that panel that's right here, I took it off and I put it on the back side. And here is the cable. It's very taut, and what I've done is I took this is like a cable secure bolt deal, and I kind of ground on a little bit and welded it directly to this, and applied this cable deal to it. As you can see, it's very, I mean, it doesn't move at all. It's very strong. And I don't know, I got a macro, hang on. Ooh, look at that. So that kind of gives you an idea of what it looks like. And now if I come down the rail a little more, you'll see more stuff. So this is how it's connected, and I have this huge, like 150 pound or 200 pound spring, and this is what's applying tension on the cable. And then I have a turnbuckle set up next in line, and the turnbuckle is used so that I can apply tension to the whole cable system. So all I do is turn this deal, and the screw thing turns inward, and basically these close in, and that little gap gets smaller, and what it does is it pulls the spring more. So it's a way of applying tension to cables. You'll see them like on telephone poles, holding telephone poles up and securing building pieces and things like that. So let me turn the macro thing back off the camera. All right, so I'm gonna climb over. Okay. So that kind of gives you an idea how it's attached to the back side. And so let me show you. Ugh. All right, so when I turn it, you can see the two cross, and then it goes that way. See how that works? All right, so what's going on is down at this end, I have, oh, Jesus, I have something stuck in my foot. Okay. Alright, so here's the pulley setup. I have two on here because that's what I had before, and the second one's just acting as a spacer. But these little pulleys are the same pulleys for garage door openers. Or not garage door openers, but garage doors mechanism, you know, that make the garage doors open. So there's a little cable set up. Matter of fact, all this is from a garage door, even this cable and the wheels. So that's this end. Not a whole lot going on. So we'll go down to this end, where it's all messy. All right, and there is the windshield wiper motor, and how it's affixed. Let's see if I can get that macro thing going, so you can kind of see how it's all done. Ooh, my hands are shaking. I need to eat. All right, so there is how it's all kind of going through the system, and the motor. As a matter of fact, this motor actually works off of my little RC battery. I was surprised, but it'll pull the whole thing. It's a little slower because it doesn't have as many amps. I'm running 10 amps and 12 volts through this motor right now, which is a ton. So that's what that looks like. This is just a junkyard specialty, and off with macro, and that's it. So like I said, I wanted to keep it simple. I got two mounting points. I have the drive system on this end. I have the drive system down at that, or the pulley system down at the other end, and then in the middle I have the sled attached to the top wire or top cable, and then on the bottom cable, because it's heavier, it'll just hang down at the bottom like this and just bounce, you know. And I have the spring to apply tension, and then I have the turnbuckles so that I can adjust the tension on the system. So the tighter it is, the smoother it will operate, but you don't want to get too tight on this spring. You just need to pull it a little bit, otherwise if that thing breaks, it's going to kill somebody. So so that's it, and the next stage is to tweak on the sled a little more and make sure it's tight and doesn't move. As you can see, it's a lot more solid now. So and then I'll mount this whole setup to the ceiling, and then it'll be done. So that's it. Nice little quick project. Oh, okay, hang on. Yeah, so there you go. Nice and simple setup. It's pretty smooth and quiet. There it goes. All right. See, put the camera on it. Oh, let's see, it's a little jiggly. Cool though. All right. It's my my new camera track system. What do you think? All right. So now it's on, and we can see how it works. So until next time, I'm going to clean this up. That's the next process, and then like I said, I'll mount it. So there you go. I'll see you next video. Hey guys, yay! I'm back with a new video update. Sorry it's taken so long since the last update. I know it's been like 2 months or so. I took some time off to kind of focus on some new clients and some work and family and just a little vacation-y stuff, just to get away from everything for a little bit. So now the weather is better and I can get back to working on the car. The weather's been terrible. It's just been like 115 plus degrees outside, and even hotter in the garage. It's just crazy how hot this place gets, and mainly because our door, the garage door, faces the sun when it comes up in the morning and most of the afternoon. So it really heats up, and it's all insulated, but it doesn't matter much. So yeah, let's see, in the last video that I did, I was working on the gantry setup, so I'll try to kind of update everybody on everything that's gone on. So now, yay, the gantry is mounted to the ceiling. It's all painted nice and everything. So I did this setup differently than the previous gantry that went around the whole car. So I had a gantry deal that, you know, went around. I can't really draw that in the screen, but so yeah, so I had a different gantry that went completely around the car, and it worked real well, but it was a pain to set up and to calibrate and all that stuff. So I wanted something that was easier and more out of the way, and that's why I made a system that was mounted to the ceiling. This one has been 100 times easier to set up and build and calibrate and all that stuff, but I've had about 100 more, you know, 100 times more many issues that I just didn't expect. And I think probably a lot of it is due to the heat, the crazy heat that we've had this time, and also the way that it's probably built. So the whole gantry setup is not really going to work the way that I wanted to, which is kind of the bad news. And I'm still gonna be able to use it to project a laser on the car and some other things, but I really need like a perfect center line down the car, and it cannot, you know, move at all. Like it has to track, like I have a line that's on the ground here. Let me move this out of the way. So here's a piece of tape, it's holding a line, and that laser has to follow that line and not move off the line the entire way down. And what's happening is as the laser kind of follows the line, it pops out. And the reason that it's doing this is because now this metal bar is not perfectly straight anymore. So before I hung the bar, it was straight and very true. I was using lasers to mark it and make sure it was perfect and straight, and I think I even had that in my previous video. But something I didn't expect, and I guess this is a factor combined with the heat probably, but I have these tension springs right here on the cables that are pulling, or you know, mounted to the pulleys and going around the whole setup. It's about, I don't know, about 50 pounds, maybe 30 pounds, I don't know, somewhere in between 30 and 50 pounds of tension. And what I think it's done is it's actually bowed the whole system, or this whole bar, and I was able to kind of correct it pretty good by putting another tension strap to pull on it a little bit in one of the key spots. Excuse me, man. And it worked pretty good, but then when I came out the next morning, it was all jacked up again, because I think, you know, this tension thing is releasing a little, and you know, who knows, there's just a lot of stuff going on that you just wouldn't think in a system that's simple. So what I'm going to do next is take this setup, come on this side so you can see over here, and I'm going to use this to create the horizontal line going this way. So, and that will be used just so I can mark it and stuff. So I'll use it that way, but in order to get my center line that I need to track perfectly down the center of the car, I went ahead and purchased some more lasers off of eBay, because I actually blew out all my lasers yesterday. My bad, but I had the wrong voltage transformer. I was supposed to have a 6 to 7 volt transformer, and I ended up putting a 15 volt, and it worked, but then it just blew out. So anyway, so I got some other lasers that are just single line lasers. So they're just going to project the line that just goes straight down the car. And I have 3 of them coming. They're a little bit higher powered. I think they're, I don't know how many watts that they are, but most of them aren't even a full watt. But these are, I think, a little over a watt, or maybe 5 watts or something. I'm not sure. So, and they're adjustable and focus, so they can be focused to make a thin, bright line, which is nice. So anyway, so I got that, and then I got special brackets that allow me to mount it firmly to a base on this gantry or on the ceiling or somewhere, wherever I decide to do it. And then I'll probably mount it to the gantry actually, but and then I'll tweak them in and adjust them, and I'll use one at this end, one at that end, and one in the middle to make sure I have a nice bright line going down and it won't move, and I won't have to jack with it, and I just calibrate it once and it should be fine. Probably should have done that at first. I actually thought of that at the very beginning, but I really liked having the laser move while I'm working, so I could just push a button and then have the whole system move. So that's always nice, and it helped out a lot when I had to mark, and when it's just me working on a car and I don't have anyone else to help, then you know, I need to mark several spots on the car. Then the laser is kind of like a second hand for marking little spots that need to be adjusted or added to or whatever. So anyway, so that's kind of how this little deal works now that it's all mounted to the ceiling. I'll talk about this real quick before I run out of time, but I have this little plate, and I'll take all this off. Oh, I guess I can't, but this little plate holds the laser, and I have these little bracket things that I just got at Home Depot, and they hold the laser perfect. I think they're for cable ties, but what I have is like a little plumb line, and it's down here, and it kind of points on a spot on the ground, and I use that to calibrate the laser, you know, to, and basically I just have it follow this line all the way down. And I have a little screw here that I can adjust, and as I turn the screw, it pivots the laser back and forth, and then I can just kind of take this and just turn it like that. See, and the way it's all held together is it's on there by a magnet. Come off. So still have the plumb line attached to it. So anyway, this is hard holding my hands all the way up here. Ouch. All right, so basically I have these rare earth magnets, and the magnets I got out of a hard drive and they work pretty good. So as long as you don't stick your finger under them, they're great. So anyway, those are what's holding the lasers, and they work great. So anyone who's trying to do this, there's you an idea for something. Yeah, so now I'm all tired because I'm having to hold my hands up in the air. Okay, so that's about it. I just kind of want to give you an update on this video with me yapping a lot, not really showing a whole lot of work. And what I'll do is I'll do another video soon, because I have another idea that I want to do with this side. A lot of people, you know, wondering if I'm going to put a window or something here, if there's a major blind spot. And there is kind of a blind spot, you know, it's a little tiny car, so you're going to have a blind spot like you would have in like a Lotus Elise or something like that. And even something like a Miata, it's about the same. So what I think I'm going to do, because I need a place, I don't want to put any vent holes in the bottom like every other car in the world has, to vent the brakes, and plus the air temperature down at the ground is a lot warmer. I want to bring in a little bit colder air, which should be higher up, and I was thinking about putting a little scoop set up here, like something similar to the old, like say GT500 Mustangs or something like that, that had the scoops kind of up on the roof part, whatever you want to call that, the coupe section. So yeah, and there's a lot of room, so I could have a scoop here, and then it can come back, and then have a, you know, like a 3-inch hole in here, and then some tubing that goes down to the rear disc brakes. Just a thought. So I may mock that up and build it before I try to go to CAD, or, you know, make it permanent or whatever. I may use some of my pink foam and put one together and film it and kind of show you how to quickly mock up something and make a part that you want to test fit. So I will do that, and then I'll see you guys in the next video if I don't wipe out. So anyway, all right guys, I'll See you next. Bye. Hey guys, alright, so I want to do a little quick project and build this scoop that I was talking about in the last video, and just want to kind of do that real quick to get an idea and use this foam. So basically, I guess what I'll do is I'll take this foam and I'll stick it to the side like that. And I'll probably do it about three pieces, which is 3 inches of thickness, and I'll stick it all together and kind of shave it down and carve it up, come up with a shape that I think will look okay. So kind of like what I was saying before, is that I want something that's similar to like the GT500 scoop, not too thick. I don't want it super wide like a Lamborghini scoop or something like that, but I just want it, you know, just enough to put air into the brakes. And I think if I keep it, you know, a little under 3 inches or so, and maybe angle it back a little bit, and I'll probably give it some hard edges so that it matches the rest of the car and kind of fits into the styling. I have a little bit of space to work with, and this is where this black line is where the hatch will open, so this whole piece will open up like that. And so I kind of have that amount of space to work with, and I think that's pretty good. So I think that'll give me enough room to work with, and I'll just carve this up, shape it down, and come up with a shape, and we'll see how it goes. So I really want to do this kind of like this first, in a just kind of rough manner basically, before I try to go to CAD, because if I do it in CAD first, then it's really hard and really difficult to tell how it will actually look on the car in real life 3D rather than virtual 3D. So I like to do this with small pieces especially, and just carve it up quickly out of foam, get a general idea how it will look in real life basically. Then I can take that and go back and resculpt it in CAD and fine tune it, tweak it, and figure out how it'll mount and things like that. And then I can remake it again and come up with templates for it to make sure it's symmetrical on both sides. So anyway, so that's what this video is going to be, and I'll update you at the end of the video with the progress and how it looks. So I'm hoping I can knock this out pretty quick and just make one continuous video of the whole thing. So we will see, and I'll see you at the end. Bye. Alright guys, I'm through with the experimental scoop piece, and turned out okay to me. Not really sure on everything. I'll probably have to tweak it a little bit more, but I think for the overall concept and design, it's looking pretty good. It you know, addresses the areas that I wanted to make sure that I incorporated if I was going to make a scoop for this, which is really keeping the hard lines. So it has the hard lines like the rest of the car has, and it is curved at the same time. It basically follows the curvature of the windshield or the window, and you know, this bottom piece is curved a little just to follow the back of the car, so it fits into this space pretty good, better than I thought it would, and it's not too big. It's kind of sticking off. As you can see, there's a little gap, but if I was to stick it on, it would be flush like that. And this is just stuck on with some little screws, but so yeah, now I'm all tired. So the time just kind of sculpting this out real fast like that was about 30 minutes, and then probably another 20 minutes of cleaning up, but I think it turned out pretty good for just kind of just a rough draft version of what this scoop could look like. I think the lines on it, you know, work pretty good. And this piece, back piece, would be up a little more. It's not staying. So all the main lines follow some line on the car, which is nice. It may be, I may want to make it not quite as wide. It's about 2 3/4 inches thick, and it's right in line with the car, so it's not really sticking out or bulging out anywhere. I think it might be just right, but I will have to play with it a little bit. Put a slight angle on it just so that it, just opening the door and getting into the car, it just seems a little more smooth and stuff. I put a little bit of an undercut underneath it. So right here, there's a sharp line and it insets a little bit and it's undercut. And I just did that just for old school purposes really. And just want to see what that looked like. But I think it looks pretty good. I don't know, you guys let me know what you think in the comments. And you know, if this is something you think is really needed. You know, the purpose of this, in case anyone missed it, is to cool off the rear brakes, to provide a port. It's not for like a supercharger or something. So it doesn't need to be huge. So I think it's plenty big for cooling off the brakes and, you know, fitting within the design. But I'm not sure. You know, the nice thing about this piece is that this can always be added later. You know, the car will be made just with this being flat, so it's not going to have a recessed area or anything. And, you know, we'll come in after the fact and apply this and maybe a different design, or, you know, a few others. Maybe some perform better later as testing goes on in the future. So yeah, this is just something I wanted to do since I'm waiting on the lasers to get here so I can finish the top of the car and the rest of the car. So yeah, and then I also wanted to kind of show you guys how you can just simply quickly sculpt a piece out of foam. And you know, if you were to apply this technique or what I just did for, you know, a scoop on the hood, or you know, maybe something down on the door or whatever, you could easily do it pretty quick to get an idea, and then even make it usable. So I could cover this in my silver tape stuff, then apply some fiberglass on top, make a kind of a little mold piece, and then work that piece and make a final piece after that. Way out of breath. So yeah, all right, so I think that's about it. Like I said, you guys leave me a comment, let me know what you think. And then also, just a quick note, I have a lot more YouTube subscribers than I have Facebook people. So you guys need to go over to my Facebook page, because I update it quite a bit more than I do the videos. I also have Google Plus and Twitter and all that jazz, but mainly update just Facebook, and it kind of updates everything else from there. I did just put up a new little app program for Android phones, and it's my first little app I made. And I meant to mention this yesterday, or last video, and you guys check it out, download it, let me know what you think. I have a link on my Facebook page. I'll put a link in the comments below the video, and you can also search for it in the Google or Android market, and just type in Bailey Blade or Blade XTR, and you can install the app and let me know. It's basically just a simple app that just updates people on the videos and pictures and images, also the forum that I have and my website, things like that. And it's free, so go check it out. Let me know if it, you know, crashes everything on your phone, which it shouldn't do, but yeah, just let me know if it works and stuff. So yeah, all right, well, that's about it. I'll work on this a little later, but I think I'm finished for now. Just to show you real quick, so I've yapped long enough on this. This is it off the car, and you can see I have two little screws I just screwed in. And then it's not really a big deal because I'm going to Bondo that in anyway, or body filler. But I put a little recessed area on the bottom to help it fit to the curve a little bit. Nice little trick. But that's it. So you can kind of see the curve and everything. I mean, this is a really rough draft piece, but imagine this all refined and nicely sanded and things like that. So, and I may do that just to get a better idea. It just depends on how far I want to take it. So there we go. So yeah, all right guys, I'll see you in the next video. Later. Hey guys, all right, so I got a lot of responses and comments and emails about the scoop. It seems like the majority of everyone seemed to like this idea, so that's good. A lot of people suggested different tweaks and modifications that that they think would be better for it, and a lot of the comments I tend to agree with. So I'm going to make some of the changes to the scoop and see how it looks after I tweak it a little bit. So pretty much the number one comment. Sorry, I'm tethered because my camera ran out of battery. So is that the rear section of the scoop people believe is too thick, and it is about an inch thick back here, and a lot of people suggested that it should taper more cleanly into the car and make it thinner. So I tend to agree with that, and I think that's the first modification that I'm going to make to it. Some other people suggested that I increase the length of it and make it come back a little further. So I'm not really sure on that. That's kind of up in the air, because I think if I make it too long, it starts looking like the like the what is it, the 2005 Mustang scoops, the big square things that they had that were big fakey square, and those things are like 3 feet long. So I didn't want to get it too long. The idea is really just for some simple functionality, and to keep the space in between here and the scoop, and up here, and up or down here, and over in this area, and this is up a little bit more. So if that's holding in the right place, it's the spacing is a little bit more balanced. So yeah, so that is something that I'll think about, but I think for now I'll just tweak it and make it thinner in this area. So I'll take it off, and what I'll do is I'll just shave this area down. So I'll cut it and then make it thin, to a certain point right there. And then what was some of the other comments? Yeah, so a lot of people, not really a lot, but a few suggested about putting a scoop here on the rear fender section. So I'm not real crazy about that, just because I think it takes away from the nostalgics of the classic car look that I'm going for. I mean, the car is a mix of modern and kind of retro classic, but I think that's getting a little too Euro, which is nothing wrong with Euro, but I feel like if I stick some kind of scoop up, like right here, it's going to try to want to be a Pagani Zonda or something like that. So yeah, I don't think so. And also, really, there's just not a lot of room. If I put my hand, like, I basically have from this area to about there, and I mean, it's just the size of my hand, not even just the size of the 4 fingers, so it's about 4 inches or so of space, and it's just really not enough space to do anything. And so I don't think it's going to be worth doing. I think it could probably take away from the look that I'm trying to go for. And then, of course, some people have suggested putting it down here at the lower quarter panel. So I'm definitely not going to do that, just because it's really so non-functional in that space. Just about every car that you see, unless it's some type of super hypercar or Lamborghini or something like that, with big 1 foot giant openings, you're just not going to get any air to that. That's why most cars it's all fake and just for aesthetics. Even like Corvette Z06s and some of the Corvettes, they're non-functional. There are a few Corvettes that have made that functional, but the majority of them, it's all non-functional. So and believe it or not, it's just a stuck-on piece, like with double sticky tape. So it's kind of crazy, but yeah, so I just really want this to be functional. I know I'm kind of yapping a lot here, but and also just one little thing to add to this is something to keep in mind is this scoop is really big enough, actually it's too big, to really cool off the brakes. I mean, the rear brakes really only handle about 15% or so of the stopping power of the whole car, in some cases even less. And most of the car is handled up front, 80 to 85% of the braking power is all handled by the front brakes. And that's mainly because when you stop, the car, dips down and the back end lifts up and all that. So the rear brakes really do not need to be cooled that much. The type of cooling is going to be for low speed cooling. At high speed, they don't need to be cooled that much. And at low speed, I believe the air wrap around the windshield will not be so much that it will skip over this, after kind of reanalyzing that last night. So yeah, so that's one thing. And then the other thing about the Scoop is that I have a few different ideas of how it can be used in other ways. And one of the ways is that it can supply air to, like say, if you're racing it and you have a helmet that feeds air into it. A lot of the nicer designed helmets have a little port on the side for fresh air, and that fresh air tubing goes into an ice box to cool down the airflow, and there's usually a little fan, and they'll pull in air from a little Formula One inset scoop that's on the side or on the top of the car or somewhere. And so that's one place that can be used. It's also, a lot of people, their race suits have like water. They're like water suits. They have a little water system that runs through it, and that runs through the same kind of thing, a little chest that keeps their body cooled in extreme temperatures of the car. So this can perform and supply enough air for the braking, and to force some air into their helmet and get some fresh air and get cool air into their headgear stuff. So that's one feature that I'd like to see that this is used for. Another one is also the rear differential in the back will have a radiator built onto it, so that little cooling system will be used to cool down the rear differential, which will be severely needed in a setup like this, since the whole car will have a underneath, complete sealed body pan and stuff like that. And I had that same kind of setup on my old Mustang, and it basically saved the car rear end tremendously. So I didn't have to spend a ton of money burning up gears and burning up the synthetic fluids and stuff. So yeah, so that's about 8 minutes of talking. So I guess now what I'll do is I'll reshape this real quick, and then I'll just close it up at the end of the video, and see what you guys think about this. And then I may throw it into CAD and give more of a realistic render of it and something like that. So hopefully, if this works out, then what I can do is such a small piece, I could probably have someone with a small CNC mill out a couple of pieces for me to make molds from. I had one guy offer to do some 3D printing, and I'm not sure if he can handle that size, but I think it was pretty close to that size. So he may be able to do me a 3D print of that, which would be kind of cool. Anyway, so yeah, I will let you know how that goes at the end of the video. I'll talk to you guys later. Or why don't I say talk to you guys later? Anyway, at the end of the video, I'll see you guys later. Okie dokie. Yeah, so I just got through tweaking and sanding this piece and modifying it a little bit based on everyone's suggestions. And let's see, the first thing that I did was I took this area down quite a bit. So now it's only about an eighth inch thick. You know, it's a few millimeters, I guess. And if I press it down, it kind of gives you a better idea. This foam, it's just hard to keep stuck to everything. But yeah, so now it has a little lower profile to the back, blends in nicely. I have to leave a little bit of thickness just for the fiberglass. You know, it needs some strength in that area. And I raised the scoop up just a tad bit and gave a little bit more room underneath here. And then this area has a little bit more of a taper and not quite as not so much undercut like I had before. So it pretty much has an undercut and then it just tapers out right there. I don't even know if you can see that. So and the only reason it undercuts there is because it has a slight angle on the corner angle there, and then angle along with the little curvature, and then angle at the bottom. I had to add a little piece at this bottom, but that fits nicer, and it's sitting pretty much how it would need to sit, and I think it looks pretty good. Still, it looks about the same that it did in the other video, just less bulky or thickness to it, which, you know, like I said, I pretty much left that extra bulkiness just because I knew if I needed to make some changes, I can sand it down. And so I think I like it like that. You know, somewhat, it's pretty clean, and you know, I think it would be functional. So I don't know, you guys let me know what you think in the videos or in the comments. I'm so tired right now, and you know, I'll continue tweaking on it. I may take this design at this stage and then put it into CAD and re-render the main car image and post it on my Facebook and some of the videos maybe, but more likely I'll get to post that on Facebook. So you guys go run over to Facebook or Google Plus or any of those social things. I'm on all of them. But I'm just trying to keep everybody updated because I do update those things more so than I do with the videos, just because it takes a lot of effort for the videos and not so much for those or for the Facebook stuff. So yeah, it's probably a long video because I think I yapped a lot at the end. And also, if you guys downloaded my app, let me know what you think. I saw a lot of downloads on it. I just posted it and I had like 15 downloads or something, and now I'm up to like almost 100. So let me know what you think. It's just really a news thing. So again, there's a link in the market, and you can just do a search for it and find it there under Bailey Blade or BXR or something like that, and you should be able to find it. So yeah, I can't really think of anything else to say about this, so I'll let you guys tell me what you think in the comments. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to another Blade video. I hope this isn't too shaky because I'm kind of filming it and I'm hungry and I have the shakes. But I don't know if this video is going to be all that great because it's on my phone, because I blew out my other camera on my RC car. So yeah, so I mounted it to the car and ran it like 60 miles an hour into the back of my SUV. Not really sure what happened there, but lots of pieces flying everywhere and dented my SUV. So yeah, where I left off, I guess, on the last video was, oh yeah, okay. So last video, I was joking around with the gantry set up that number up there, and you know, it was all messed up. So basically all that work I did on it, I guess through the heat and the pressure on the pulleys just threw it out of whack, and I got tired of messing with it. So I went to Simple Solution, and this is what I did. Bought new hard mounted laser mounts, and then I got lasers. Try not to trip here, so just bear with me, this is all crazy. So I don't know if you can see that. So yeah, oh, eyeball laser in the eye. I have a laser in this one, and this one's really high powered and much better. And I don't know if you can really tell. I'll try to take a picture and post it on my Facebook. But right here is, I can't really tell, is the new laser, and it's focused, so you can make a focused beam with it, and it's a lot brighter. As you can see, it's like I have all the lights on and I can see the laser just fine. Right next to it is the standard laser that I've been using, and it's about 2-3 millimeters wide, where this laser is, gosh, I don't even know, it's about the size of a pencil tip. I mean, it's just really tiny. I don't really know what I can put up next to it to show you, but there's the edge of a razor blade, and it's about the same thickness as a razor blade, and where this one is not. So yeah, so this laser will help out greatly when I get it all calibrated and everything. So that's my next step. That's kind of what I'm in the middle of, is wiring everything up, burning out my eyeballs apparently. And one big thing that I just did was I lowered the car down to its, well, not really to its normal ride height. It's actually about 1 inch lower, so I need to raise it up a little bit. But now I have the ability to raise it and lower it and work on it without this big massive piece of steel in the way. So this was the transport carrier thing that I kind of welded together and made to transport the car to my garage and just to everywhere else. So yeah, so I had to get it out of the underneath of the car, because because it's the full length, it was getting in the way and wasn't allowing me to do things, and it's really difficult to move around, and weighs about 1,000 pounds. It's really thick steel, so it's crazy heavy. So now I have it on something that's a little easier to maneuver and move and position the car with. They're basically just little dollies, but they withstand. Each dolly has 1,000 pound capacity, so they're really nice and really well made. And that's what I'm going to use for this from now on. And I just need to shim it to the right height, and then I can move it into position where this little string is on the ground, and then that's what I'll use to calibrate the center line with the lasers and all that. Hopefully I can do that like tomorrow or the next day, or something like that. So yeah, that's about it on that. I know you guys are expecting me to do a lot more on the finishing up on the car, but it's just been, man, crazy couple of weeks with just my work stuff and business stuff, and I just, I have to do that in order to do the bills and pay for the making of this car. So I have to do all of that and the car. I wish I had the funding and stuff, but I apparently that's not going to happen until I fully fund and build and produce the first prototype. I've been working on it, and I've talked to many people about funding, and I've gone in front of investors and investor groups and VC people and just everybody I can think of, and I have just done crazy stuff with that, and I've had people over to look at it. It's just nuts. And it's the same story just about with every one of them. They get pretty interested, and then they just simply disappear. So not really sure why. I think I have a really solid business plan and proposal. I don't know. It's just me doing this stuff, so not an expert, and And I'm sure there's a lot of things I can improve on, but sometimes I just think that just the pure effort that I've put into this, and other people also put into this over the past few years, would show an investor the drive and full intention of getting this finished and done. Right now, it's just a state of financial funding and time. So, for a lot of you guys out there, like, just finish the car, man, just finish it. Stop shooting pictures of, lasers and things and just work on the car. Well, that's easy to say, but I have to, oh God, there I go, almost wiped out. So yeah, like I said, that's easy to say, but it's really difficult in, true life circumstances where I have to earn a living and do this on my own. And it's one of those things where I pretty much in the sole person working on this, and there's not a lot of incoming funding or money, and so I have to actually make it. So I have to make my own money, and I do that by my businesses and the work that I do and stuff like that, and then any extra stuff that I can do, then I do to fund the car. So there's just a lot of things that I'm trying to do to possibly earn money. One is I like to sell T-shirts and things like that to have people. A lot of people want to send donations and stuff, and I don't really know how I feel about that. So I thought if I can give something for that, like a T-shirt or something, so if someone has something to have, then I might feel a little better about doing that. But I don't know. It's one of those things. I thought about doing like a whole Kickstarter.com deal where you go online and basically just post your project and people donate funds to it. I think I've talked about this before, and I set up an account and did some stuff, and I had a hard time trying to figure out what to give to people, because you have to kind of give something to somebody for their donation or whatever, for their money that they send you, and it's really difficult to try to think of something besides a T-shirt and baseball cap or whatever. And a lot of people do just really silly things and they get funded, but I don't know how that's going to apply with this. But I may try it and we'll see what happens. But like I said, I don't know how that's going to do. But yeah, I just wanted to say that this is a pretty much a totally funded thing by me right now, and it's hard to just get out here and work on it every single day, even though I'm usually working on some aspect of the car. And it's a time thing, so I have to do all my time with work, and then if I'm not burn out on that, then then I'll come out and work on the car or whatever. So yeah, that kind of explains a little, for you guys that are just wondering. I mean, this is a whole process. A lot of people think that you just do it and it just happens, but it does for a lot of people with a lot of money. They come up with these great ideas, and they have a car designed, and they're like, we're gonna make it green, and it's gonna go 2,000 miles an hour and be faster than a Bugatti Veyron and cost $1 million, and they somehow get funding and money for it. They have good connections. They put everything in these crazy escrow type accounts, and they earn they get people to put down payments towards it and invest in it a little bit, and then they start to produce a prototype, and they usually get one done, and then that's it. That's all you ever see. So with this, I'm doing it in a way that's a lot different than than the mainstream, I guess, if there's really a mainstream for this kind of thing. But basically, I'm doing it different than a lot of the other people that are building these one-off cars or supercars or hypercars, or just whatever. And so I guess I'm hoping that the approach that I'm taking is one that's going to be lasting. And I mean, that's the intent, is that doing it all on my own, kind of watching, you know, how this progresses, really thinking out the parts and the build and making it, you know, really affordable, and things like that will hopefully make it have a life to it after the prototype. So after the prototype's done, then, you know, then there will be a real business where this will be purchased and bought as a small car company. So that's what I'm, you know, developing with this. And it's it's not a lot of information out there for someone who has no information and has to dig for it and find it and research it. So it's just part of the this process. So, you know, if I'm not out here working on a car, I might be working on a business plan or talking to someone or finding out information about getting VIN numbers or who can produce the molds, or, you know, what type of weather stripping is going to go around the sides of the car, or, you know, the door frame or windows, you know, where I'm going to source parts, things like that. And those are all things that you have to think of. And, you know, there's a lot of people out there that are doing this, and I don't know if they really think of those little tiny details. And I try to think of those first, find my sourcing, make sure they'll still be available in like 10 years from now, because you never know when this thing will get done. And you have to make sure that these parts are going to be around, and otherwise you're going to have to pay to have them made at that point, and that may just kill the whole project when you have to pay to have something made. And, you know, something as simple as weather stripping, if you need custom weather stripping, it's, you know, you have to pay up to 10 grand right up front just to have the specialized molds made, an engineer to make it, the first prototype pieces made, and then you have to, you know, commit to a minimum order of some, you know, 500 or 1,000 pieces. And it's with that, it's like that with everything in the auto industry. So things can be really cheap, but you have to, you know, buy it in bulk quantity. So I try to reuse some of the items like a lot of the auto manufacturers do in their own cars and things. You know, the Ford uses many Focus parts on Mazda. You know, they source Mazda and Focus and other of their vehicle designs. So they're sourcing parts from each other, and none of it's really 100%. So 100% of the car itself. So I don't know if that just made sense, but I think you get the idea what I'm trying to say. So anyway, I don't really know where I was going with this video. I just kind of wanted to give a quick overview of what I've done so far, which I know doesn't look like much to a lot of people, but just getting the car off the ground and off this thing, just me, is hard. I had this thing like, you know, balancing on 3 jack stands and just teetering while I'm holding it with one little finger until I could move something out of the way, like this big giant thing, and then have to brace it. So it's a lot of crazy, innovative thinking to do some of the things in this my little garage now that's getting filled with everything I think of. So yeah, I don't know, that kind of just turned out to be a big long talky talk video about everything. And, you know, I'm not complaining, and I'm not getting on to people about who are telling me to just finish the car already, because I understand people want to see this thing, and I wish I could just finish the car already. I mean, geez, more than anybody, I want to see this thing on the road. But you know, I gotta deal with family and, you know, friends and business and work and all that other stuff. So if I didn't have those things, it would have definitely been done. Yeah, so I think that's about it, really. There's really not a whole lot to tell you about the lasers, just besides, you know, the little mounty things are pretty cool, and they allow me to really mount the laser in any position and adjust it and adjust them. And then basically I have one here, and then I have one in the middle, and then I have someone coming in my door. So then I have another one at this end. So I have 3 lasers, one at each end and one in the middle. and that will shine every part of the car. And really it only takes two. These lasers are so wide that two lasers will cut through the, one will get all this side of the car and then the other will get that side. But I just like the third one because it just creates an extra bright line in the middle. And sometimes when you're putting your head in one place, it cuts the beam off and you can't see. So it's good to have another laser coming from the other angle to shine it somewhere. So yeah, and I still have the little dolly trolley thing that works, so I can use that for my X-axis or cross axis. So I have a laser going down the center line this way, and then I can use that to create one going this way, and it would just be much easier if that's all that's for. But yeah, so wow, I've talked for 16 minutes already. Okay, so anyway, long video, sorry about that, and hopefully you suffered through all this. But anyway, check my Facebook. Oh, didn't even tell you. Okay, hang on, I'm gonna turn this around. I don't know if you can see. I got t-shirts, can you see? Get in the light. This is my new t-shirt, it's got the blade, and I'm getting it remade. So it turned out okay, but I sure hope you guys can see this because I have no idea if I'm shining it on me or not. But I've already got it dirty. It's already in my work shirt. So it has this whiteness around the edge of the car, and it's actually supposed to be black. So it's supposed to be like a drop shadow. But after researching the process, they have to lay down white first on this type of material, on dark black, shirts, and then they spray the color. Well, in order to get the drop shadow shading effect, they have to put down white, and then they put the drop shadow. So it comes up with this little white fadey thing, and it kind of has a white halo around it, and I'm not really crazy about that. Also, it's a little smaller than I wanted, and not real crazy about the splooshy thing over here. It looks better in the design than it does on a shirt. So I have another design that I'm working on, where basically I do put a white outline around the car, but it's kind of a hard outline, also around the lettering. And the idea is to make the car pop a little more, and I have it to where it's bigger on the shirt too. So basically the little splashy thing over here made it to where it got off center and a little smaller, because they put this inside the printing box, I guess, and I don't know. So anyway, yeah, so I talked a lot. I think that's like 20-minute video now on my phone, so hopefully this will turn out okay, because I really don't want to talk for another 20 minutes to do this. Anyway, okay, well, I'll see you guys next video, and hopefully next video I'll be working and sanding, because I know you guys want to see that, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Gotta turn the camera around and hit the button. Where's the button? Button. Turn off. Off. Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, these touch screens, man. Come on. Okay. Off. All right, people. Yeah. So today I'm getting ready to chop up that metal carrier sled thing that I use to transport the vehicle. So it's right there, I can show you, and I have it all up on a ladder, one of these great crazy ladders that you buy off of TV at 2 o'clock in the morning that seem to do everything. So that's actually been a pretty good ladder. I can't complain about it. It's done just about everything. So yeah, so I'm getting ready to cut this whole thing up, and then the next thing is I'll be moving the car over into its place, and then calibrate the lasers on top of the car, and then it's back to business on working on the body and all that. So that's my goal for now, or today, is to really get this thing chopped up, get it moved out of here, and clear some space up, move the car over, get it calibrated, maybe even start sanding on it some more and tweaking it and laying down some body filler and stuff like that, since I'll have my absolute center line positioned on the car. So I last night tried to use my oxygen and acetylene blowtorch to cut the steel, which normally isn't a problem, but apparently I guess during the move I busted up one of my gauges or regulator. I guess the regulator's messed up. Not really sure what the deal is, but it doesn't regulate, and so I have like, I don't know, like 700 psi of air when I'm only supposed to have 20 on the torch, and I can kind of regulate it with the torch, but it's leaking out of the regulator, so it's just all kinds of messed up and it wasn't working right. So I'm going to do it the other method and go through about 20 grinding wheels to cut this thing off with a cutoff wheel on this grinder. And this is thick metal. I don't know if you can see that, but that's a 1/4 inch steel, so it's going to be real fun to cut through, because I remember it was really fun the first time I did it. But yeah, so anyway, that's what I'm going to do now, and I already have the car adjusted. I'm able to get the tires in place and all that, and I have it adjusted onto its little mobile sled that's easier to move around now. And then I'll move it where this yellow line is, and then I'll lock it down in place where it won't move if I lean up against the car and stuff. So anyway, but yeah, that's a little later. Gonna get this thing chopped up and then moved out, and I may make like a table out of it or something. I need like a table on this side of the garage, because I have a drill press and a few other things I need to just, die grinder yeah, I guess that's what it is, like a big giant grinder. And I need to put that onto something. I need some kind of table, work area. So I'm probably gonna put it over there in that corner and see if I can, make a little bit of room for it. So anyway, I don't know if I'm gonna necessarily make it out of this. I don't really need a table that weighs 400 or 500 pounds, but definitely be strong. So I think I'm just going to put this in an area I have in my backyard where I have a lot of scrap stuff, that wonderful spot that everybody has in their backyard. So yeah, all right, well, I think that's about it. I guess I'll do a little high-speed filming of me cutting this transport thing all up, because I know how exciting that is and how much you guys really want to see the time lapse on that. Not really. But oh yeah, let's see here. Okay, so I got new t-shirts in. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? I'm like asking you like you're here. Okay, so yeah, so here's my shirt. Took some pictures of it, and you should I'll have them up on my Facebook, and then I'll have a link later online for people to go to and purchase shirts. And you should be able to get them in all different sizes and a few different materials. This is a different type or brand shirt than the first one. The first one was kind of I don't know, your standard cut, and it was a lot cheaper. God. So this one is like, just cost wise, it's like $7 more. So but it's all like fashion cut, I don't know if that makes a difference to anyone, but it's just styled a little more different, so more modern and up to today's current style. So I like it better, but it is more expensive. So I'll have those two as an option, and then I'll have like a V-cut version for the ladies, and that's about it. So yeah, and then also I'm getting a lot of emails from people just asking a bazillion questions on different things and all that, and they're all great questions, and I'm trying to get to them all and respond and answer a lot of the stuff, and a lot of stuff I don't even know a lot of people think I'm actually like a real car designer and asking me these very technical questions that I really have no clue what they're saying, but I have an idea. So what I wanted to say is just I have this forum that I have linked down in my little YouTube bar thing in the description area, and it's a website called Car Designers and Builders, and just go there, and it's a forum, and if you have a question or whatever, it'd be great to have people that are designers and builders and just whatever that are wanting to learn about how to go through this process and other processes associated with trying to do a one-off car or a new car concept or whatever. It's a good place to go and ask questions and post your comments and respond to others and help others, and it's starting to get a good amount of traffic to it, I guess, and I have a few people that are regularly commenting and posting their projects on the site along with me. So it's a good resource, and that's what I'm hoping to develop it into, is more of a resource for this kind of thing. It's not really like a kit car site where people talk about just putting together specific cars. It's more about people starting from scratch and learning all the different processes, dealing with everything from conceptual drawings to CAD to creating the forms and the best materials to use and where to get them, things like that. So go there, and I have that link in the bottom. So go check it out, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. All right, guys. Yeah, so now I'm finally got that thing out of here, the transport platform. Got it chopped up and it's moved out, cleaned up the floor, cleaned off the top of the car, kind of picked up all the miscellaneous funky junk everywhere. So yeah, I'm surprised I didn't start a fire during all that, but I got a new fire extinguisher. Don't ask me why I got a new one, but I have a new one. Yeah, so now now it's time to take the car, move it over into its spot. I kind of have a general spot marked on the ground, so I'll kind of explain this fast because I don't want to use up a whole lot of video, because I know I talked a lot in the last one. But basically I have a line marked on the ground and then a string, and it's pulled taut all the way to this spot on the ground too. And then this line actually marks up here on the gantry thing, where I had a plumb, like a plumb bob thing, one of these deals right here. So I took a plumb bob and I hung it from here, kind of spaced out about ½ an inch, and then had it mark a spot on the floor. Then that spot will mark a line that's already marked on the center of the car. Ever since the beginning of this project, I've always had a center line marked on the car. One of the little tricks that I did was during every stage of doing something to the car, like every time we applied fiberglass or body filler or whatever, I've always gone through and drilled little holes where the center line is. So I've done that in various spots on the car, and then I put like a blue tinted resin in the holes, and then anytime I need to find the center line, it's just a matter of simply sanding down to that spot. You know, I may undo some work, but at least I can find my center point again on the car, and it's always marked. And what I usually try to do is, as I build up or cover over the spot, I'll try to mark it with a permanent marker, so I don't have to sand back over that area or anything to find it. But here's like a little hole where you can see I have a center line. There's one inside the car, there's one on the front, there's one in between the Scooby vent things, there's some on the roof, one back here, and then of course I have some on the back bumper area. So, and then I have it always marked with a permanent marker, like I said. So anyway, hope that makes sense what I'm saying. But I think I have metal filings all up in my mouth. So yeah, so once I get the car moved over, kind of generally centered to this line and to the plumb bob string or thing as it hangs, I'll then take the lasers that I have right there and I'll align the beam to hit on this line. So it's going to hit the mark on the ground, it'll hit the mark on the car, and then since it's a linear line, it will also, the other part of the line will hit the center points that are along the other part of the car. And then same thing for the laser at this end, it'll take care of all the center line points on this side of the car, and then the one I have up here in the middle will just, you know, double check the ones on top for kind of a brighter line, really. And then once that's all said and done, I'll have it truly centered. Then I'll raise the car up a tad bit off of its little rolly thingies. All these technical terms. And then I'll jack it up with some stands, and that way it'll permanently be off the ground and stable, and it won't move. So if I lean on the car or whatever, it won't shift or anything. So yeah, so that's that. And I'm going to catch my breath for a second, and I'm going to do that. So yeah, so like I said in the last video, if you guys have any questions and want to get into more details and things like that about all this stuff, then you can always leave comments in YouTube. I try to catch most of them if I can. It kind of takes me a while, so sorry if there's a lot of delays, especially to my emails. Every time I post a video, I probably get at least 50 to 60 emails. So it takes a while to get to them all, and especially if I post a lot regularly, then it gets kind of crazy. But another thing is, you guys can go to that website I was telling you about in the last part of this video, or the previous video. I'm not really sure if I'm going to split this video up in two because it's going long. But yeah, so go to that site. The site's www.cardesignersandbuilders.com, and I have the link in the description bar, and you can go there, or you can search for it on the internet, on Google, and you'll probably find it. So it's starting to get some good traffic, a lot of good questions, a lot of good stuff going on, and I'm really trying to develop it so that we have a nice resource for people to go to with questions, and other people can kind of chime in on their experience and ideas, and just whatever, and share knowledge. So basically that's what I'm doing all this for, is just kind of get this stuff out there. So so anyway, back to work. I'm going to mount the camera, and then you guys can watch me kind of center and align this whole thing. All right, see ya. Okay guys, gonna make this quick. I just wanted to show you the calibration setup with the alignment and lasers and plumb bob and string on the floor and all that kind of in action, I guess, even though it's all very still at the moment. So yeah, I just got through moving the car and stringing the plumb bobs. There's one at this end, and then you can see that yellow line. There's another one. So, all right, let me see if I can explain this. All right, now all of you CAD guys may understand this, because it's kind of like a virtual 3D space that kind of dealing with here. So it's a lot of X and Y and Z type coordinates. But basically, there is a line on the ground where that string was. So you can see that string, and then this string here running vertical. So I have one horizontal on the floor, one vertical. Then there's also a line on the car that had marked the center line previous. So thank goodness that that's there. If I was having to find the center line, then that would be a whole nother story. But luckily I've always kept a marking of some sort on the car. So kind of using the camera, you can see that if I take the camera and focus it or point it at that line at the bottom on the horizontal line, and then take the camera and move it to where the horizontal line disappears along with the line that's marked on the car. And so that, when that happens, that pretty much tells me that this car is centered to that line. Now that doesn't mean that the car is, you know, straight along a complete, you know, horizontal axis, but that's what the other line is at the other end. So I have to take this setup at this end, line it up to all the markings on the car, the marking on the floor, and then the plumb bob line that's here also. Then there's a third factor, which would be the laser, but it's not on at this end. I have to put it in, and have that one in. I have to wire up the other one, but this one's all wired, and it's actually somewhat calibrated. I'm off by like a millimeter. So let's see. All right, so I have the plumb bob line, I have the marking on the car, I have the horizontal marking on the ground, I have the laser that's being projected from the ceiling, which is right here. Oh, helps if I put the camera on it. So that laser is right there, and then it's also on the car, and it just goes all the way. It's kind of, I have the lights on so that you can see, but then this laser just goes all the way to the roof, and basically that laser goes all the way to the garage door, but it's going along this line laser that I have laying on the ground, which is projecting that way down through underneath the car. So the theory again is if I take the camera and align everything up to where the horizontal line on the floor disappears, along with the line that's hanging from the plumb bob, and the line that's on the car, along with the laser line. So if all of those, which you can see all of them in the camera now if I move it, now they all pretty much disappear. I'm looking at a little screen, so it's hard to tell. But everything's, everything's disappeared, and that tells me that it's aligned to the center line that's on the car. And then since I have the other end of the car done the same way, then that tells me that that my alignment is true to the ceiling from the floor, and that there's this imaginary center plane that's perfectly vertical, and then it goes horizontal through the car. So if it's just like a CAD program, think of the car being cut in half, and that there's this imaginary vertical plane going through the middle of the car. And what I would do is I would find like the laser line here, and then I'll take another laser that goes crossways, and then I can measure from here to there, and then go on the other side, do the same thing. And as long as my measurements go back and forth like this, from the center line to this edge to the center line to a spot on the car, just wherever, then as long as it matches the other side, then that helps me keep the symmetry between the two sides of the car and make sure that I'm really close to being symmetrical without any crazy CNCs or whatever. And I can go and I can sculpt, I can add things, I can do whatever, and I can match it on the other side with just a lot of marking and measuring and things like that. So like I said, that laser there actually points all the way to this line, and you cannot see that, but it's there. I don't know if I turn the lights out or kind of off. You can see that line. So you can see the laser that's on my hand, and it's about a millimeter off from the hood, from the roof. So I have this center line already marked, and so that tells me I'm pretty good. I'm already halfway down the car with one laser, and it's very in alignment and kind of calibrated to this imaginary plane that I need. So what I'll do is I'll do that on this side, and make sure I have a nice horizontal plane also, and then I'll use the laser that's up here, which is on, but it's pointing the wrong way, and I'll just use that to make this line brighter and more defined so that I can work on it with all the lights on, and then you can get an idea. So yeah, so there's kind of a quick view of an overview of how this little setup is laid out. So I'll turn this light back on, and I'm probably adding this as a second video, because I've already talked a lot on the other videos that I did before this. So I don't know, we'll see. But so anyway, so there you go. I have that vertical axis matched with the horizontal axis, matched to the lines that are already marking the center on the car. And like I said, if you're starting from the beginning of your project, it's very important to keep that center line throughout your whole project. I don't care if you're having it CNC'd, I don't care if a bazillion-dollar computer is, carving your whole car out. You still need that center point, because then if you need to make any changes, adding things, you have that as a reference to go by. So there you go. And I just have that to calibrate, that one to calibrate, some wiring to clean up, and then it's back to sanding on the car and stuff like that. So yeah, I know it's been kind of a long journey to get to this point with all the crazy gantry setups and issues and stuff like that, but that's just part of it. There's always things that happen that kind of slow you down, and then you got life that always is trying to slow you down and steer you in a different direction. So So yeah, it is fixed on the ground, so it doesn't roll anymore. It's solid and it's not going anywhere, and that's also very important. You don't want it on wheels because you're always leaning on the car and sanding it, and you have machinery vibrating the surface when you have the electric or air sanders going, and that can always make the whole car move and shake around. So yeah, so it's all good, and now I get to finish the top and do all that stuff. So kind of excited to get back to that and start working on the symmetry of these lines. So now that dang, I'm making this a long video again. I just can't stop talking. So all right, so yeah, so once I get the center line marked down the center of this car, then I will then I can take it and I can measure from this point to here, and same on the other side, and make sure that the edge that I've applied on this is the same on both sides. I'm pretty sure it's not. I'll have to, I know this side is built up more, especially in this area, and then, you know, and I'm sure you guys have noticed in the videos that there's a little wave deal and that's going on in this area, and there is a, man, I'm so tired I can't speak right. So there is a reason for that, and kind of why I stopped messing with it, because I need to figure out whether I need to take from here to this section and sand that down to match that line and join, or if I need to actually build up this area. It looks like I need to build up this area, but a lot of times looks can be real deceiving when you don't have anything to measure by or anything to put next to it for the symmetry stuff. So that's why what I'm doing is so important. And then I can finish shaping this and finishing up this side along with the other side and making sure it's all great. Then I'll take the positioning of where the windows go, and then I can cut that area out, and then I'll brace it and do all that, start working on that and where the trunk section is going to be, the top. And then it's just, once I get this top done, it's just regular old-fashioned body work to get all the body true, all the normal body stuff just good. I'm not a body guy, so I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I may just try to do it myself or have some people come over. I've had a lot of people offer. I may take it to a shop. I hate to move it again, so we'll see. I may just see if I can get some people over and help with the truing up the body and making it great. Then we can shoot it with some nice primer, wet sand and primer, and then it's off to get it molded. And I'm going to do all the pre-cuts for the front fascia or bumper, whatever you want to call this front section, and I'll cut everything out, and then that'll be molded separately, the hood separately, the doors separately, inside and out, the top, the trunk part separately. So I'll have all these, and then the back section will have a cutout too. Will be done separately and have their own individual molds and panels and things like that. So and it's a long process, so I'll explain that more. But anyway, I'm just rambling now. But there you go. So that's that, and I'll see you guys in the next video, and hopefully I'll be sanding away and I'll have all the lasers all set up by then. All right, later. Hey guys, I'm back with another update, and this time it doesn't have anything to do with lasers or gantry or calibration or any of that mess. So I know I know that was a lot of videos on just the laser stuff, but it was important to get it set up and everything, and to kind of show people that little detail of everything. So so lately I've been sanding on the back coupe section of the car and trying to get it perfected and stuff. So it's coming along pretty good. I've just been really working this line and all the curves from, you know, everything that's blending from the top portion of this hump, since this is a raised area that didn't exist before, and then getting these lines that go around from the front to the back and getting that to merge in and make sure it looks good from just every angle, you know, whether it's from back here or on the side. Try to walk around without, ouch, doing that. So yeah, so basically that's what I've been doing. If you notice that the silver tape is off, and that's because I've actually, this is not a line, this is actually a cut line on the roof or on the hatch area. And what I did is I went ahead and cut the hatch section off, and even though I'm not finished with the sanding on the top part or on the sides area, I mean, you can see a lot that needs to be cleaned up and really worked. Basically, there's a couple reasons for doing that. The main one is something with fiberglass is that it's always, when you apply it and you fiberglass over top of an object, and then you go and you cut part of that object away, the fiberglass tends to shrink or expand or whatever. Usually it tends to shrink, and it causes like a tension. So it's always under tension, and basically when you know, when I cut this section off, that I knew it was going to change shape, and I wanted to make sure that I did that now before I went ahead and finished the fiber, or not the fiberglass, but the adding body filler. There's this bug flying around. So yeah, so that's essentially kind of what I've been doing. Cut that off, and it did indeed expand. So basically what happened was, when I cut this section off, it released the tension that the whole top was under, and the sides kind of popped out on both sides, and then the top shrunk down. So I had to fabricate a tension string, or that's kind of what I'm calling it. I don't know if there's a technical term for it, but basically it's a rod that kind of goes from here on this side all the way to the other side, and it has a turnbuckle in the middle, and it allows me to expand the sides or pull them in. And by doing that, the top raises and lowers as well, because it's kind of bowing the whole thing. So it's you know, kind of think of it's like an actual bow, I guess, with a string on it. So you take the string in the middle and you tighten it up, then it pulls the bow in tighter, and then if you release that string, the bow pulls out. So it's that same kind of visual, I guess, I'm trying to get across. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at the moment. It's just been a lot of sanding. That's all I've been doing, so that's why I haven't posted too many videos. Plus I've been sick because of the crazy Texas weather. You know, gosh, the summertime we had molten lava flows outside, and now it's only in October, or in November now, and the weather is just like 70 something degrees one day and 32 when you wake up, and it's crazy on your body. So yeah, so that's been part of it, just doing all the sanding, trying not to get sick again, and then trying to figure out how I'm going to make this hatch section work. So that's kind of the next step, even before I start sanding back on everything, is I'm going to actually build a hinge setup. So I have some metal stock down here, that this is like a tube, and this is some all thread, and then I have another tube, and this tube's going to go inside that tube, and I'm going to end up making like a hinge out of it. And then this hinge will end up being going across on the inside, and then I'll have a kind of a strangely shaped hinge that will attach to the top and allow me to lift it and kind of use it, and as if it was the real actual top. And I think I'll probably just rivet it or bond it to the top once I get it figured out. I don't know, I need it to be somewhat adjustable, so I have to figure that part out. And then once I get that hinge on, then I can go and start working everything and finishing up all the body filler and tweaking the lines on this other side. So I kind of have a template. Pull that out. So I have a template for this side, and it basically just helps me gauge where this line is that goes around and make sure that it matches over here, which is really close. There's not like a whole lot that I need to do. So more than likely, once I get this hinge done and stuff, then I'll finish up this side of the car from the top up here, up in this area, and then work it to the back and the sides, and then make sure that that's all perfected. Then I'll take it and I'll reduplicate it on the other side. And I think I can probably get this all done in about a day's time, and then, which, you know, probably will end up being a few days in my world. And then I can probably knock this, you know, out in the weekend or something. So shouldn't take too long now that I'm at this stage. Then after this top, and I have it shimmed at the moment, so what I'll do is I'll show you. Go ahead and pop this out. So and the cut lines are pretty good. So the whole laser thing that I did was really worth it, because it allowed me to create this line just perfectly, and then also allowed me to create these lines and match it up exactly on the other side. So it is, you know, dead on, and I'm pretty happy with it. So so yeah, and then one little trick with this line is you can't really use a laser to actually mark this line, because this is curved and this side's lower and the middle is higher. It actually makes like a curved line, and it's curving the wrong way. So it makes it more difficult. So for when the top opens up, it needs to be either straight or have a slight curve this way, if anything. So I made it relatively straight. It has a little bit of a curve because I followed the contour of the top, and I did that by using a big long ruler. So that's my ruler, and that's the top. So 72 inches is a 6-foot ruler. and it's flexible, so it allows me to flex this. And this is a really nice little tool for getting contours and mapping out curves that are really big curves that you need to kind of match or duplicate or mark on the car. So yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. And what I'll do is I'll pop this top off. Another area that I have to figure out is this piece here. So originally I was going to cut this out, starting at this. There's a line that's here going, you know, following this edge, and then I was going to invert it, flip it over so that it had a nice transition, and it just transitioned out. I may actually make this a little tiny scoop area and then merge it in with a third brake light. So I've always intended to put a third brake light there, but now I may make it a scoop type deal. So we'll see. And that could just be a simple fresh air scoop or maybe for your helmet, you know, to supply air for your helmet. I'm not sure. That's going to have to be later down the road, because then there's things like trying to figure out how to keep water for when it's raining out of that and stuff like that. So so yeah, so now I can pop this off and you guys can kind of see what it looks like. All right, so it still has, oh god, okay, hang on, I'm trying to do all this one-handed without messing everything up. Okay, so so there's the top, and what I did originally is I put a pin in the middle, and that pin actually plugs in right here on the car. So this is essentially where the latch will go for the back, and then I'll have hinges that mount up inside this area and allow it to come up, and that's what I'm going to simulate with this little makeshift hinge over there. It won't be the final hinge, of course, but it'll give me an idea of a working hatch area. Then once I get all that you know, figured out, I'll come in and I'll actually cut the actual trunk area out and start figuring out where my molding is going to go for weather stripping and stuff like that, because there's going to have to be some kind of lip or C-channel or something here to hold some rubber molding, probably a universal type of weather stripping. And I just need to figure out how that's going to affix, whether I need the actual C-channel or if I just need a lip. I'm not really sure. I've seen it both ways, where there's a C-channel that comes up and then the molding snaps onto the edge of that, or that there's just a lip and that the molding is kind of glued into that main lip. So I need to figure out exactly the type of molding I'm going to use, and that, this type of channel that's going to be here, and what's going to keep the rain and water out and stuff like that the best. So excuse me, like I said, I've been sick, so my throat's killing me right now. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. And so I'm going to kind of work on the hinge setup and cutting out this back section, a few other tweaks, and then I'll get back to sanding and stuff. So, oh, and here's that tension bar. So I just kind of bonded it with some fiber reinforced body filler, and then this is just all thread that I welded to a turnbuckle. And so as I turn this turnbuckle, it either tightens or loosens both sides at the same time. So it either pulls the threads in or it pushes them out, and then by doing that it expands the sides or pulls them inward. So, and I have another one that's actually for the hardtop, when I was using it as a actual hardtop, but now it's going to become permanently bonded to the car as the coupe top. So I still plan on doing the Roadster version with the removable hardtop, or maybe even a hardtop that folds into the back or something like that, but that's just a lot more engineering, a lot more things to figure out with weather stripping and molding and stuff like that would go up here, and latches and things, and basically that just means it's going to take longer and cost more money. So so that's why I'm doing the coupe version, and the coupe version has also been a little bit more recommended. Like, people wanted a coupe version over the Roadster version more. So so yeah, and I think that's about it for now. So I have a lot more other things I want to talk about, but I have I'll just address those in another video, and because this one's getting long already, and I'll keep you guys updated on that. So hopefully I'll have another video out soon going over the details, and I'll try to do some time lapse or something of me putting this bar hinge setup inside, and you guys can get an idea of how that's done. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hey guys, let's see, I wanted to go over a little about the hinge deal that I'm making for the hatch deal. And I at the moment have part of it set up. So kind of what I have essentially going on here is I made these little brackets, and I don't know if I have good light so you can see that. Can you see that? I don't know. Hopefully you can see that. But basically what I did is I took some of this and I cut it up into bracket pieces, little tiny brackets, that where I could utilize the long elongated hole on the brackets. There's kind of some round holes, and then there's elongated holes, and I wanted to make use of the elongated one so that I had some type of adjustability back and forth. So what I did is I cut it out with some snippies, and then kind of bent the brackets a little, so you'll notice that they're bent almost at I don't know what kind of degree that is, but basically they're bent. and the reason I did it that way is so that if I needed to adjust the rod to make it go down a little, I can just bend that bracket side down and it'll drop it a little, or I can bend it up, and it gives me a little bit of adjustment, not much. I don't think I'll need too much. I did some measuring and it seems to be pretty good, so it should work out okay. And then also have this bar, so like right here is the all thread rod, so it's just threaded all the way, and it just goes in, and I don't know, I just slide it into this and slide it into that side, and it fits pretty good. So I have this round stock on it, and this will be the actual hinge part of the hinge. So, but as you can see, it's kind of floppy, so that's not good. And I need to reinforce it, so I'm going to reinforce it in the middle on this side. And this is kind of an oversized hinge. I just made it, really the actual hinge would probably be like that wide or something. I just wanted to keep it long because it just keeps it more stable and stronger. So out of this here, out of this stuff, I cut up this this bracket, and because I still want to be able to remove the rod, I cut this bracket out, and I don't know exactly how it is, more this way, and then I just kind of folded the metal over, but then I put a relief area in it so it will fit over the rod like that, and then I'll drop it. But luckily I have another one and it just latches on, so I'll have it where it'll bond to this section. God, I can't aim my camera. I need more hands. Okay, so all right, so here's the rod, and I don't know if that's in focus or what, but this is the bracket, and it'll actually be like this. So let's see if I can do this all with one hand, and it will latch on and then bond to the top, and then that keeps it stable, and I'll be able to remove the rod later by unscrewing it, and then I can just push it up and out like that. I don't know if you can see that, but so anyway, so this is kind of some Bubba Gump type rigging, which is fine because I just need it to function. This is not how the final hinge setup is going to be at all, not even close. I'll have real nice billet, aluminum type hinges with little shocks on them and stuff like that. This is just so that I have something that works and hopefully it won't fall apart when I put the top on. So I think that stuff will hold pretty good in the corners, and it should be strong enough. If not, I'll have to go to plan B, whatever that may be. So yeah, so that's that, and I'll keep you updated as I go. Later. Hey guys, alright, so just spent like the past day and some time today and even just a few minutes ago trying to do videos on my cell phone. I was going to try to do like a daily vlog deal where basically I can just use my cell phone to do a quick 10-minute video of things that I'm doing and then just upload it from the phone, and I had it all working. It took a while to figure it out, but I got it working, and then I just saw the video where I was covering some of the stuff in the car, and then it just crapped out on me. So I went back and got my trusty little Kodak camera, which has always done pretty good and has been through a lot. But yeah, so I guess what I was talking about in that video was the fact that I was trying to do a more daily vlog kind of deal where I could just do something every day and talk about it, whether it's the car or something or whatever's on my mind about the car or whatever. I don't even know. I just kind of wanted to try it out, and I was all excited I had the video working and uploading correctly, but my phone now is not acting right. So I guess if I lowered the quality, maybe that would make it go better, because it seemed to crap out at about 8 minutes. So I was hoping to get at least 10 without it crashing. So I don't know, kind of weird. So I may give that another shot later. But anyway, so what I was talking about was the hinge. So yeah, the last video I was talking about doing this whole hinge setup and all that, and have this bar that I already made and everything, and now I'm killing the whole idea and stopping that little project. Main reason being that all the brackets eventually are going to be in the way of other stuff that I need to do, and I was going to have to cut them out anyway, especially the center brackets, because this whole center scoop or section of the top is going to need to get cut out and reworked and stuff like that. I mean, not really cut out, but I'm not really sure. I still have some ideas for that hopefully can save me some time. So God, goodness. So what I was going to do was basically build a little lip out of probably the same brackets, and then have little holes in them, and then I was going to put pins at the edge of the top to make sure it aligns and holds in place, and then I was just going to take the whole top off manually every time and just do it that way. Simple. I don't really need the hinges. I already mocked it up and built a little hinge setup, and this is kind of a template that I use. It's an oversized version, but and so I know it's going to work. I initially had the hinge pivoting on the outside, and it was coming really close to hitting at the center point here at the center of the car, but this whole little piece is not really going to be here. It's going to dip down a little, so it wasn't really a huge concern, but I realized then I could move the hinge to the center of the car, more like how some of the older Corvettes have done it, and I think maybe Camaros, I don't know, but excuse me. So yeah, so after doing that and testing it, I just used a piece of coat hanger, and God, about to cough and hack all over the car here in a second. So I used this coat hanger, and this is, if you can use your imagination, this would be like the top where it bonds to the top, and then it pivots up, and you can see how much room I have to pivot that. And so if that's where the hinge is going to be, and this is the top, this is where the edge meets the car, and then it has enough space to get my finger under, and then if I let it hit the car, it's almost vertical. It's pretty crazy. So, and if it was vertical, I wouldn't even be able to really reach the top of the deal. So it's a little excessive, and so I know it's going to work. And now I've actually figured out a different style of hinge that I want to use anyway, which none of that matters. So I'll just revisit that later, and just build the top so that I can just take it on and off easy, because I still have a lot to do with cut this out, build the edging and lips for weather stripping and stuff like that, and all that. So but yeah, so that's basically it. And someone asked me why it sounds like I'm always tired in my videos, or breathing hard like I just ran a marathon, and that's usually because I just took the top off, which isn't light, or I just cleaned up using the vacuum cleaner, and or I just got there sanding, and so I'm always out of breath when I end up doing these videos. Plus it's like right now it's I don't know, it's like 1:30 in the morning, and it's late, and so my voice just has that, like, I need to go to sleep sound, which I do. So yeah, so I don't know if you guys are following on Facebook, but I have a dude who's done some awesome work with rendering of the interior ideas and concepts and things like that. So I got Mr. Danny Chang, is that how you spell it? Chang. It's weird. It's a little different on the Facebook site. So he's done some cool renderings, and amazingly, the stuff that he drew from just one little, I don't know, paragraph of me giving him an idea of what I was going for, he drew exactly what I had, somewhat envisioned, and really, I mean mainly by this. You can see there's bars that go through, and they're visible. So these are the main support bars that go through the dash, and just about every car has them, and it's usually a round or it's a square or some kind of crazy shaped bar that goes through the standard dash of most cars. And I wanted a double bar, and then basically each one of these gauge clusters or console clusters would mount to those bars, and maybe even allow some adjustability sideways. I don't know, that's a possibility, but I don't have to go that far. But it was just an idea. I thought it was cool to be able to see because you're going to be able to see a roll cage in this car anyway, and I thought it'd look kind of cool to see that if you look through the windshield, and you could see the roll cage continuing throughout the dash and through the rest of the car, and it gives it that real race car-y feel, while going with a kind of a modern / retro dash interior. So that's what we're trying to figure out now. You can follow it on, like I said, on the Facebook page. We're kind of talking about which ones we liked. I went through and numbered some of these, and I like number 4 the best. I like 3 and 4, but the gauge cluster, I can't zoom in on that, is a little, I think, too modern, and would be really difficult to try to make. I'd have to just contact China, order 500, and have them make some, which would be great later in the future. But for now, something like this is a little bit more realistic. Still may not really use like as fancy of a gauge setup that he has here, but replace the gauge cluster with some retro, autometer style, mechanical, styled gauges, maybe with something more of a billet bezel that's around them or something like that. Then we have the center console that has I think I actually have a macro here. Yeah, cool. So we have a center console that would house like an Android device. I don't really want to do iPhone because you have to pay them for everything, but I'd rather do Android. So it's open source, and we could create some engine. What am I trying to say? So engine management stuff on the Android. So that's kind of the plan that I want for this. Is basically you can adjust engine functions, timing, and look at all your readouts and diagnostics and things like that through the center console, while you still have all your mechanical gauges over here. And then the center console is really nice. I like how it curves, which is pretty much how it's going to have to be. And then over here it's nice and sleek and compact. So the only issue I really see is just the AC unit itself is really large. It's going to have to go back behind all of that, and to keep it hidden or to cover it with something is going to be a real trick. So we'll have to figure that out later. But I think it can be done with some, I don't know, some interesting techniques. But anyway, yeah, check out Facebook. Give some comments on this, or go to his website. I'll post some links in the bottom of this video, and you can check out his work. Comment to him or to me or whatever, and we'll see where this ends up. And then I was going to do a short video, but I think I'm going to do a long video. So then I have some industrial modeling clay, and I have some more somewhere. Yeah, so anyway, alright, so I have a few pieces out there I was experimenting with, and I have the CM70, which seems to be the what a lot of people are using, and then I have this stuff here, which is kind of I don't really know which one people are actually using the most, but it really seems like a lot of people are referring CM70 or this other type 350 or 370, which is the same, but it's what's called de-aired, and meaning that it's been compressed so much that all the air has been taken out of it. It's been run through a special machine, and it's even more dense and even harder than this, which this is supposed to be the hardest styling clay that they have. But then doing some more research, this type here, which is about the same company by Chavant. I guess that's how you say that, Chavant, something. And this seems to be a whole lot harder. And the nice thing about this clay, which is called Y2 clay, spelled with a K, is it's so like 1999. But yeah, so this stuff here is really nice. I think it's already de-aired. It's like 50% or more lighter than this. Like this block weighs 2 pounds exactly. You can see it says 2 pounds. This thing, which is larger by quite a bit, it only weighs 1.75 pounds, and that's a huge difference. So a lot of people in some of the places that I've researched have recommended using this on things that have to hang upside down or are affected by just gravity, and you don't want it to sag or distort or anything like that. And this seems a lot harder. I mean, this is hard. I can't even break it with my hand. Like I can't put any force on it and bend it or anything. I mean, it's crazy. So I think I'm going to be ordering a lot more of this because I can get it for the same price as I could get this stuff. The shipping is cheaper because it's a lot lighter, and I get about 50 to 60% more clay, or maybe at least 50%. I'd say a good 50%. I mean, this is a square block, but if they're almost the same, I mean, I think they are the same height, and it's a little longer than half the size of that. So I don't know. It's close to 50 or so % larger or more quantity for the same price. Just makes sense to get this, and it's harder, so it holds an edge real nice when you need to sculpt it. It's not gonna sag, and I don't know. It just seems like the better way to go. But I'm gonna experiment with both and see maybe some secret that comes out with using this one that I don't know of. A lot of people. I say a lot of people, but the little information that I find on the web and anywhere else, or people that I talk to, or the little group of people that contact me that have actually experience in doing industrial design with clay, tell me different things. Like the CM70 has good bonding, so that's something important to look for. Is when you cut a piece off and you work it, you have to stick it onto itself, whether it has good sticking power. Or whether it holds tape for using to mark lines that you need to follow and edging on your project. So there's a lot of little detailed things like that I haven't really figured out yet, and I'm sure I'll get into it at some point. And then some people, this is the other clay, and I can't even touch it. It's just oozed out. I mean, it's just nasty. So this is like the kind of clay you get at Hobby Lobby and your typical hardware store. But you can see I'm just rubbing my hand. It's just grease coming off. So the difference is, I guess I should tell everybody all the little differences here. Is this is an oil-based clay, and it messes your hands. It smells funky. It takes like a day for it to come off your hands. It stays soft the whole time, so I can press down on it and you can see, I don't know if you can or not, but I just dented it. I couldn't even possibly do that with this or this one. Either one of these are super hard. So this is just, it's not really good to work with. Also the fact that this type of clay reacts to other materials really badly, so if you want to paint it or want to cover it or want to add some type of other detail on it, you're not going to get it to stick or anything with that because of the oil. These two don't have oil, and this one I believe has sulfur in it, and this one is sulfur free. So this one smells like dog crap. Not really, but it smells pretty strong. It's pretty rough, and your hands kind of smell like sulfur, so it's just, It's just weird. And it doesn't have a greasy feel in it or anything like that. It's pretty good to work with, it seems like. And this type, one of the things that they boast about this on the site is that it's odorless, it's sulfur free, it doesn't have any oil, I think it's de-aired maybe. It's harder, it's a little darker, and it's lighter, and it costs the same. So a lot of benefits to that. So I guess I'm going to be ordering a lot of that. But so those are kind of the main differences that you see with the clays. If you want to, anyone out there want to experiment with them. To give you an idea, this is like about $2 or $1, one and a half. I don't know. It's like, I think it was $1.99 or something for a block. This block, a little more than twice or 3 times the size of this block, I guess. Well, that's a 1 pound block. So golly, that's a 1 pound block. This is a 2 pound block. This block is $16. Roughly. It depends. I mean, I've seen them go for as high as $20-something for one block, and about the same for this, and sometimes even more for that because it's supposed to be newer and better and all that. So the company I'm getting it from seems to have it where I can get it for about I think down to 12 if I order a big quantity. So that's what I'm going to do next. But we'll see. So yeah. So now I've talked for 18 minutes or so. Yeah, and so that's kind of the basics on the block. I may do like a little carving of one of these interior designs over there and play with it just to feel it out. I don't know, we'll see. Oh, and another thing, God, there's so many little things with this type of clay. Like this, you notice I can work with my hands, it's soft enough. This is like hard as stone. You have to heat it, and so you have to use like a heat gun to heat little small portions of it. A lot of people use ovens, like little tiny ovens that you stick it in to keep it warm to about 135 or so degrees, 125 in that range, and that'll allow you to work it real easy, and it becomes real soft like this, and then it gets hard as a rock again. Then I found a nice little trick from someone that used like little hot plates that you put your coffee on, and since this is a smaller project than say a big industrial GM design facility or something, I'm going to be working with just little chunks of this at a time, and what they do is they just cut off a chunk and then they stick it on one of those little coffee deals, and that keeps it around 100 or so 115 degrees or so where it just stays warm. It doesn't melt or run off of it or anything like that, but it just keeps it warm. You just pick it up, tear off a piece, and then start throwing it on your project. So I may get a couple of those, or a real big hot thing, maybe I'll get like a George Foreman grill and stick it on that. So okay, I think we're at 20 minutes now. This video should be long enough, and I think I covered a little bit of everything. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Later. Hey guys, alright, so welcome to another video. This one's a little different than the others, different scenery I guess. I'm in my kitchen, and this is the center island in our kitchen. And I'm basically playing with this clay that I got. So so I have the CM70 clay, which is this right here, and I'm kind of working up a like a little console, center console for the car, somewhat, and I'm just playing around, just trying to see how well it sticks and how well it holds and all that. But it's doing pretty good. My hands are already worn out. It's pretty tough to work with. I also have the what is it? Y2 clay, spelled with a K, and it's a darker brown, and it's quite a different clay actually. So the big differences that I've seen so far with working with these is that they both have to be heated in order to really work it really well. And the big thing that I've noticed basically is that This one, once you heat it up, it tends to hold the heat a lot longer, and you can work it for a lot longer period of time. This one heats up really well, but it tends to get very melty, like almost like chocolate. It looks like chocolate. And then it cools down really fast. So it doesn't give you as much of a working time, but it is a harder and a lot lighter clay, and it may be something that you just need to have a heat gun on standby with as you're working it. I don't know, so I'm going to experiment with that, but first I'm going to play with this one and just do like a little center console concept just real quickly and see how it is to work with the clay, and then I'll move on to this at a later point. I need to go get a different heat gun. The one I have isn't very good, so I want to go get a different one. But anyway, so in the background, I don't think you can really see, but I have my stove, and on the stove I have a like what's called a griddle. It's like a heat plate, and I actually have some other clay over there that's staying warm at the lowest setting. I don't really know what temperature it is, but it's at its lowest setting, and it's kind of looking melty already. So yeah, anyway, so that's it. Probably hear my kids in the background. They're over there playing Minecraft in my office, so they're having a blast since the new Minecraft update came out. Anyway, so that's basically it. I do have some other tools coming to me right now. I'm just using these little cheap Hobby Lobby type, carving tools, which work pretty good for this, better than I thought it would. But I have like some real industrial tools coming that I can work with better, that will do bigger sections. This is really for just doing little stuff. I'm using some like little standard, this is like a little, I don't know, scribe needle type tool, and then I have a razor blade that I'm going to use for now to just make flat surfaces and things. And then I have my trusty big knife that I'm using to cut, which takes forever. So to cut off a chunk, I swear it took like 5 minutes to get through this chunk. I just had to go really slow. I could have probably heated the clay first and gone through a lot easier, but I didn't want to have to heat the whole thing, so I just decided to do it when it was cold. Some people have mentioned that you can microwave it, so I may try that. I don't know, I need to go research that, make sure it's not going to blow up in the microwave or something, because I'm afraid if it has air inside, then it could actually blow up. So I will look into that later. But anyway, so I'm going to work with this, and then I'll just have it all like high sped in the video, kind of time lapsed, and we'll see what kind of shape emerges from this. And I'll probably follow the initial design that Danny Chang did in the concept drawing that's on my Facebook page, just for now, just so I have something to look at. But and then plus I like that style. So anyway, I will keep you updated at the end of the video, and give you some more info on what I find out as I'm working with this, since this is really my first time to work with this type of clay. So until then, I'll see you later. Alright guys, well this has been fun. I basically have built a little console deal. This is like my first time working with this clay and just doing this period. So it's been quite a learning experience with this. This is definitely a different kind of clay. So it's not like the Hobby Lobby clay at all. It's nice not having your hands all oily. They are kind of sticky and sulfur, like, so they're a little yellow and they smell funky. So the sulfur does put off a good funky smell, and something my family's been complaining about here in the past hour. But yeah, so basically I've been working on this for about an hour and just carving away at everything. I'm sure I'm not doing it the proper way at all, so I'm gonna have to do a lot of research and more reading up on techniques and stuff like that. It would help if I had some proper tools to use to cut and shape everything. So just kind of making do with what I had, which is a cheap clay sculpting set, razor blade, which was probably the most handy deal, and then this little deal to scribe lines and things like that. So not everything is exact. I basically just freehand everything on this. I didn't use any tape lines or any kind of template, which normally if I was going to do this in full scale I would definitely use some templates and things like that to make sure that everything is very accurate. But I just wanted to play and get a feel for the clay, and it's nice. So this is the CM70 clay. It does stay nice and warm and moldable and workable, so that's a good deal about it. I'm kind of curious when I start working with this, which is the Y2 clay, how easy it will be to continue working with it without having to heat it up. But we'll get there at a different time. But anyway, so yeah, this is not exactly to scale, and I mean the shifter is way off scale, but the rest of the console is pretty close actually, I think. So I don't know, but kind of gives you an idea. Just working with it, and it's pretty smooth lines. Definitely holds together really well. Did have a few issues with it cracking in some places because of how hard it is. Normally you would, I think, work this in as a warm piece of clay and really work everything, all the joining sections together really well, but I didn't really do that. I just kind of took the block, cut it in half, and stuck it all together. So I don't think that's how you're really supposed to work it. I think you should have like a form underneath here, and then you just smear pieces onto it and just cover the whole form with like a layer of this clay and everything. I'm starting to lose my voice, sorry about that. But yeah, so the lines here transition pretty well. This is not exactly how the concept drawing is. I kind of wanted to try to do it like the concept drawing, but I'm not that good yet, so I'll get there next time, I guess. But this just kind of gives you an idea how you can work with it. It holds its lines pretty well. I've rounded these down a little bit. They were a little sharper, but it's pretty good lines without using tape or anything like that to get good edges on everything. So because I just freehand all the lines and shapes, and it probably looks like it, so I don't know, but it's a nice little piece. I mean, I can definitely see taking this and working it for another hour or so and really getting it nice and smooth. Probably use a sponge with some water to really smooth the edges and the shape down a little bit more. I don't know, I'll have to experiment with that. Excuse me. So yeah, so let me know what you think in the comments. This kind of has a cheesy shifter that I put on there. It's way out of scale, so it's not to scale at all on that thing. I just wanted to stick something there to see what it was like. I did run into a few issues with the clay when I was heating it up. I tried the microwave deal, and I don't know how long you're supposed to do the microwave, but it's got to be a long time because I stuck it in there for like a minute and I took it out and it was still just lukewarm, if anything. But sticking it on the grill deal that I have on my stove to kind of keep it warm, or on the hot plate that I have, there's definitely a limit to the clay. I had to cut this piece off because it had, I guess, overcooked in a sense, and the sulfur came out and like it turned all yellow and crunchy and crispy. So I cut it off so it wouldn't interfere with everything, but or wouldn't contaminate the other clay if I mix it in with it, because I'm pretty sure it wouldn't mix in at all. So anyway, just a side note for anyone experimenting for the first time: don't overcook your clay. But yeah, so I can't wait to mess with the Y2 clay. It's a lot lighter, and I think it'll hold an edge better, and probably be easier to carve, at least for me, I think. But I think it may be harder to work with in general, just because of the amount of time it will take to keep it heated and everything. So because it kind of cools down pretty quick. So anyway, that's that, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Later. Hey guys, welcome back to another video, and as usual, I can't remember where I left off from the last video that I shot, but let me kind of go over what I've been doing lately. Where do I start? Okay, so yeah, let's start with why my car is bench pressing a 35-pound weight. Let's see. All right, so I cut out this top a while back, and it was great. Everything was looking wonderful, and I was starting to sand on it and really finish off shaping it and all that stuff. And then I noticed that the center section where this little hole is had started to rise up. And at that time, the temperature outside dropped down to like 22 degrees or something. And I guess with fiberglass being all new and the body filler being new and all that, I don't know, the temperatures messed with the shape of this top piece. It wasn't real major, but it was enough that kind of slowed me down, and I was like having to come up with ways to try to fix it. So what you're looking at is my strange solution. So the only place that it increased was in the center, and basically, like if you look at my hand, the top has like this shape to it, and when it got cold outside, it went like that. So it kind of, the center rose up, and I needed to push it back down. So I have this weight sitting on here, and the weight is applying pressure on the top, and then at the same time I applied heat to the center section using a heat gun. I even laid like a heating pad on it overnight, just to give some gentle heat to release and add some relief to the fiberglass in the center, and allow this thing to settle back down, and hopefully it'll stay there. So what I've done in order to ensure that it does stay there is what was going to happen anyway. Okay, is I cut the little triangle section that was in the design from the beginning out. If you remember in the previous videos, this whole little area was a big goopy mess of stuff, and it was just kind of where everything kind of collided, and I didn't really know what to do with it at that point. So I knew I was going to end up cutting it out and creating a piece that goes in. So now that this piece is flat, as you can see, it's not sticking up anymore, and it's pretty flat. There's a little space there to go in and lift it up a little bit. But so now what I'll do is I'll take this piece that you see, that's all my little classic foil job, and this goes in just like that, and it will have a nice little edge and shape to it, and then it blends right into this top, and then I'll recut this whole piece, and this will be supported and shaped, or not shaped, but just, I guess, supported underneath so that it holds its shape after it cures, and we won't have any of that bowing problem stuff. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that. I was hoping to be further along, but that's just part of what happens with this kind of deal, is you always have these little unexpected things, and being in Texas, the weather really likes to jack around with you a lot. So like today it's 39 degrees outside, and yesterday it was 70 something degrees outside, and the humidity was like off the chart. It was like my garage was like sweating. It was weird. So yeah, let's see, I'm trying to cover everything. I have removed the dash from the car, so now you can see how open the interior is now, or the lack of interior. And what I'm getting ready to do is take this dash and put some steel grate metal over it, and I'm going to use this for the base to start applying the industrial clay onto, and then I'll start shaping it from there. I just need something for that clay to bite and hold on to, and it won't do it on this plastic. Now I have this little pad piece that's on top, but it comes off, and then I have all this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put that grate metal onto this part, not really worry about the pad. Excuse me. So yeah, that's kind of what I guess what the plan is with this. I really don't know. Is this going to be yet another learning experience, and going to be different to figure out. So this was really crazy to take out. There had to be at least 200 screws that came out of this thing. So it's just crazy. I don't understand. I mean, it's probably, I swear, it's at least 20 pounds of screws and stuff that just didn't have to be there. It was, I don't know what, I guess this is part of the main structure or something. I don't know. I mean, there's a little roll bar that goes through, which is real nice, but I mean, that's all you need. It's just crazy. I don't understand. So so now I have some airbags too that I'm gonna have to play with. I'll have to be one of those idiots on YouTube that shoot their friend 20 feet in the air with it or something. So yeah, let me come over here, and you can kind of see the car door and all that. I know this would be a good time to kind of show you, but I get a lot of emails and questions and YouTubes and comments on what car did I start off with, and really I didn't start off with anything. I actually just designed the car in CAD and came out and made it without doors or anything, and then I ended up running into other areas where other people kind of failed at trying to do something like this, which was a lot of the places that they ran into major roadblocks were the windshield, and you know, all of this type of thing, and the doors and how the windows work, and things that seem simple when you think about it, but are really part of the, you know, some of the most complex part of the car. So after kind of learning from other people's experiences, I went out and found the car that fit my shape and design and body and size, and it just happened to be that the Miata was like a perfect fit, or some people call it the MX-5. And this is an early model version, which has this big side window, and all I'm using from it is just a door jamb area from there around, and then the inside of the door. The outside of the door is actually all custom, but the inside of the door and the internal part of the door is the parts, or are the parts that I'm going to be using, so that I don't have to like try to make those or manufacture those or anything like that, and I can just purchase the weather stripping, you know, right out of catalogs and stuff, and I don't have to try to have it made or designed or anything, and that'll just make things a lot easier. Now the inside of the door will probably be designed differently later to give a little bit extra shoulder and arm room, because there's about a ½ inch area to almost 2 inches on the inside that doesn't really need to be there. So that area can be shaved down quite a bit. And if we look inside the car, okay, these seats, I love these seats, they're so comfy. So we can see in the open cabin space, and my feet. Yeah. And you can kind of see all the space that this thing has. So my legs are straight out, and the pedals are going to be pretty much at the end of this bar here, and you know, so there's a lot of room. And also the seat that I'm sitting in is, this is on top of the frame, and this part of the seat is going to be down here, so that will give us a lot more headroom up here. And right now there's still plenty, there's about, I don't know, it's about 2 inches over my head right now, and when I drop it another 4 inches, then we'll have plenty of room. And I'm 6'4", so that should be good for most people. I sure hope so. And yeah, so this is where the transmission goes. Alright, so this is where the gear shifter will be, and the engine back of it will be right here, right where the windshield is. The back of the engine will be basically right next to my feet. The headers and exhaust will come around and wrap around and then come back through and then underneath the car. And that's one area that's going to be very tight, and something that we're going to have to figure out, because I'm not really sure where it's going to go. I did have a version of the car, or this design, where the exhaust went out of the car on the outside, out here, like the Vipers or old Shelby Cobras. And I still would like to do a version with that, but you know, just for legal reasons and making sure that it'll work in all states and countries, I really want that exhaust to come through the middle as the first priority on that. Then you can really see how those are some really wide front tires. You can see how much space there is between the chassis and the tire, so it allows for some really long upper and lower control arms, which will keep the tires nice and flat and level through turns and things like that. And the engine will be placed about a foot from that thing, which is the shock tower. Now, not sure if that's going to be the official layout of this shock tower, because this is just a like a temporary chassis for building everything on. It's not going to be the final chassis design. We're working on that now, and we'll hopefully have some images for you guys to see of that here pretty soon. But yeah, so, and this space here is pretty wide for the transmission. Like, this can be narrowed down quite a bit. I'm not sure how much, because I need to get the transmission to really be able to determine. Right now, this is basically, this whole section here up to the front will fit anything from a huge, you know, 460 or 429 Boss type engine, all the way back, or 427 Cobra engine, to just about any transmission. And that's how this whole front has been designed, because this is a layout that I took from the Shelby Cobra of a company of a friend of mine and all that. So and it needed to be able to accept just about whatever anybody wanted to put in it, whether it was Chevy, Ford, or Mopar. So eventually, the final design, this will be shaven down to give us the maximum amount of space and structural strength and all that. So the drive shaft will be about a foot long. So right here where this little bar, this is actually a drive shaft loop, and there's two of them. There's one back here. The drive shaft is really going to be about that long, probably a little longer, maybe about 17 inches, or I don't know, something like that. And that's about it. So you can kind of see how this all looks on the inside. I hope you can see this. I'm not really sure the light's getting in here that well, but yeah, so this kind of gives you an idea of the space. And this little, like, really, my feet will probably be right here, but even if they're over a little bit, this is still enough room to cover all the main brake pedals and gas pedal and all that stuff. So so yeah, so what I'm going to do is design this dash in here, and it's real nice that there's two little bolts that hold that whole dash assembly on, one on this side and that side, and I can just plug it in and out real easy. So that'll make it nice and easy to design it, because I can work on it on the outside of the car and then kind of plug it in and just test fit it and do all that and have enough space to really work on it, because I was kind of hating to try to work on it inside the car. So anyway, that's about that, and I'll get out the car and we can see how. So I just want to show everybody kind of like how this is working, and so I have to kind of duck my head just a tad to get out, but other than that it's pretty simple, and voila. So hopefully that shows you guys kind of what the interior placement is like. It's real similar to the shape of a Miata, or if you've been in a Porsche, I think it's a little roomier side to side than like a Porsche 911, but I don't know, Porsches have strange use of their room inside their cars, and it's fascinating actually. I don't know, that German engineering is crazy. So anyway, that's where I'm at with this progress, if you want to call it that, right now. I'm going to have this fixed up pretty soon, hopefully by this weekend. Then I will start claying up this deal and trying this out and seeing how that goes. I do have to wait. I got like 2 cases of clay coming, and this stuff right here, which is a lot lighter. Like this whole block weighs like less than this thing. It's crazy. But yeah, so I have a bunch of that coming. It's all in back order, so I'm not expected to receive it till January, maybe, I think. So we'll see when it gets here. And that's about it. So I guess I'll see you guys in the next video. See you later. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to another video on the Blade. And this time I kind of have like a little crazy tripod set up inside the car, looking at the dash, and as you can see, I've done some work with the dash and applying the clay. If you guys have been following Facebook, then you've seen this in some of the steps, but I haven't really done any video on it, mainly because I've been sick for a few days and I'm trying to get over this, but the weather is just crazy and not helping. So anyway, I just wanted to address some of the things that people have been emailing me and asking on YouTube and the comments and Facebook and all that. So one of them is the dash. So the dash I'm using is the MX-5 Miata dash, and I'm just using the shape. There's nothing inside the dash. It's completely empty, and it's just providing a base for me to apply the clay onto, and that's just so that I don't have to waste a bunch of time creating the forms and foaming everything up like I did with the actual car design. This is a smaller project. I don't think I have to do all that, and what I went ahead and did was just basically fill in all the big voids with an expanding foam from the hardware store. So I got that what's it called, Great Stuff expanding foam. So it's for insulating around your windows and you know, certain holes and voids inside or around your house. And there's a few different kinds. There's a yellow can, a blue can, and a black can. So the blue can's for doing like around windows, doesn't expand very much. And then there is the standard yellow can, and the yellow can expands pretty good, but I don't like the way that it acts. It kind of continues to expand for a long period of time, so after it expands and you cut it and shave it back, it bulges back out again. And then there's the black foam, expanding foam, and it has 2 to 3 times more expanding capabilities, and once it expands it pretty much stays that way, and so when you shave everything back it doesn't get all wonky and everything afterwards. It doesn't keep expanding. So I just prefer that. There's probably some 2-part pour and mixed foams that are pretty good. Those are just really expensive. I didn't really need that much, so I just went to the hardware store and got this. So what I've done is basically I wiped the whole dash down or what's underneath the dash. The dash is actually a thing that goes on top of here. But so wipe this whole thing with acetone so that the foam sticks and so that the clay sticks a lot better, and it really does. And then I just proceeded to add clay to this, and this is kind of a base that I'm applying. So it's about a 1/4 inch thick or so around everything that I've got it on right now, and then I'll just continue to build up on this. So once I have everything covered in clay, then that'll make it easier to add more clay and start sculpting everything. So what I'm going to do a little bit in this video is show you some of the techniques that I'm just kind of going through right now. I don't know if they're if it's the right technique or the proper techniques, but it's working for what I'm doing. And you know, this is one of those things. It's an area that's kind of hard to get information on, so I'm just winging it. But so far, I think I have the right clay, which is that Y2 clay from Chavant, or I think that's how you say it. So it's really expensive and it's really hard. So you can see this is it, and right here is the foam, like where this is at. So this area is covered up in foam, and you know, this is pretty spongy, and you can see it doesn't really, once it's on, and this is only a 1/4 inch thick, it is like I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's really hard. It sets up really quick and it melts really quick, so you have kind of a fine little window to work with it, because it melts really fast like a wax, almost runny and shiny, and then you can stick it down and then it gets hard really fast, and then it becomes hard to work, so you have to constantly apply heat to it. So I have a little heat gun that I use, and I'll use this to keep everything warm. Then I have like a little scraper that I just got from the hardware store. So this is good for just scraping. You can kind of see what I'm doing here, and this will be good for kind of getting some of the flat areas out, and working some bigger, larger flat, and kind of filling in you know, the areas that the high and low spots basically. So nice thing about this is this blade comes out, allows me to bend it, and I can kind of contour it around curves, and that makes it easy to achieve a nice rounded or curve effect. So I'm going to have my trusty super sharp knife that I've been cutting the clay with, and my fingers. Oh, and if you can see, I don't know if you can see that, but I have major blister right there. I could just probably pop it right here. So I got a blister there, one right there, there's some underneath these fingers, and then I got one right there, and yeah, a lot of blisters, a few cuts, and kind of crazy. Someone suggested using gloves, and you just can't work with this with gloves. It just sticks to the gloves, and you really need to be able to feel and push the clay very kind of precisely, so almost. And so the gloves move around and almost cause more of a blister underneath, unless there's some type of specialized glove for this. I don't know. So yeah, and then I have another tool I got at Home Depot, or Lowe's, one of the hardware stores. I'm not really sure. So it looks cool, and this is like a paint scraper. So they have like all these professional tools on the internet for working with clay, and some of them will not even move this stuff at all because it's so hard. They're more for working with like a pottery clay or something much softer, or like a modeler's clay, I guess, like a wax-based clay. So so they have these other special tools that are really expensive. I mean, they're like 30s, you know, to $80 to $200 for a tool that looks like a piece of wood with a flat piece of steel on it. And I'm just like, that's just insane to buy that kind of stuff. It's just better to either make it, or there has to be something at the hardware store that's just much cheaper to use and can achieve the same effect. So I've kind of ended up with these tools, and this is just good for scraping and creating flat areas, and you can kind of see how well. And this has like a tungsten carbide blade on it, and it's reversible, so if it ever wears out down, then you just flip it over. There's also a titanium blade that you can get for this particular one. I don't think I need either one of those, to be honest. This is not like I'm going to dull it down. This is a paint scraper, but it works really good. There's hardly any effort. It's good for shaving and taking material down, and really creating a nice, flat, smooth surface. A lot of times when you're doing this, what happens is it skips. And I can't really do that. Okay, if I go fast, the tool skips and creates these little ruts, and that's not good. You don't want that. So this one is really good for, first of all, taking those ruts down and creating a nice smooth area, or nice smooth surface. So I feel like I'm wasting it when this stuff falls to the ground. I feel like that's like $5. So as I've said before, the clay is really expensive because it's not your average clay. It's probably because it's so hard and all that. But you can see, you know, how it works, these areas. So when I need to go in and do some fine shaping, what I'll probably do also is lay down like a mat to catch all the shavings. Now when this stuff is warm, it doesn't act like this. It's better to shave it and shape it after it's cooled down. Just makes it easier for at least this kind of work that I'm doing. And you know, so you can just kind of see how that works. And what I'll end up doing later is kind of masking off the lines using special tape to show the lines of the design, and then I'll use these tools to work the area down and really get it shaped well. So now I'm making a mess everywhere. So anyway, that's basically it. And this is this tool. So you know, this one works really well for, I don't know if you can see that, I'm trying to do it so that you can really see how it works. Oh, there we go, wasting $5 again. So yeah, so this is good for just kind of doing this and working it, just working it. So yeah, and this is going to be kind of a crazy video because I'm trying to explain this, talk it, work it, do it all at the same time, and I'm not really sure how good I am at doing that. And I'm just kind of making like a pile of leftover bits right there. What I'll do is I'll come back and heat that up, and then I'll just mush it into wherever it needs to go. So okay, then how long is this video? Okay, 10 minutes. Okay. So I have this surface down. It's hard. I need to add more and just keep going until I cover the whole thing. And what I've done is a nifty little trick. This is a heating pad because I need to heat. These things come in like these 12-inch billets, right? So this is just one that I kind of worked. And what I've done is I've used a heating pad to keep it at a constant temperature. And you see that? See how mushy it is now? It's nice and mushy. It's not hot, not burning my hand off, and it'll make it easier to cut. And so what I do is I just keep it in this heating pad, and and it keeps it warm while I'm working. And then I'll just come through and cut a piece off. Otherwise, I can use the heat gun. Let's see. Otherwise, I'd use the heat gun, and I'd heat up a section at the top here, and then I would use my knife to cut it off. So why don't I go ahead and kind of show you a little bit of that. This is just a little sculpture part. So it's going to cool down. That's the thing about this particular clay, is it's all like mushy now, and then in like a minute from now it's going to be rock solid again. So you have to be pretty quick, and what I'm going to do is just use and just rock my knife back and forth to cut off a section. Okay, and this is how you cut my finger off too. Okay, so I need to heat this little section up, and I'll make sure I have that in the shot so that you can see it, because what I want you to see is right now it's just like that, right? So I'm going to heat it up with this so that it gets kind of runny, and you'll see it turn kind of a shiny color, hopefully. Where is it? Okay, so if I don't burn my hand off too. That's the thing about this heat gun, is you really have to watch where you're pointing. So alright, so you kind of see parts of it are getting shiny and melted looking, and now you can really burn it if you're not careful with this. So all I do is get like this, one of the surfaces, to a nice glossy shiny look, to where it looks like it's just like it's chocolate, really. Nice chocolate. And once it's like that, turn it off. Then I take this piece off and I just mush it down right in this area like that. Okay, and then I come back real quick and I put this thing back on the heating pad. All that matters now that it's already cooled down. And now I can't really work it with any of my fingers, but so just come on, and I'm gonna kind of heat that stuff up. Okay, so I'm gonna work this. Now you can see it's kind of spongy and squishy. Those technical terms. And where it meets with the other clay, I like to work the seams in really deep, and make sure that it bonds really well to this. And then I try to make sure that it's sticking good to where the foam is, so that it adheres to that pretty decently. It's not really going to fully stick to it because it's just, you know, not a good material for that, but once I get a shell over all this, then it will then I'll have a nice base to apply more clay to it. Okay, so one thing you have to watch out for is I'm like got my finger there and I'm heating at the same time and I'm forgetting to take my finger out. So nice little burn, and then I just work it like that. So I'm going to take some more clay and I'm going to just heat up around the edge so I can cut it quick. This works pretty good. I mean, I have a conversation going on Facebook where I'm looking for a stove type thing to keep this warm. But the stove is really not just for one piece. It's so that I can put like 5 pieces in at the same time and keep them warm. And I hope you can hear me through all that. So I'm going to cut this off. I'll just turn it and work it. Okay, there's a little piece. So, alright, so I'm going to turn this on. And this has a high, like super high, which will melt the whole thing. So there we go. I don't know if you can see that looking super melted. And you don't want to get it too much, because what happens is it actually burns and gets crusty. So you have to be real careful at the temperatures that you get this clay to, because you can ruin it pretty easily. Okay, so and let's kind of keep on going like this. Just keep working it. And it kind of takes a while just to get it down, as you can see. So now I'm going to cut another piece off. So I have a case of this coming that's been delayed for God knows how long now. I don't know when it's supposed to come in. So basically it's pretty popular with, I guess, the automotive companies buy this clay up in massive bulks, and it makes it hard for the little guy like me to get it, I guess. I really don't know why it's so difficult. So So anyway, so I should have some coming though soon, and it's going to be like 15 of these, and that should be enough to cover this whole dash and allow me to start building it up. I probably will need about 20, 25 total. So we're doing the same thing here. I'm going to put this in a different place, get it all mushy. It's kind of awkward because I'm trying to show the camera. Alright, how long is this video? Oh god. Okay, I try not to make these videos so long, but let's just stick it there so you can kind of see it up close. So you can see what I like to do here is on the plastic part, I like to really rub it in so that it has a nice, so basically it adheres nicely and all that. So you can see how much easier it is to work now. And then, then you can come in with even one of these tools and you can kind of help, shape a general space and pull it off and stick some over here and come over here and work this little pile of stuff, and I just hold it back about 6 inches or so, just kind of vary the movement around so it doesn't get too hot, otherwise you'll burn your hand right away and get these awesome blisters that I have. So, and where it's shiny, like that area, it's really, that means it's very hot. So these are those little shavings, and I just working those in and all that. So there's a lot of work that goes into this with just getting this part done, but it's a lot faster than doing it the other way, where I have to draw it up in CAD, create slices and templates and all that other stuff, and then cut it out, fit it in, fill it in with foam. That's what I did with the car body, so that's kind of why I went this route with the dash. First of all, to do the whole car in this clay would have just cost so much that it just wasn't feasible, and mainly because I didn't really know what I was doing and whether this project was gonna take off or not, and so I didn't want to invest that kind of money into clay that I didn't have any experience with, and I didn't have any experience with the foam either, or the way that I did it, but at least it was easier on my budget or pocketbook or whatever. So yeah, this but now, after I've gone through that experience of the fiberglass and foam method, I really wanted to do it like the professionals and use clay to build my shape. And doing the dash, it's not too terribly expensive, so, but it is, just imagine, we're looking probably, about, I don't know, probably end up being about $600 worth of clay by the time I'm done, unless I get really good deals. I might be able to get a really good deal on it. When I called my rep person, they are giving me a good deal on the 15 pieces, so I guess that really, I'm trying to think. I hate being sick. Math. Okay. Yeah. So I guess it's close around $300 or so. I think. So anyway, all right. So I'm trying to close this video up because I'm just chatting too long. But hopefully you guys are getting an idea of how to work this stuff. And now it's all kind of soft because I've slowly heated this whole thing up, so I can work it easier now. And it holds its temperature pretty good when it's this size. So I still have to go by and fill in all this with the rest of the clay, and then do that whole side. So what I'll do next, after I fill in the clay areas, I'll start marking out where the vents are, and I'll actually cut the plastic area out of where I want the vents. And I think I'm actually, holy crap, I think I'm sitting on a vent. Yep, and that's awesome. So so I have these little vents, and these are the ones from the Miata, but the ones that I'll end up using are a billet version of this with little flaps, a little bit more modern styling to them, and you know, eventually maybe I'll have some custom made, but you can buy these all over the place. They're basically the same ones that are in like Audis and Lamborghinis and things like that. So they're standard size, and what I'll do is I'll place this in the area that's going to go, and I'll mark this area like that, and then I'll actually cut through the plastic, and I'll go ahead and fit these in and build out the piece that is going to hold the vent. I'll do that all the way around on each side, and including where the gauge pod is over there. So yeah, yeah, so keep a hold of that. So I hope that kind of gives you guys an idea of what I'm doing with the clay, and then, you know, feel free to ask questions on my Facebook. I have my forums that are really slow right now, so please go chat it up in the forums. I'm trying to get that going because I really think that's a good, you know, will be a good resource to help people with stuff like this, but I can't keep coming up with the topics to talk about. So I'm talking to myself or something. So I mean, there's a few people talking, but it's, you know, I really want to build it up to something that's not out there. It's kind of different. So yeah, and that's at cardesignersandbuilders.com, and then also have a Car Designers and Builders Facebook page, and then of course the standard BXR Motors Facebook page. So all the links are down below in the video, and you can check all that stuff out, keep updated with the Facebook stuff, ask questions, let me know what you want me to cover in the next video, because we're going to be doing this for a little bit while the cold season is here, because it's a lot harder to mess around with the fiberglass work that I need to do. I'm still going to be doing some of it, but I don't know if you can hear in the background, I have a heater going, and I have to leave that on a really long time to get this place cooled down enough for the fiberglass to cure properly. With this, I don't have to worry about it. The cold actually helps, because I like working with this cold better. So yeah, so that way I have a couple of projects on hand. Also have, I think I've mentioned Danny Chang, who's doing concept drawings for this interior that we're going to sculpt out. So you may see him in some of the videos later on when I get all the rest of the clay in. Then I have a friend, Eric Schaefer, who's doing the chassis design, the new chassis design, which I think you guys are going to trip out over. So it looks pretty awesome from what we've been showing and working on, and a lot of cool features to this chassis that are going to go way beyond any kind of other car like this, I guess. I don't know. So I mean, not super beyond. It's not like an Indy car, but for a project like this, it's pretty crazy. And so I just want to say thanks to those people who've really been helping out. And then we also still have the video game thing in the works, and at the same time I'm trying to raise money to get all the rest of the components for this car, because you know, some of you guys are wondering how much does it cost to do some of this stuff, and you know, honestly, we're looking at probably another 50 grand to get everything needed to get the prototype on the street. So not going to really say how much I've had in it so far, but I could be driving a really nice car right now. But that's another story. So, you know, just the price of following your dreams, really. And yeah, okay. So I think I'll end it on that, because we're at 27 minutes, and this is a long freaking video. Alright, I want to go try to get better and back out to do another video, and you guys take it easy. I'll see you guys in the next video. Later.